All right, welcome to the course overview. Here we will discuss what you will learn in all of the lessons within this course. First, I just want to say thank you very much for choosing my course. It means a lot to me. I really look forward to helping you with your English, and we have a big journey ahead. Let's get started. This first section is all about getting you ready to use the course. The second section is a quick review of how English works. Now, this second section is optional. Advanced learners might find it boring or too simple, but I recommend watching it. It is a good section that's going to help give you the big picture of what English is. And then the rest of the course. Okay, this is the main part. This is the reason you picked this course. It is going to be divided into three main parts: English grammar, English writing and punctuation, and then English speaking and conversation. Now again, for the English grammar part, you are going to go over all of these topics. And within each of these topics are many subtopics or related topics to the main topic. For example, under verb tenses, there are going to be all of the different verb tenses, and they're going to have their own lessons, their own PDF, their own practice problems. Okay, so there are a lot of things to learn. Then, when you get to the English writing and punctuation section, we're going to go over sentence structures and all of the punctuation marks you see on the screen. And then my favorite section, the English speaking and conversation section. This is a section that is going to help you speak better and speak more confident. We are going to go over all of these different topics. We're going to learn thousands of new vocabulary words, new phrases, new verbs, and you're going to hear and practice real conversations that real English speakers have every day so that you can feel comfortable, confident, and be more fluent. But as for this lesson, you've finished. So I want to say congratulations. You've taken the first step to becoming a master of English. All right, now in this lesson, let's look at a few study tips that I have for you. Now, I know what you're thinking. There is so much in this course. How do I study? Where do I start? All right, so I'm here in this part to tell you the best way to learn with this course. Don't worry, I will break it down for you. I will make it clear. You will know exactly what you should do. Speech shadowing. And what you're doing is you're imitating the English that you are listening to. Okay, so you listen to how a native speaker says something, and basically you copy it, right? Now this sounds easy, but there's a good way to do this and a bad way to do this. You really need to focus on the speech, okay? Don't just lazily repeat it. So the best way to approach it is listen to it many times, okay? Really listen to it. Listen to their rhythm, everything about the audio that you can hear. Look at the subtitles, okay, to make sure that you are understanding each word. It will help your brain connect with the audio better. And then what you're going to do, okay, is you're going to try to imitate that audio. So play the sentence, listen, and then pause it and repeat yourself, okay? And repeat it out loud like you're talking to someone. And if you do this over and over every day, I promise you, your accent, your fluency, everything is going to really improve. And some of you may be new to English, okay? So you can't practice at a normal spoken speed. So the best thing to do is slow the speed down, right? You're going to practice it at a slower speed until you can really say it clearly and smoothly, and then you can start increasing that speed. And an optional thing to do, okay, is to record yourself. So every time you're saying something, record it, and then you can play it back to back with the original audio and see if you can notice any difference or certain parts you need to improve. Another useful thing is retelling a story in English. Okay, so what does this mean? Well, if you listen to a conversation or you read some article, then after that, you should try to retell a summary of that story or of that conversation, but in your own words. This is going to help make you very fluent. It's going to force your brain to quickly create sentences on the go. Okay, so you're going to try to choose different words, different sentences to retell the same story or same conversation you just listened to. This is really, really helpful. And all of these things are very important, but if you don't know what to look for, they're not that helpful. So this is what you're looking for. Okay, you're looking how to identify or how to practice the natural flow of English. Okay, the secret, right? This is the secret to speaking any language fluently. It's going to make you sound like you're from the United States or like you're from England or Canada or South Africa or anywhere that speaks English as their first language. Okay, and that is to mimic the natural flow of their English. So there are some things you should look for. The first one is something called linking. Okay, every language has this, but linking is where native speakers naturally or automatically blend words together. Okay, they join words as they speak, and the sound that comes out is much different than saying those two words individually. Okay, so you're going to have to really look for these things. And once you start to catch them and identify them, your listening is going to improve, your speaking will improve, and you'll become much better at English. And one of the ways to identify these is to know about things like contractions, right? Contractions are shortened forms of two words. Here are some common examples. For example, if you have the words I am, right? I am becomes I'm. And if we use I'm, it sounds much different than I am. So let me give you a sentence, and I'm going to try to show you the difference and how you can spot linking, right? So if I say, I am going to eat dinner, right? It's very clear. I'm sure all of you can probably understand that. I am going to eat dinner. But I wouldn't talk like that to another person, right? It's very slow and I'm saying every sound, just to be clear. If I was really going to say something to a friend or, someone I know pretty well, I would say, I'm going to eat dinner. Okay? I don't know how many of you understood what I just said, but it was the same as I am going to eat dinner. I just spoke it more in a native rhythm. Okay? I linked my words together. So let me slow down what I did. I said, I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'm gonna go eat dinner. Okay? I'm gonna. I'm and going to becomes I'm gonna. Right? We link these words together. They have their own new sound. These are the things you want to look for as you're listening to the conversations or the example sentences. How are words being linked together? And this is going to help you understand people quicker and make your speaking better. Another thing that's important for making you sound like a native English speaker is stress. Okay, where are we putting stress on the word? Okay, a very common example of stress is the word photograph and photography. Okay, both of these words are spelt almost exactly the same. Okay, one has a Y at the end, but the stress of where we put the stress in the word is different. We have photograph, right? Photograph and photography. Okay, photograph, photography. Okay, so we're stressing different parts of this word. This is important to pay attention to for your own accent. And together, if you start focusing on all these things, you will learn the rhythm of English, okay? Like the musical rhythm. And then pretty soon, you're going to be speaking like a native English speaker. Now, let me show you how you can adjust the video play speed, right? If you have your video player open for the course, you'll see these numbers right here in this image, the 1x, 2x, 1.5x. That is the speed of the video, okay? Now, if you're a beginning learner, right, and English is difficult for you, don't be afraid to slow the video down. It will help you so much, okay? And even if you're an advanced learner, when you're practicing the speaking section and the conversations and the vocabulary, slow it down. Practice at a slow speed. Make sure you're speaking clearly. And then, when you're ready, you can move it up to the next level until you get to regular speed. In this lesson, let me quickly show you a few tools that can help you learn English. Now, the first tool, many of you may know this, but this tool is called Google Translate. And this is one of my favorite tools. I work with a lot of students from a lot of different countries, and I'm having to work with many languages all the time. So Google Translate is my go-to. It has almost every language. You can save your translations so that you can refer to them later. It gives you definitions and similar words. It does a lot. Now, if you've used it before, you may know that it's not always 100% correct, but every year it gets better and better. If you do save your translations, you can export them as an Excel file. And then you can use these Excel files with common flashcard making websites, and then you can make your own English learning flashcards. So it's very useful. And if you don't know any flashcard websites, my recommendation is Quizlet. Okay, it has a free account. Quizlet is great. You can make your own flashcards. It has AI audio, so you can hear how the word sounds. There's games that you can make with your flashcards. It's very quick, very easy. Another website that I have recently come across is StudyStack, and this is also very similar to Quizlet. You can make flashcards. You can play games to help you learn these flashcards. It's just a fun way and an easy way to study, okay, that makes it not so boring. A website I do want to show you, especially for those of you who have a little bit more advanced English, okay, and are really trying to improve your grammar and your knowledge of English, is the website WordHippo. Okay, WordHippo is a great website. It will give you lots of information about any English word that you're using. Definitions, synonyms, okay, sentences that use the word, okay, many example sentences. You can learn about the part of speech, right? Is it an adjective? Can it be used as an adverb? Many things. So if you have a word you're confused about, go to this website, type it in, and see about all the cool information it gives you. And the last one is a study technique. Okay, I use this for all of my university classes with my students because, let's face it, studying is not easy and it's not fun. It is hard work. Okay, your brain gets tired very fast. So this technique, okay, is called the Pomodoro technique. And in this technique, you study, okay, or you do whatever task it is you have to do in these blocks of time that are 25 minutes long. So what you do is you get some type of timer, okay? I have given you here a website, okay, Marinara Timer, that has a online timer for this technique. So you can use it very easily, but any timer will work on your phone or in your house, it doesn't matter. But what you do is you sit down with your task, with what you're trying to study, you set a timer for 25 minutes, and you focus on your task for that 25 minutes. No breaks, no distractions. You are working on that task for 25 minutes. When the timer rings, you stop. You drop your task. You go away for 5 minutes. You do something else. You stretch. You watch TV. And then after that 5 minutes, you come back and you do another 25 minutes. And then when you have done that 4 times, okay, that is 1 full round. After 4 times, you take a 20 to 30 minute break. Okay? You don't look at your task for 20 to 30 minutes, and then you can start the task over again, or the timers over again. It's very helpful. I recommend you try it. It will help your focus. Okay? If you try to study for a long period of time, you're wasting time actually, because you're not studying efficiently. You're not focusing. You're not going to remember it well. So try this technique. I promise you will like it. All right, and that's it for the study techniques. Let's move on to the next lesson. All right, let's take a quick look at what you'll find in this section. This section goes over the basics of the English language. Okay, what is English? And this is optional. You can skip this if you want, but I do recommend you watch through it. It's not long. Maybe it'll take you about an hour or so. It's going to really set the foundation for how you think about English. All right, well, welcome to this lesson. And in this lesson, we're going to just do an overview of the parts of the sentence. So this will give you an understanding of a sentence in general in the English language. Now, the first thing you should know about is that in English, a sentence is considered a complete thought. And a full sentence will always have a subject and something we call the predicate. Okay, so in English, every sentence needs these 2 parts, the subject and the predicate. Let's look at these examples. The dog runs down the street. Okay, here, the subject of our sentence, or who or what the sentence is about, is the dog. And the predicate will be the rest of the sentence here. So we have the subject and then the predicate. The predicate tells us what the subject is doing. So without these 2 parts, okay, the sentence is not a complete thought. We won't consider it a full sentence. And again, these must be in order, right? You can't say, runs down the street, the dog. In English, that is incorrect. In other languages, that may be the structure. But in English, the structure goes subject first, followed by the predicate. Now let's go into detail about these parts. First, the subject. Okay? The subject is the naming part, we can call it. The subject of the sentence is who or what the sentence is about. And the subject is going to be something called a noun. In English, A noun is any person or place or thing. So again, our example sentence, the dog runs down the street. This is our subject. The dog is a thing, right? It's an animal. This is who the sentence or what the sentence is about. The dog is the subject. Then we have the second part, which we call the predicate. Okay, the predicate is the telling part. So the predicate of the sentence tells what the subject is doing. And it will normally start with a verb and contain the object, which is also a noun. So now if we look at our example sentence, we have the predicate colored here. And you can see that the predicate is broken down into a verb and an object. The verb being runs, okay, and the object being street, or the street. So again, runs down the street is the predicate of our sentence. This is telling us what the dog is doing. So now you know how to make the basic sentence structure in English. It is just subject plus the verb plus the object in this order. Other languages will move this order around, but in English, this is the order you should follow. Subject, verb, object. And where verb and object we call the predicate. And so now we can build English sentences, just knowing about where the subject is and where the predicate is, right? So we follow this formula, subject plus predicate, okay? Just remember that. And predicate, verb plus object. The dog runs down the street. Subject, verb, object. So here's some examples. Let's see if we can look at these and just kind of identify the different parts. So the cat jumps on the bed. This sentence, the cat is the subject because that is who or what it is about. Where it jumps on the bed is our predicate, with jumps being the verb and the bed being the object. The mouse eats cheese. Here the mouse is the subject, right? It's who or what the sentence is about, with cheese, or eats cheese, being the predicate, where eats is the verb and cheese is the object. Then we have the bird is in the sky. Here, the bird is the subject, is in the sky is our predicate, with is being the verb and the sky the object. So one more time, just to look at this, we have subject, predicate, subject, predicate, subject, predicate. Okay? Don't forget these words. So now we have an exercise. This is for you to try first by yourself. So I want you to maybe pause the video, take some time, look at these sentences, and figure out what is the subject and what is the predicate. Okay, so go ahead and pause the video, and then when you unpause, I'll continue by giving the answers. Okay, so hopefully you paused and figured this out on your own. Let's go through this. So the first sentence is, the man ate pizza. Okay, so we have the man. Okay? The man is our subject. This is who or what the sentence is about. Then we have ate pizza. Ate pizza is the predicate. This is what the subject did. The next sentence, Adam went to school. Adam is our subject. Went to school is our predicate. And last, we have the bear slept in the cave, with the bear being the subject, and slept in the cave being the predicate. Okay? Where slept is the verb, the cave is the object. So here we have another exercise for you to try. Go ahead and correct the sentence so that it's in the correct structure, the correct order. Okay, so you'll see that we have these words, but they're not in the correct order. So I want you to rearrange these words so that we have subject, predicate, correct order. So again, go ahead and pause the video and figure these out on your own. Okay, so hopefully that wasn't too hard. Let's see what we have. The first one we have here, sinking the boat is. Okay, so in English, we don't put the information in this order. So hopefully you've started with the boat, which is our subject, and then is sinking. So the boat is sinking. This is the correct order. Subject, predicate. Next, we have a snake and eats mice. Okay? A snake is our subject, eats mice is the predicate. And the last one is hot the sun. We have the sun is hot. Okay? So the sun is hot with the sun being the subject, is hot being the predicate. So now you can see, right? You have learned just in this little lesson about the basic structure of the English sentence. But this is the most important part, because once you know the basic structure, now all you have to do is add to this basic structure. Okay? You'll add new types of words. You can see here, and your sentences will get bigger and more complex. But the problem is, most learners try to start down here. They try to start learning very complex sentences, and then so when they have to make them on their own, they don't understand or they get confused. But if you start from here, the most basic structure, and you work your way to the most complex structure, you will have no problem ordering your English sentences, making your English sentences, and this will help you speak better, listen better, write better, just overall use English better. So you can see here, right? The dog eats food. Just by adding a few words, the big dog eats food quickly. Okay, we're adding more complexity. The big dog eats food quickly under the bed. Okay, we're continuing to add. This big dog eats food quickly under that bed. We're adding more information, we're getting more specific, we're speaking better English. This big dog eats food and drinks water quickly under that bed. Okay? So now we're very specific, we're adding multiple sentences together, we're becoming a better English speaker. So this is what we'll learn in the remainder of this course. And to do this, okay, we're going to learn and understand something called the parts of speech. The parts of speech are the parts that you use to make up English sentences. Okay? So if you learn these things, you'll easily master the English language. And like I said, many students don't learn this. They just skip this part. They just try to start learning the big, complicated sentences, and they struggle. Okay? So the rest of this course, we will go over each part of this parts of speech in English, okay? Nouns, verbs, adjective, adverbs, and what I call the other words, okay? Prepositions, and finally, conjunctions. I promise, if you understand all of these, then you'll have no problem learning English. All right, for this lesson, we're going to focus on the parts of speech called nouns. Okay, so what is a noun? Well, a noun is just a person, place, or thing. Any of these are considered a noun in English. So if we have this sentence, the dog runs down the street, in this sentence, we have two nouns, dog and street. The other words are different types of words, which we will cover later. Right now we're focusing on nouns. Okay? And you'll see, if you remember, dog here is our subject, right? And street is in our predicate. Street is the object. So subject and object are nouns. Again, dog and street, these are nouns. All right, so now you have different noun categories. You have the category for person nouns. These are things like fireman, bus driver, just man, woman, boy, girl, okay? Any type of person is a noun under the person category. You have places. These are actual places. New York, America, okay? Space, outer space. These are place nouns. Things can be nouns. These are non-living things like pencil, or living things like apple, okay? Desk. Things that aren't people, they aren't places, okay? These are considered things. And you have animal nouns. Dog, bird, cat, any type of animal. You also have feelings, okay? These are nouns that you can't exactly touch, but they're considered nouns. So these are a lot of emotions. Love, hate, anger. Nouns will be singular or they will be plural in English. So if they're singular, that means you only have one of them. If plural, you have more than one. Okay? And these are the basic rules for turning a singular noun into a plural noun. For nouns here, okay, and then E or just regular letters, you add S. Some nouns, for example, nouns that end in X, you're going to add ES. Okay? And the difference between these two, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And we cover that in our grammar course if you really want to focus on that. We have cherry, okay, ends in this Y. So cherries in plural. To make it plural, you just add this IES and drop the Y. Okay, so these are the three basic endings you'll see on nouns. You also have nouns divided into common nouns, proper nouns, and even pronouns. So common nouns are like this: man and woman. Okay, these are ordinary nouns that aren't unique. They aren't special. Okay, a proper noun is something that is unique, like a name of someone. So George Washington is a proper noun. Cleopatra is a proper noun. But man, right? There are many men. We're not talking about a specific one, so it is a common noun. And pronouns, these are types of nouns that we call pronouns that take the place of the noun. So he is taking the place of George Washington. She is taking the place of Cleopatra. So now we have some more exercises. This you can try and do by yourself, hopefully. I encourage it. So go ahead and pause the video, look at the sentence, a mountain has trees, rivers, and lakes, and find the nouns, the proper nouns, common, singular, things like that. Okay, go ahead and pause the video. All right, and hopefully you got the right answer. We have mountain, which is common noun, and it is singular. We have trees, common noun and plural. Rivers, common and plural. And lakes, common and plural. Here we have another exercise. So I hope you will pause the video and try to solve this on your own first. So go ahead and pause it. Okay, and now that you're back, let's see what the answer is. Queen Elizabeth is a proper singular noun, right? Queen Elizabeth is unique. There's only one of her. So we capitalize these letters, Q and E. And then we have bench, which is a common singular noun. All right, in this lesson, we're going to focus on what a verb is in the English sentence. So what is a verb? Well, a verb is basically just used to describe some action or some state of being, some occurrence, okay? The verb is going to be the main part of your predicate, right? Remember we talked about predicate and subject. So the verb is the main part of the predicate. If you remember this sentence, the dog runs down the street, right? Runs down the street was the predicate, and the predicate starts with this verb, which is runs. It runs is the verb. This is the action that our subject, the dog, is doing. So, what kind of verbs do we have? Well, verbs can take place in different time periods. Okay, they tell us when the action happens in different time periods. So in the past time, the present time, or the future time. Okay, so we have past, present, future tense, you would call it. And there are specific rules for each, and this is not a grammar course, so I'm not going to spend too much time going over the specific rules. If you're curious about the rules, you can check out our other grammar course, our full grammar course, and we'll teach you all of the ways to use the verb tenses. But here is just a quick overview. Okay, so for the past tense, basically what you're going to do is you're going to add ed to the end of the verb. Okay, so if you see here, our verb is to talk. Okay, this is its base form. It's infinitive form, to talk. But when we change it, we add things to the end. So talked is the past tense, we add ed. Okay, for the present tense, either you'll use the verb just as it is, right? Okay, so here talk, or you'll add s or es. So either unchanged or you add s or es. So we have talks or talk. And for the future, it's very easy. All you're going to do is add the word will. Okay, so will talk. And these are just the simple past, present, and future verb tense. There are other types of past, present, and future tenses, but those are a little more complicated. And right now we're just focusing on what a verb is and where it belongs in the sentence. So what kind of verbs do we have? Well, we have action verbs. Okay? These verbs have many uses, and an action verb is just something that shows an action: running, jumping, swimming, eating. It tells us what the subject is doing. So again, this sentence, the dog runs down the street. Run is an action. It is an action verb. It's what the dog is doing. The dog is running. We have other types of verbs, helping verbs, modal verbs, and many more types of verbs. For example, helping verbs. Okay? You can see here, she is standing on the table. Here is our helping verb, right? We have two verbs here. Is a helping verb that is helping this verb standing, which is our main verb. So we can join more than one verb together like this. Okay? Modal verbs. Here we have modal verbs. These give information about possibility. He could fly in the morning. Okay, so here could is our modal verb, and fly is a main verb. It's an action verb. So again, we're joining two types of verbs together. He could fly in the morning. Okay, but again, the sentence, right? What we're focusing on is structure of sentence. He is our subject. Could fly is the beginning of our predicate. Okay, and this is our predicate here. And again, this is just a few of the forms verbs can take. Okay, if you aren't sure about verbs and the different types, I really hope that you also watch the grammar course and learn in depth about verbs. So let's look at some examples. Right, the cat licks his paws. licks is the main verb. Right, here we go. The cat is licking his paws. Okay, so here what do you see? You see two verbs, is and licking, right? If you remember, is the helping verb, where licking will be the main verb. And when you're looking at these sentences, try to pick out information that we already learned about. For example, the subject, okay, or the object here. These are nouns, right? We learned about these. Okay, here we have the cat could lick his paws. And if you remember, could is one of those verbs we call the modal verb, and lick is our main verb. Here we have exercises, okay? These are for you to do first. So take what we learned in this lesson, read the sentence, and figure out if you see a verb, okay, if you can identify what type of verb it is. Go ahead and pause the video. All right, so hopefully you got 8 is the main verb. Here we have the bear could be in the cave. So again, I want you to pause the video, try to figure out what is the verb in this sentence, or verbs if there's more than one. And here we have could be, where could is one of those modal verbs, and be is going to be our main verb. Here we have, she is dancing on the table. Okay, so this is for you to figure out. So go ahead and pause the video and see if you can figure out what the verb is. Okay, and we have is dancing. So is one of those helping verbs, while dancing is going to be our main verb. In this lesson, we'll take a look at linking and transitive verbs so that we can better understand the object of our sentence. So we learned, right, that an English sentence has a subject, a verb, and then an object. Now, I wish it was that easy, but it's not quite that simple, okay? In the beginning of this course, I told you subject, verb, object, just to introduce to you the main way that we form sentences. But when we get more advanced, really that object isn't always an object like we think it is. So there are sentences that can be made without an object, okay? Or there are sentences that have more than one object, or there are sentences where it looks like an object, but actually we don't consider it an object. So in this lesson, we're going to go over those different types. To understand this, we will focus mainly on 3 different types of sentences. And the sentence is different due to the way we use the verb. So these 3 types of verbs are transitive verb, okay? And transitive verb can be broken down into the monotransitive verb and ditransitive verb. We'll go look at intransitive verbs, and finally, linking verbs. So, transitive verbs. These are the sentences that we started talking about, okay? In the beginning, I said all sentences have a subject, verb, and object. Now, while that maybe wasn't 100% true, I said it because it's best to think in that way. So when we think about a sentence that always has a subject, verb, and object, these are sentences that are using a verb in the transitive verb format, okay? And the transitive verbs can be broken into 2 categories. The monotransitive sentences, which are subject, verb, object, okay? And then the ditransitive sentences, which are subject, verb, indirect object, and then direct object. So here we actually have two objects. If we look at these in terms of real sentences, we can look at these following examples. So the monotransitive sentences, okay, these are very easy to understand. Jeff kicked the ball. Here, Jeff is our subject. The verb is kicked, and the object is ball. Okay? Here, we have a true object. Why? Because the action from the verb is being transferred from the subject to the object. So Jeff kicked the ball. Okay, so these are all related. There's a connection. The ditransitive sentences, okay, will have this subject, verb, indirect object, and finally, direct object. So you see here, Jeff gave Dan the cake. So here, we have Jeff is our subject. Our verb is gave. Okay? The indirect object is Dan, and the direct object is the cake. So in this sentence, if we took out our indirect object, we would still have a monotransitive sentence, right? Jeff gave the cake. So that's how we know the cake is our direct object. The cake is receiving the action. And who is the action going to, right? Who did Jeff give the cake to? Well, he gave it to Dan. So that is our indirect object. So a little bit more on direct and indirect objects, but direct objects are just the nouns or pronouns that are receiving the action, okay? While the indirect objects are the nouns or pronouns affected by the action. So think of it this way. Indirect objects are the recipients of the direct object. And the indirect object is always going to answer that question, from whom, or to whom, for whom, or for what. So again, now we can look at our examples. Jeff gave Dan the cake. So Jeff, our subject, the verb is gave, okay? The cake is receiving the action, gave, right? The cake is being given. Who is affected by this action, though? Well, Dan is affected by it, right? Dan is getting this cake. So the indirect object, Dan, is the recipient of the direct object, the cake. Okay? We have another sentence here. Max pitched Alice the baseball. So again, Max, okay, subject. Pitched is our verb. What did Max pitch? Well, he pitched the baseball. So that is the thing that is receiving the action. But who was affected by this action? Well, Alice was affected. So Alice is our indirect object. So these are these ditransitive sentences. They have two objects, actually. Okay, so now we're moving on to a different sentence type, and here we're going to start breaking the rule that we talked about at the beginning of the course. These are sentences that don't actually have a real object. Okay, now, in the beginning of the course, I used some of these sentences and said they did have an object, but that was just to simplify the introduction of this course. Now we're going to actually look at what these sentences have and what they don't have. So these intransitive verbs have no real object. That means that their action is not transferred from a subject to an object. Okay? It's not transferred from a subject to an object. So these intransitive verbs will have this following structure. We'll have a subject plus a verb. Okay? Many times that's it, just the subject and verb. And that is fine. That can be considered a complete sentence. Sometimes, though, you'll have these extra words, this prepositional phrase at the end. So if we look at these examples here, she cried, Okay, that's an intransitive sentence. Even though it has no object, it's fine because the way we're using the verb, okay? Being used in an intransitive way. She cried. We can also add more information, and there's still not an object. She cried at home. Okay? At home is a prepositional phrase. It is not the object, actually, because the home is not receiving the crying, right? At home is just where she cried. So this isn't considered an object. And again, we can follow these intransitive verbs with other words, and they're not the object. They just tell us things like how, where, or when, okay? But they're not really the object. So, he slept after dinner. We could end the sentence with just, he slept, and that would be an intransitive sentence. But after dinner is not our object, right? Dinner is not receiving the sleeping. After dinner is just telling us when. Okay, when did he sleep? He slept after dinner. Here, our car blew up down the street. Right? Our car is the subject. Blew up is the verb. Okay? But down the street is just a prepositional phrase, right? It is not an actual true object. And the last type of sentence we'll talk about, okay, is a linking verb sentence. And these sentences don't have an object. They have something different called a subject complement. So the linking verbs use a verb that link two parts of a sentence, and those two parts are the subject, okay, and the subject complement. And the subject complement would be a noun or some type of adjective. So here's the basic structure: subject, verb, subject complement. And here's our example sentence: Eric is a doctor, right? So here we're using a linking verb. There's no action. So we're not putting any action on this word here, a doctor, right? Eric is a doctor. This is a linking verb sentence. Okay, now in this lesson, we're going to cover a few types of words in the English sentence, mainly adjectives and adverbs, and then we'll go over a few other types that are equally as important. So, what are these other words? Okay, we went over the main ones. We went over nouns and verbs. Those are the most important parts of a sentence. Right? You can make a sentence basically with just noun and a verb. Dog runs street, right? That's enough information. I can understand what they're talking about. Obviously, this isn't a full English sentence, but these nouns and the verb give me most of the information. But these other words are what really adds that extra touch, right? It's what fills the sentence out so we know exactly what is going on. So now that we have these other words added in, let's see. The big dog runs down the street quickly. Okay, so now I know the size of the dog, I know where it's running on the street, and I know how it's running. Okay, so these extra words are very important. And these extra words are things called adverbs, adjectives, determiners. Okay, they give more information. Let's go over these a little bit. The first ones I want to cover are adjectives and adverbs. Okay, these are going to add detail to nouns and verbs. The first one, adjectives, these add or describe a noun. Okay, they add detail to the noun. So let's look at here. We have this basic sentence: the dog runs down the street. Okay, that's fine. That's a good sentence. But I don't know what the dog looks like. I don't know anything about the dog. I don't know anything about the street. So we can add adjectives to describe these things. The brown dog runs down the old street, right? You see how this is a little better? Now I can picture it in my head. Oh, it's a brown dog. It's running down this old street. Okay, so this is how you become a better writer or even a better speaker. Okay? You can help paint pictures in the head of the person you're talking to. The other one was adverbs, and these describe a verb. Okay, so you have adjectives for nouns and adverbs for verbs. So we have our basic sentence, the dog runs down the street, and we change this by adding an adverb here. The dog runs quickly down the street. Now we have this adverb here, quickly, and it's telling us how the dog is running. Okay, so now I know the dog is running fast. And we can add even more detail with other types of words called determiners. And we have different types of determiners, but mainly they're going to tell us things like amount, so how many of them, okay, maybe the time or the location. So one of these is articles. Okay, articles in English, very important. If you want to sound like a native English speaker or someone who grew up speaking English, you need to make sure you are using articles. The number one sign that someone is not a native English speaker is they don't use articles when they speak. It's dead giveaway every time. Articles are always used. Okay, so articles show specificity. So they show that it's a specific thing. And the articles we have in English are a, an, and the. Okay? So we have the dog runs down the street, or a dog runs down a street. Maybe to someone who hasn't spoken English very long, this might be the same, but actually it's a little different. When I say the dog runs down the street, it's more specific, right? The dog. We're talking about a specific dog. The dog is running down the street. Okay? Specific. But if I say a dog runs down a street, to me, that sounds like just any dog is running down any street. Okay? Not specific. Other types of determiners are called demonstratives. Okay? Demonstratives. This tells us which objects are being talked about. So we have this, that, these, and those. So this ball is red. That ball is blue. Okay, so this and that are telling us which objects we're talking about. So imagine pointing. This ball is red, okay, close to me. Or that ball is blue, the one over there. We also have quantifiers. Quantifiers tell us how much or how many. So we have some, many, a lot of, few. These are all quantifiers. Many people eat meat, but some do not. Okay, so many and some, these are telling us how many, right? How many people? Many people. Okay? How many do not? Some do not. We have distributives. Okay, and these are used to talk about objects in a group. So every student will take the test. Now we're talking about all of the students. And each student will have different questions. So each student means this student, this student, this student, right? One by one by one by one. So let's go over some example sentences, see if we can point out some of these new parts of speech that we learned. So we have the blue sky had gray clouds. Okay, so we have blue and gray. These are going to be adjectives, right? Blue is an adjective describing sky, the blue sky. Gray is an adjective describing clouds. And the is an article for sky. The next sentence, the child slowly finished his homework. here we have slowly, which is an adverb describing finished, and the, which is an article for child. An orange is a fruit. Here we have un and which are both articles. Un for an orange. Okay, if the noun makes a vowel sound at the beginning, we use un. If not, we use a. The next sentence, this cat is mine, those cat are yours. Okay, here we're using demonstratives. We have this and those. Next we have many people will take the test, few will pass. Here we're using quantifiers, many and few. And last we have every animal is a living thing. Okay, so every is a distributive, while a or a is an article. Okay, so take some time, look over this, get familiar with where these new terms are in the sentences. Okay, where is the structure? How do we place these things in the sentence? Now we have some exercises. These are for you to do. So please pause the video, read the sentence, try to find some of those new words that we learned about in this lesson. Okay, go ahead and pause it now. All right, so hopefully that wasn't too difficult. Let's see what we have. Our sentence is, each day of the week brings a fun experience. In this sentence, you can find each, which is a distributive, the, which is an article, the week, and fun, which is an adjective, right? It's a fun experience. Here we have another exercise. Go ahead and pause the video, and we will wait until you unpause to give the answer. Okay, and here we have this, which is a demonstrative for this bear. We have long, for long legs, okay, describing legs, an adjective. And we have quickly, which is an adverb describing how they walk. Okay, they walk quickly. So another exercise for you. Please pause the video and try to solve it on your own. Welcome back. The answer is many, which is a quantifier, and every, which is a distributive. Okay, many people every year. All right, now in this lesson, we're going to talk about the part of speech called prepositions. So what are prepositions? Well, they are words that show the relationship between other words. So they give us information about the time or the location or the movement of these words. So let's look at our examples here. The first one reads, the dog runs down the street. Okay. The second one reads, the dog runs on the street. So here, down and on are what we call prepositions. Okay. They're giving us information about the relationship between the dog, okay, the dog running, and the street. So how is the dog running on the street? It's running down the street. Or how is the dog running with the street? It's running on the street. Okay? So this adds extra information about the relationship between our subject and our object. Now, a prepositional phrase is when we have the preposition and we include it with the object. Okay? So before we read, the dog runs down the street. Okay? If I asked you what is the prepositional phrase, you would tell me the preposition and the object. So it would be down the street. Whereas our other example, the dog runs on the street. If I asked for the prepositional phrase, it would be on the street. Okay, so the prepositional phrase is just the object plus the preposition. Now, what types of prepositions do we have? We have time prepositions. These tell us when something is happening, right? I start school in September. So school starts in September. It's when. We have place prepositions. These tell us where. She jumped on the table. Okay? Movement. Tell us how. He walks to work. Okay? So in, to, on, these are very common prepositions, okay? But there are many more. So to really understand prepositions, you have to study many more lessons about them. But again, this is just a parts of speech lesson to show you where in the sentence we use them. So here you can see some examples of other prepositions. So for time prepositions, we have on, from, during, by. For movement prepositions, into, toward, down, along. For location, we have above, over, under, between. So let's look at some examples together. The first one, I swim at night. So in this sentence, at is our preposition. Okay? It's a time preposition. So when do they swim? At night. The next sentence, put the shoes in the box. For here, we have in is our preposition. So where do they put the shoes? In the box. In the next sentence, lean the box towards the wall. Here, we have towards. So how do they lean the box? They lean it towards the wall. Now these are exercises. These are for you to do without me. So please pause the video, read the sentences, and figure out where are the prepositions, and if you can, think about what type of preposition do you think it is. Is it telling us how, where, when? So go ahead and pause the video. Okay, for the first one, we have on. So my birthday is on Friday. When is your birthday? It's on Friday. The next one, her house is on the first street. On is the preposition. It's a place preposition. So where is her house? It's on First Street. Then we have he is driving to the store. So how is he driving? To the store. Okay, so to is our movement preposition. All right, in this lesson, we'll talk about conjunctions. So what are conjunctions? A conjunction is just a word that we use to connect a clause, which is like a semi-sentence, part of a sentence, or to use to connect two sentences. So our example here, we have two sentences. I have a dog, I have a cat. Okay, it's fine. These are good sentences, but to be more advanced in English, we want to make this longer into one big sentence. So we use something called a conjunction. So and is a conjunction. It joins these two sentences. Now we have, I have a dog and a cat. So we are writing a better sentence, more complex, and we're taking out information that we don't need. Okay, so here we have, I have. We just need it once. Now in English, there are three main types of conjunctions. We have coordinating conjunctions. Okay, these are conjunctions that join words and phrases that are similar. We have subordinating conjunctions. These ones will show a relationship between two situations. And then we have correlative conjunctions. And these are pairs of conjunctions that join words or phrases that are similar. So let's look at what these are exactly. All right, so here we have coordinating conjunctions. And remember, coordinating conjunctions, they join words and phrases that are similar. So here we have, I like dogs, I like cats, right? We have I like, Okay, so these sentences are similar, but we can use a coordinating conjunction to make it I like dogs and cats. And the conjunctions, we can easily remember what they are by this term here, fanboys, where each letter stands for one of the conjunctions. So F is for, A is for and, N is for nor, B is for but, O is for or, Y is for yet, and S is for so. Now, if these sentences were longer, then we would have to put a comma here before the coordinating conjunction. So when you're dealing with longer sentences, more full-size sentences, remember, you need a comma before any coordinating conjunction. Now here we have subordinating conjunctions. These conjunctions are used to show a relationship between two situations. So you'll see we have these two sentences here. It was hot outside. The ice cream melted. There is a relationship between these two sentences. So we can use a subordinating conjunction. And you'll see there's two ways to do it. The first way is the ice cream melted since it was hot outside. You'll see here we have no comma before the subordinating conjunction. So when the subordinating conjunction is in the middle of the sentence, we don't need a comma. However, if we take that subordinating conjunction and use it at the beginning of the sentence, then we do need a comma in the middle here when we add the second sentence. And below here you can see there are quite a few subordinating conjunctions, and you'll get to learn them the more you use them. Next we have our correlative conjunctions. Okay? Now correlative conjunctions are actually a pair of conjunctions that we use to join words or phrases that are similar. So here we have the two sentences, I don't like pizza, I don't like pasta. Okay? So now we're talking about two separate things that they don't like. We can use a correlative conjunction. I like neither pizza nor pasta. Okay, so here is our correlative conjunction. And some common correlative conjunctions are either or, neither nor, not only, but also. Okay, so these have to be used in pairs, together. So here we have some examples. We'll do these together. Okay, we're going to use some of these conjunctions and join these sentences together. So our first one, I want chicken, I want fish. We're going to use either or. Okay, so to change this sentence, we write, I want either chicken or fish. So you can see we took out this extra I want, right, and put either here before chicken and or before fish. Next we have, I don't like blue, I like red. So for this sentence, we have, I don't like blue, comma, but I like red. And our last sentence, I ate carrots, I got sick. Okay. Here, we have I ate carrots, I got sick. Now, the one we have to use is because. If I just put because here, I ate carrots because I got sick, that has a different meaning and that doesn't make much sense. But if we put it this way, I got sick because I ate carrots, that makes a little bit more sense. So now we have some exercises for you to try by yourself. Go ahead and pause the video. Try to make the sentence on your own without any help. And then when you're ready, unpause the video and I will go over the answer. So the first one, we have not only but also. Our new sentence will be, they not only play soccer, but also play baseball. The next sentence, it rained today, I got wet. It rained today, so I got wet. And the last one, the dog jumps, the dog runs. We get the dog jumps and runs. In this lesson, let's overview the English grammar section. What you will find in this section are all the different topics of English grammar. There are a lot of them. You can see here on the screen that we have all kinds of things to learn. Trust me, it is going to help you so much if you take the time to go through each one of these. It will make understanding English so much easier. There are even more that you'll find, okay? Don't be intimidated. Just every day or every other day, sit down and take some time to go over each topic. Eventually, you will make it through all of them, and you will be glad you did. Now, what is the lesson breakdown for this English grammar section? There are going to be 4 videos for each lesson. Okay, so you'll find 4 video lessons for each topic, I should say. Okay, so for simple present tense, there will be 4 videos. Okay, for descriptive adjectives, there will be 4 video lessons, right? So the first video is always the Learn It video. Okay, so if you see Learn It, what you're going to be doing in that video is you're going to be learning everything about that specific topic. How to use it, okay, what are the rules, you'll learn the major exceptions, okay, things like that. Then in the second video, we're going to review all the things we just talked about, but I'm going to give you a chance to kind of solve the example problem, okay, or solve the example before we give the true answer. Okay, so you're going to kind of try to test to see if you understand what we talked about. In the third video, it will always be a short conversation. Okay, it's a real life English conversation that is going to focus on using the grammar topic that we are learning. And then finally, the fourth video, okay, this is all about the independent practice problems. So these are things that you will solve on your own, and then you're going to check the answers to see if you got them correct. If at any time you have problems with these or you don't understand something, please make sure you ask questions in the Q&A section so that I can help you. I will see you in the next lesson. In this section, we'll talk all about the different verb tenses. As you can see, there are quite a few different verb tenses and a couple other topics that are related. This is going to help your English a lot, so please do go through each one and take the time to learn correctly.
Now we use the present simple when we talk about things in general. Note that we use this tense to say that something happens all the time, happens repeatedly, and is true in general. Have a look at the example over here. Jane works as a barista. Her shift begins at 7 a.m. Now in the first sentence, Jane works as a barista is the general truth. And in this sentence, her shift begins at 7 a.m. It shows that this is something that happens repeatedly, all the time. Now, when we use the first person, the verb does not change. But when we use the third person, he, she, or it, we add s to the verb. Have a look at the example below. I like apples, but my father likes grapes. Father is in the third person, so we add s to the verb like. And over here, I is in the first person, so we do not change the verb like. But when the verb ends in O, S, CH, SH, or X, we add ES to the verb. For example, in this sentence, we have, my sister watches TV in the evening and my brother does his homework. Note that we added ES to the verb that ends in O and ES to the verb that ends in CH. Remember that such verbs as to be and to have are irregular. Have a look at the table below. I am, we are, you are, you are, he, she, it, is, they are. I have, we have, you have, you have. He, she, it has, they have. Note the difference between be and am. Have a look at the differences below. I have got a car. I have a car. Now let's have a look at the use of do not and does not plus verb. Have a look at the examples below. Let's start off with a positive sentence. He gets up at 6 o'clock every morning. The negative form of this sentence would be, he does not get up at 6 o'clock every morning. He gets up at 7. And the question form, does he get up at 6 o'clock every morning? Another question form, when does he get up? Now we can add time markers such as always, often, usually, sometimes, rarely, never, every day, etc. to the present simple tense. Let's have a look at the examples below. I usually cook at home, but my friends always eat at the local cafe. Kim is always late for classes. Note that we place these time markers right before the verb cook, usually cook, always eat, always late. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that in the present simple, we use the bare infinitive of the verb. And in the third person singular, we add s to the verb. Now read the following sentence and provide the appropriate form of the following verbs in the present simple. Agatha to hate when her little brothers to leave toys in the living room. Agatha hates when her little brothers leave toys in the living room. Also, remember that we add es in the third person singular if the verb ends in o, s, ch, sh, and x. Read the following sentence and provide the appropriate form of the following verbs in the present simple. Noah to wash the dishes and his wife to cook dinner. Noah washes the dishes and his wife cooks dinner. Note that such verbs as to be and to have are irregular. Have a look at the following sentence and again, provide the appropriate form of the following verbs in the present simple. My mom's family to be quite big. She to have 4 brothers and 3 sisters. My mom's family is quite big. She has 4 brothers and 3 sisters. Also note that we form the negative forms of sentences by using do not or does not. Read the following sentence and use the contracted forms of the verbs. James, not to like reading. I, not to get how it is possible. James doesn't like reading. I don't get how it is possible. Now let's practice the use of time markers. Read the following sentences and put the time markers in their appropriate place. People in Britain drink tea every day. The sun rises in the east. Always. She is tired after work. Usually. People in Britain drink tea every day. The sun always rises in the east. She is usually tired after work. Here is a short story using the present simple tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Hello? What's your name? Oh, hi. My name's Sarah. And yours? I'm Alex. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Nice to meet you too. So, where do you come from? I come from Germany. And where are you from? I'm from the UK. Oh, I have a lot of friends from the UK. You probably have a great sense of humor. I'm not sure about that. I don't always get our jokes. You're an exception then. Take that as a compliment. Now time for you to practice the use of the present simple tense on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. Excuse me, do you know or does you know the time? B. My sister always is or is always in a hurry. C. What time you go or do you go to bed on Fridays? Now read the following sentences and write the correct answer. A. Kelly to stay or often at home on Saturdays to work on her projects. B. Her brother not to use the internet, he to like everything the old-fashioned way. C. When you or to get home, we need to talk. D. You or to know, Lucy. She to be my friend from college. And now, answer the following questions. A. What do you do for a living? B. What are your hobbies? C. What does your typical Sunday look like? Now let's check your answers. Excuse me, do you know the time? My sister is always in a hurry. What time do you go to bed on Fridays? Kelly often stays at home on Saturdays to work on her projects. Her brother doesn't use the internet. He likes everything the old-fashioned way. When do you get home? We need to talk. Do you know Lucy? She is my friend from college. I work as a teacher. I teach second grade. I like painting and reading. I sometimes go hiking. I wake up really late, have a big breakfast, and watch TV all day. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Verb conjugation refers to how a verb changes to indicate a different person, number, tense, or mood. Let's have a look at the following example. I'm a student. Now, in this sentence, the subject is in the first person, it is singular, we are using the present simple, and an indicative mood. Remember, the verbs should be conjugated with regards to person. Depending on the subject, a verb can stand in the first, second, or third person. Now let's have a look at the table below. Now when the subject is in the first person and it's singular, we use I. Plural, we. When the subject is in the second person and it's singular, we use you. Plural, you. And when the subject is in the third person and it's singular, we use he, she, or it. Plural, they. Now, as you can see, the pronouns I, we refer to the first person, you to the second, he, she, it, and they to the third person. Have a look at the examples below. We work on Saturdays. We is in the first person. You need to take a break. You is in the second person. It is snowing outside. It, third person. Now, usually, we assume the person of the verb in the sentence automatically, as we almost always state a subject explicitly. Let's have a look at the example over here. Sarah has signed up for a yoga class. Now, Sarah can be substituted with the pronoun she, which is in the third person. Note that the verb to be is irregular and has 3 forms in present tenses and 2 forms in past tenses. Now, these forms depend on the person expressed by the subject. Have a look at the table below. When the subject is in the first person and we are using the present tense, we say I am or we are. In the second person, you are, you are. And the third person, he, she, it, is, or they are. And when we use the first person in the past tense, we say I was. We were. Second person, you were. You were. And in the third person, he, she, it was. They were. Now let's review and practice a bit. Have a look at the following sentences and substitute the subject with the correct pronoun. First sentence. Mrs. Claire is the friendliest person on earth. She is the friendliest person on earth. A bird is sitting on my windowsill. It is sitting on my windowsill. The Lakers are going to stay at our place for 3 days. They are going to stay at our place for 3 days. Now have a look at the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the correct form of the verb to be. My parents watching a movie. Steve playing outside, and I melting on the couch. My parents are watching a movie. Steve is playing outside, and I am melting on the couch. Will you free tonight? I'd really appreciate if we could spend the evening together. Will you be free tonight? I'd really appreciate if we could spend the evening together. It so cold yesterday, and as always, I had already put my winter clothes away in the closet. It was so cold yesterday, and as always, I had already put my winter clothes away into the closet. Here is a short story using verb conjugation. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. When I was your age, I wanted to become a nurse. I liked the idea of helping people when they need it the most. Why aren't you a nurse then, Grandma? Well, sweetie, we grow up, and sometimes our goals change. I'm a teacher now, and I have never regretted my choice. And you are helping people anyway. That's true. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the verb stands in the first, second, or third person. A. Why can't we find a common ground? B. You should be attentive to details. C. These jeans are too tight. D. I was too shy to say a word. E. The Potts will be attending the ceremony as well. And now, read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the correct form of the verb to be. A. You must. Kidding me. How this possible? B. If we invited, we need to think of a present. C. We have here for ages. We can't wait any longer. D. Someone called you when you running outside. E. I so frustrated. Why? It's so difficult to find a paid internship now. Now, let's check your answers. Why can't we find common ground? First person. You should be attentive to details. Second person. These jeans are too tight. Third person. I was too shy to say a word. First person. The pot will be attending the ceremony as well. Third person. You must be kidding me. How is this possible? If we are invited, we need to think of a present. We have been here for ages. We can't wait any longer. Someone called you when you were running outside. I am so frustrated. Why is it so difficult to find a paid internship now? Thank you for watching this tutorial. The subject-verb agreement is the correspondence of a verb with its subject in person, first, second, or third, and number, singular or plural. Have a look at the example over here. Liz is an accountant and she has a typical 8-to-5 job. Note that the verb is corresponds with the subject Liz, which is in the first person and singular. And the verb has corresponds with the pronoun she, which is in the third person and singular. Remember that subjects and verbs must agree with one another in person, first, second, or third. Have a look at the table below and note the subject-verb agreement rules of the verb to be in the present tense. In the first person, singular, I am. Plural, we are. Second person, singular, you are. Plural, you are. Third person, singular, he, she, it is. Plural, they are. Have a look at the example over here. I am a student. First person. My brother is a pupil. Third person, brother. And you are a teacher. Second person, you are. Note that subjects and verbs must agree with one another in number, singular or plural. Thus, if a subject is singular, its verb must also be singular. And if a subject is plural, its verb must also be plural. Have a look at the example below. She cooks dinner and her brothers make breakfast. The verb make corresponds with the noun brothers, which is plural. And the verb cooks corresponds with she, which is singular. And when the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more nouns or pronouns connected by the conjunction and, make sure to use a plural verb. For example, brothers and sisters don't often get along. Brothers and sisters are connected by the conjunction and. And so we use the plural form of the verb do and get. Don't, get. Note that the words each one, either, neither, everyone, everybody, anyone, anybody, nobody, somebody, someone, and no one are singular. And so you must use a singular verb. Have a look at the following examples. Each of these suggestions is interesting. Someone was standing at the door. Also note that when two or more singular nouns or pronouns are connected by or nor, make sure to use a singular verb. Have a look at the example below. Either your mother or dad needs to contact me. Remember that when a compound subject contains both a singular and a plural noun or pronoun joined by or nor, the verb should agree with the part of the subject that is closer to the verb. And that is also called the rule of proximity. Have a look at the examples below. The teacher or the students write homework on the board. Note how the teacher is singular, but the students is plural. And so the verb write needs to be in its plural form. Second example, the students or the teacher writes homework on the board. Again, note how the teacher is in its singular form and students is in a plural form. The verb write is in its singular form because the subject that is closer to the verb is singular. Also remember that in sentences beginning with there is or there are, the subject follows the verb, and that is also called the inverted subject. As there is not the subject, the verb agrees with what follows. For instance, in this example, we have there is a book on the table. There is not the subject, book is. So the verb must agree with what is followed. Book. There are books on the table. Again, are agrees with the subject books, which is in its plural form. Also note that the subject-verb agreement with words that indicate portion. For example, a lot, a majority, some, all. Now, if the noun after of is singular, make sure to use a singular verb. And if it is plural, use a plural verb. Have a look at the following examples. There is a lot of fuss around his arrival. The verb is must agree with the subject fuss, which is in its singular form. And in this sentence, there are a lot of people in the room. The subject people is in its plural form. And so the verb needs to be in its plural form as well. Also note that we use a singular verb with distance, periods of time, sums of money, etc. when considered as a unit. Have a look at the following examples. $10 is a high price to pay for socks. Note that $10 in this sentence is considered as a unit. And in this sentence, $10, in other words, dollar bills were scattered on the floor. $10 is not considered as a unit. Also remember that collective nouns are words that imply more than one person but are considered singular and take a singular verb. For example, family, group, team, committee, class, etc. Have a look at the sentence over here. My family is very big. Note that the word family is a collective noun. It implies more than one person but is considered singular. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use a plural verb when the subject of the sentence is composed of two or more nouns or pronouns connected by and. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. John and Carol to work together at the coffee shop. John and Carol work together at the coffee shop. Also note that the words each one, either, neither, everyone, everybody, anyone, anybody, nobody, somebody, someone, and no one are singular and require a singular verb. Now have a look at the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. No one to want to work 16 hours a day. No one wants to work 16 hours a day. Remember that when a compound subject contains both a singular and a plural noun or pronoun joined by or nor, the verb should agree with the part of the subject that is closer to the verb, which is also known as the rule of proximity. Now have a look at the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the verbs. My sister or my parents to give me a ride home. My sister or my parents give me a ride home. My parents or my sister to give me a ride home. My parents or my sister gives me a ride home. Note the subject-verb agreement with words that indicate portions. For example, a lot, majority, some, all. If the noun after of is singular, use a singular verb. And if the noun after of is plural, make sure you use a plural verb. Now have a look at the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. There to be a lot of people waiting in line. There are a lot of people waiting in line. Also note that collective nouns are words that imply more than one person but are considered singular and take a singular verb. For example, family, group, team, committee, class, etc. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb. The team to lose a lot of games this year. The team has lost a lot of games this year. Here is a short story using the correct subject-verb agreement. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. Now, after I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. There are a lot of people outside. Do you know what's going on? These people are protesting. Maybe you've heard the recent news that some company wants to build a huge factory right over there? And surely no one is happy about that. But I didn't see any media around. I'm sure that some reporters will come in a bit. It's not like there are a couple of people, so it's difficult to ignore this. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct word. A. The aim of the research was or were to find life of Mars. B. The group meets every other week. C. My cousins and my brother don't or doesn't know how to cook. D. Nobody masters a language without making mistakes. E. Neither Sarah nor I am or are going to college this year. F. I, as well as my friends, am or are excited about the upcoming trip to Vegas. G. The jury has or have finally reached a decision. H. 10 kilometers is or are too far to walk. I. This or these jeans is or are too revealing. J. A car and a bike is or are my means of transportation. Now let's check your answers. The aim of the research was to find life of Mars. The group meets every other week. My cousins and my brother don't know how to cook. Nobody masters a language without making mistakes. Neither Sarah nor I am going to college this year. I, as well as my friends, am excited about the upcoming trip to Vegas. The jury has finally reached a decision. 10 kilometers is too far to walk. These jeans are too revealing. A car and a bike are my means of transportation. Thank you for watching this tutorial. We use the past simple when we talk about an action which happened at a definite time in the past. Now this tense emphasizes that the action is finished. Note that we can also use this tense to talk about how someone felt about something. Let's have a look at the dialogue over here. When was your wedding? It was 3 years ago. I was beyond happy to marry the love of my life. Now in this sentence, when was your wedding? The past simple is used to ask a question about a past event. And in this sentence, it was 3 years ago. It is used to describe exactly when this event took place. And in this sentence, I was beyond happy to marry the love of my life. The past simple is used to talk about how that person felt. And with infinitives, all we have to do is add ed to create the past simple tense. Have a look at the examples below. He worked part-time as a waiter. We liked our stay at the hotel. Note that all persons have the same form. Now when a word ends with a consonant plus y, we keep the consonant and turn the Y into IED when we want to create the past simple. Have a look at the following words. Cry, cried. Try, tried. And when a word ends with a vowel and a consonant, we keep the vowel, double the consonant, and add ed, as in the example below. Stop, stopped. Regret, regretted. And make sure to use the past tense form of the irregular verbs to make sentences in the past simple. For example, be turns into was or were. Eat, ate. Drink, drank. Now the past tense form of the verb be depends on the person of the subject. Have a look at the tables below. I was, we were. You were, you were. He, she, or it was. They were. Now let's have a look at the use of did or did not plus verb. Now let's start off with a positive sentence. His sister lived in Sutton, London. The negative form of this sentence would be his sister did not live in Sutton, she lived in Harrow. The question form of this sentence would be did his sister live in Sutton? Where did his sister live in London? Note that we can use yesterday, last night, not a long time ago, 2 years ago, etc. to create the past simple tense. Have a look at the examples below. Shakespeare died in 1616. Ryan did not go to work yesterday. He got sick. When did you move to Spain? I moved there not a long time ago. Note that we use did or did not with the verb to have. Have a look at the sentence below. I didn't have enough money to buy a new computer. Note how we used didn't with the verb have. But we do not use did with the verb to be, was, or were. Rather, we use it as follow. Why were you so angry? I wasn't angry. This was my usual self. Now let's review and practice a bit. Read the following sentence and add ed to the bare infinitive of the regular verb to make sentences in the past simple. Julie to pass her exam this March. Julie passed her exam this March. Remember that we use contracted forms to make negative sentences. I'll, am, etc. Julie not to pass her exam this March. Julie didn't pass her exam this March. Note that we use past tense form of the irregular verbs to make sentences in the past simple. Read the following sentence and change the irregular verb into the past simple. Jake to eat tons of fast food as a kid. Jake ate tons of fast food as a kid. Also, remember that we use contracted forms to make negative sentences. Read the following sentence and turn it into a negative sentence. Jake not to eat tons of fast food as a kid. Jake didn't eat tons of fast food as a kid. Now read the following sentences and make the correct form. Make sure to pay attention to spelling. I forgot when was the last time to cry. I forgot when was the last time I cried. Pete to stay at home last night. Pete stayed at home last night. My mom to drop her phone in the pool. My mom dropped her phone in the pool. Now read the following sentence and use the correct form of the verb to be in the past tense. I to be hungry and wanted to buy some Italian food, but my friends not to be eager to join me. I was hungry and wanted to buy some Italian food, but my friends were not eager to join me. Look at the sentence below and find the time markers. It felt like the party was just last night, but actually it was 3 weeks ago. Last night? 3 weeks ago. Here's a short story using the past simple tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Mom, do you have a minute? Sure, kid. What's up? When was the last time you went to a beauty salon? Well, I don't remember. Maybe it was a year ago. And when was the last time you had a night out with Dad? I'm not sure. It was definitely a long time ago. And what did you do last night? I stayed at home with your dad. We fell asleep watching some boring movie on TV. I bought 2 tickets to Costa Rica. You need a vacation, Mom. Now time for you to practice on your own. Write the correct form of the following sentences. A. Nick's mother not want to. A. Nick's mother not to want to stay at home the whole day, so she to sign up for Spanish classes. B. I to run every day when I to be a teen, but I don't know that anymore. C. Where you or to be last night. I to try calling you, but you not to pick up the phone. There are 2 mistakes in each sentences below. Find those mistakes and correct them. A. Kim goed on a date with David the last night, but didn't call him afterwards. B. How you did get this job? There were so many people ready to kill for it. C. We didn't invited Anne to the party. No one really likes her after she bad-mouthed Kristen. D. Yesterday, I driven to Houston to see Dan. We went to high school together. And now, answer the following questions. A. Where did you grow up? B. What did you do last night? C. When was the last time you went on a trip? Now, let's check your answers. Nick's mother didn't want to stay at home the whole day, so she signed up for Spanish classes. I ran every day when I was a teen, but I don't do that anymore. Where were you last night? I tried calling you, but you didn't pick up the phone. Kim went on a date with David last night, but didn't call him afterwards. How did you get this job? There were so many people ready to kill for it. We didn't invite Anne to the party. No one really likes her after she bad-mouthed Kristen. Yesterday, I drove to Houston to see Dan. We went to high school together. I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee. I went clubbing with my friends last night. I went on a trip to Germany last year. Thank you for watching this tutorial. We can refer to the future by using will, be going to, or by using present tenses. Note that we use will when we want to talk generally about future beliefs, opinions, hopes, and predictions. Have a look at the example over here. I promise myself that once I start college, I will do all my assignments on time. Note that will in this sentence is used to talk about future hopes. Now let's have a look at the use of will plus verb, the negative will not or won't plus verb. Let's start with the positive sentence. Sam will probably move to Canada next year. Future prediction. Negative sentence would be Sam won't move to Canada next year. He'll move to the US. In the question form, will Sam move to Canada next year? Another question, where will Sam move to? Let's have a look at time markers and probability markers. Time markers: tomorrow, next month, in a day, etc. Probability markers: perhaps, probably, definitely, etc. Have a look at the following examples. Perhaps it'll snow tomorrow. I'll definitely finish my essay next month. Now make sure you pay attention to the word order. Positive sentence: we'll probably do it tomorrow. Negative: we probably won't do it tomorrow. Note that some speakers use shall to refer to the future in formal situations with I and we. However, nowadays, shall is used for suggestions only. Have a look at the example over here. Shall I go or shall we leave together? In this sentence, shall is used for suggestion. Now let's review the future simple tense and practice a bit. Remember that we use will plus verb to make sentences in the future simple. Note that we form questions by inverting the subject and will, and the negative forms by using will not. Transform the following sentence into the future simple. They not to go to the bar tomorrow. They will not go to the bar tomorrow. What you to do next week? I don't know. I to meet up probably with some friends. What will you do next week? I don't know. I will probably meet up with some friends. Now try to practice using the contracted forms of will and will not, which is I'll and won't. Read the following sentence and practice. I to call you later, okay? I'll call you later, okay? I not to do anything without your advice. I won't do anything without your advice. Now read the following sentences and find the time or probability marker. He'll finish his book in a week or two. Week or two. You probably won't listen to me, but I'll try to explain it. Probably. Remember that nowadays we use shall for suggestions. Rewrite the following sentences using shall for suggestion. We to go. It's getting late. Shall we go? It's getting late. Here is a short story using the future simple tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Mike, what are your plans for tonight? I don't know really. I'll probably play some video games after work. And what will you do tomorrow? Well, I definitely won't go out with my friends tomorrow. And what will you do next week? I'll most certainly start learning another language. Mike, how do you have an answer for everything? It's quite simple. I don't plan anything. Things will happen on their own. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and find time markers. A. Perhaps you'll make the right decision. Time will tell. B. Max will certainly come later tonight. C. Susan will try to go there next month, but it probably won't happen. Now read the following sentences and write the correct form. A. Why can't you come over? I to let you sleep at my place. B. I not to do it unless you prove Jane wrong. C. We to try to make it work. We to let you know. D. We or to go to the restaurant tonight. I to pay for the meal. And now, answer the following questions. A. What will you do tomorrow? B. Where will you stay during your summer vacation? C. Will robots take over the planet? Now let's check your answers. Perhaps you'll make the right decision. Time will tell. Max will certainly come later tonight. Susan will try to go there next month, but it probably won't happen. Why can't you come over? I'll let you sleep at my place. I won't do it unless you prove Jane wrong. We'll try to make it work. We'll let you know. Shall we go to the restaurant tonight? I'll pay for the meal. Sample answers. I'll probably stay at home and sleep the whole day. I'll stay at my friend's place. Robots won't take over the planet. I don't think that robots will take over the planet. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the present continuous when we talk about something happening at the time of speaking or actions happening around now, even though not at the moment of speaking. Note that this tense also has some future meaning. Have a look at the example over here. Hey, what are you doing? I'm working on my thesis. I am graduating this semester. Note that in this sentence, the present continuous tense is used to talk about something happening at the moment of speaking and the future. Now, to form the present continuous tense, we use to be plus verb ing. The negative, to be plus not plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. He is sleeping on the couch in the living room. Negative form. He is not sleeping on the couch in the living room, or he isn't sleeping there. Question form. Where is he? Is he sleeping? Now when verbs end in E to form the present continuous tense, we get rid of the E and add ing. For example, like, liking, write, writing. And when a verb ends in a vowel plus consonant, we double the consonant plus ing. For example, sit, sitting, swim, swimming. And when a verb ends in ie, we turn ie into y and then add ing, as in lie, lying, die, dying. We can also use the present continuous with phrases such as now, right now, at the moment, today, this week, etc. Have a look at the example over here. I'm quite busy this year as I'm trying to start my small business. Note that we use the present continuous to talk about changing situations. Have a look at the examples below. The population of the world increases very fast. Note that the increase of the population of the world is a changing situation, and so we must say the population of the world is increasing very fast. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that when a verb ends with E, get rid of the E and then add ing to form the present continuous tense. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, make sure to double the consonant and then add ing. And when a verb ends with ie, replace it with y and then add ing. Now provide the present continuous form of the words below. Shop, shopping, study, studying, stand, standing, stop, stopping, get, getting, lie, lying, fly, flying, drive, driving. Remember that we use the present form of to be and the ing form of the main verb to make sentences in the present continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the present continuous form of the words in the bracket. I to fry potatoes, my mom to wash the dishes, and my brother to wait patiently for dinner to be ready. I am frying potatoes, my mom is washing the dishes, and my brothers are patiently waiting for dinner to be ready. Now make sure to form questions by inverting the subject and to be, and to form negatives with to be plus not. Use contracted forms. Now read the following sentence and provide the present continuous form of the words in the bracket. It to rain outside. No, it not to rain. It's a bit cloudy, but kids to play outside anyway. Is it raining outside? No, it isn't raining. It's a bit cloudy, but kids are playing outside anyway. Now, find time markers in the following sentence. Samantha is taking Chinese classes this year. She's studying a lot. This year. Also note that we use the present continuous to talk about changing situations. Now read the following sentence and provide the present continuous form of the word in the bracket. The economic situation is already bad, but it to get worse. The economic situation is already bad, but it's getting worse. Here is a short story using the present continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Hello, Mike. How are you doing these days? Hi, Sam. I'm fine, thanks. I'm doing an internship at one publishing house. Oh, really? Are you enjoying it? Yeah, I'm learning a lot of small but crucial details. How about you? Well, I'm not working at the moment. I'm trying to find a job in my field. It's a difficult task. Yeah, I totally get you. Well, I have to go now. Good luck. Thanks. Good luck to you too. See you. Bye. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. Be quiet. I'm trying to concentrate. B. Sorry, I can't help you right now. I'm fixing my dad's computer. C. It's very warm today. Why are you wearing a coat? And now, read the following sentences and complete them with a suitable phrase. Beginning, becoming, doing, or giving? A. Don't disturb Anne. She is her taxes. B. This is brilliant, isn't it? Their best performance. C. At first, I didn't like my job, but to enjoy it. D. Ocean pollution is a real problem. And now, provide answers for the following questions. A. What are you doing right now? B. Is there anything interesting happening in your country? C. Do you know what your family is doing now? And now, let's check your answers. Be quiet. I am trying to concentrate. Sorry, I can't help you right now. I am fixing my dad's computer. It's very warm today. Why are you wearing a coat? Don't disturb Anne. She is doing her taxes. This is brilliant, isn't it? They're giving their best performance. At first, I didn't like my job, but I'm beginning to enjoy it. Ocean pollution is becoming a real problem. Sample answers. I am doing my homework right now. There isn't anything interesting happening in my country now. My family is having a dinner party today. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the past continuous when we describe a situation or several situations in progress happening at the same time in the past. Now this is often contrasted with a sudden event in the past simple. Have a look at the example over here. I was working on my computer and my brother was reading a book when we heard a loud bang on the door. Now we use the past continuous tense in this sentence to describe the two things were happening at the same time when there was a loud bang on the door. I was working and my brother was reading a book. Now to form the past continuous tense, we use was or were plus verb ing. Wasn't, weren't plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. Jim was playing video games all night. Negative form. Jim was not playing video games all night. He wasn't playing video games all night. Question form. Was Jim playing video games all night? Another question. Why was he playing video games all night? We can also use the past continuous tense with such phrases as at 7 o'clock, for 2 hours, in January, last week, all night, etc. Have a look at the example below. Kate was trying to find a nice apartment in her area for 5 months. Was trying for 5 months. We can also use the past continuous tense with when and while, meaning during that time. Have a look at the examples below. While they were waiting for the train, it started to rain. James broke his finger when he was playing basketball. Now, non-continuous verbs such as to love, hate, know, want, etc. are not used in any continuous tenses. Make sure to use the past simple instead. Have a look at the examples below. I was having fun at the party, but Kim was wanting to go home. Now this sentence would be incorrect because we cannot use want in a continuous tense. The correct form would be, I was having fun at the party, but Kim wanted to go home. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use the past continuous when we describe a situation or several situations in progress happening at the same time in the past. Now, this is often contrasted with a sudden event in the past simple. Now read the following sentence and decide which sentence describes background situation and which sentence describes the sudden event. While Emily was cooking dinner, the phone rang. Background situation. Sudden event. The phone rang. Also remember that we use the past form of to be and the ing form of the main verb to make sentences in the past continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the past continuous tense of the verbs in the bracket. Mike to paint the walls in the living room. Anne to play with her toys there. Helen to get ready for a date. And Nancy to take pictures of that busy evening. Mike was painting the walls in the living room. Anne was playing with her toys there. Helen was getting ready for a date, and Nancy was taking pictures of that busy evening. Remember that to form questions by inverting the subject and to be, and to form negatives with to be plus not. Use contracted forms. Now read the following sentences and provide the correct form of the past continuous tense of the words in the bracket. What you to do at 7 p.m. yesterday? I not to celebrate my friend's B-day like I wanted to. I to help my boss at work instead. What were you doing at 7 p.m. yesterday? I wasn't celebrating my friend's B-day like I wanted to. I was helping my boss at work instead. And now, find the time markers in the following sentences. It was snowing heavily yesterday. I was making snowmen with my kids the whole day. Yesterday. The whole day. And now, read the following sentence and fill in the blank with either when or while. Peter fell asleep. He was watching TV. Peter fell asleep when he was watching TV. Here is a short story using the past continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Nate, where were you yesterday? I was trying to reach you the whole evening. Sorry, Sam. It was such a crazy day. Why so? Well, My college project was due, so I was running all over the city collecting information. I needed to write an article, so I was meeting up with people. I was even interviewing strangers in the streets. That sounds like a stressful day. You bet. While I was interviewing one old lady, a cop came up to me and wanted to see my ID. But that's okay. Did you finish your project at least? Thankfully, yes. I was working on it the whole day. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. Last summer, I was swam in the river every day. B. While I was taking a shower, the phone ringed. C. Anne broke a cup when she was washing the dishes. And now read the following sentences and complete them with a suitable time marker. At, while, when, or in. A. Sally was working on her thesis, 8 o'clock. B. Tom was sleeping peacefully in his bed. His mom took a picture of him. C. I was living in Italy, 2009. D. A burglar broke into their house. They were watching TV. Now answer the following questions. A. What were you doing at 5 p.m. last night? B. What were you doing when you heard a phone call? C. What was your family doing when you went on a vacation together? Now, let's check your answers. Last summer, I was swimming in the river every day. While I was taking a shower, the phone rang. Anne broke a cup when she was washing the dishes. Sally was working on her thesis at 8 o'clock. Tom was sleeping peacefully in his bed when his mom took a picture of him. I was living in Italy in 2009. A burglar broke into their house while they were watching TV. Sample answers. I was watching a movie with my friends. I was having a bath when I heard a phone call. My family was spending time at the beach when we went on a vacation together. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the future continuous to say that we will be in the middle of doing something at a certain time in the future. Remember that we often use this tense when we compare what we are doing now with what we will be doing in the future. Have a look at the example over here. The movie starts at 8 and ends at 10. At 9, I will be watching the movie. Now, the future continuous tense is used in this sentence to talk about what I will be doing in the near future. To form the future continuous tense, use will plus be plus verb ing. The negative, won't, plus be plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence: Sarah will be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Negative sentence: Sarah will not be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Or, she won't be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Question form: Will Sarah be flying home at 5 o'clock tomorrow? Another question: Where will she be flying at 5 o'clock tomorrow? Now we can also use the future continuous tense with phrases such as at 5 o'clock, at that time tomorrow, this evening, in 5 years' time, etc. As in the example below. Where will you be living in 3 years' time? Future. Note that we also use the future continuous to say that something will definitely happen in the future. Have a look at the example below. I'll be going to the shop later. Can I get you anything? Note that the future continuous tense is used in the sentence because I will definitely go shopping later. Now let's compare will be doing with the other continuous forms. Jane has an ordinary 9-to-5 job. At 11 o'clock yesterday, she was working. This sentence is in the past continuous. At 11 o'clock today, she is working. Present continuous. At 11 o'clock tomorrow, she will be working. Future continuous. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use will plus be plus the ing form of the verb to make sentences into the future continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the future continuous form of the words in the bracket. It'll be a busy morning for me. I to cook, I to clean, I to wash the dishes, and I to get my siblings ready for school. It'll be a busy morning for me. I'll be cooking, I'll be cleaning, I'll be washing the dishes, and I'll be getting my siblings ready for school. Remember to form questions by inverting the subject and will, and to form negatives with will not or won't be plus the ing form of the verb. Use contracted forms. Now read the following sentences and provide the future continuous form of the words in the bracket. Why you to work on your project that late? Well, I not to work on it alone at least. Why will you be working on your project that late? Well, I won't be working on it alone at least. Now read the following sentence and find time markers. In 1 year's time, I will be traveling across Europe. 1 year's time. Remember to use the future continuous to say that something will definitely happen in the future. Now read the following sentence and provide the future continuous form of the word in the bracket. You can't take my laptop. I to use it during my presentation today. You can't take my laptop. I will be using it during my presentation today. Note the difference between will be doing and the other continuous forms. Now read the following sentence and provide the appropriate continuous form of the words in the bracket. Yesterday, I to wait for my paycheck, and tomorrow I to go on a cruise. Yesterday, I was waiting for my paycheck, and tomorrow I will be going on a cruise. Here's a short story using the future continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Dan, will you be using your bike this afternoon? Yes, you can take it. Will you be going outside then? Yes, I'll be going out with my friends tonight. Do you need something? Will you be passing the post office? Most probably. Can you get my package? Okay. I hope this package is not heavy. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. We won't be moving to our new apartment at this time on Thursday. B. This time next week, Susan will be playing football with her friends. C. Where will Sam will be working in 1 year's time. And now, read the following sentences and write the correct form. A. You'll recognize her. She to wear a red dress. B. Everyone to sleep at that hour. C. Fred to work as a lead developer in 4 years' time. D. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I to take my son to daycare. And now, answer the following questions. A. What will you be doing at 7 p.m. tomorrow? B. What will you be doing in 5 years' time? C. What will people be celebrating on the 1st of January? Now let's check your answers. We won't be moving to our new apartment at this time on Thursday. This time next week, Susan will be playing football with her friends. Where will Sam be working in 1 year's time? You'll recognize her. She'll be wearing a red dress. Everyone will be sleeping at that hour. Fred will be working as a lead developer in 4 years' time. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will be taking my son to daycare. Sample answers. I'll be driving to Boston this time tomorrow. I'll be working at a tech company. People will be celebrating New Year on the 1st of January. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, most commonly, we use the present participle, ing, as an element in all continuous verb forms, the present continuous, the past continuous, etc. Now, the auxiliary verb indicates the tense, while the present participle remains unchanged. Have a look at the example over here. I was playing computer games all night. Now, this sentence is in the past continuous, was playing. Now, when a verb ends in E, we get rid of the E and simply add ing, as in like, liking, write, writing. And when a verb ends in a vowel plus consonant, we double the consonant and then add ing, as in sit, sitting, swim, swimming. And when a verb ends in ie, we change the ie into y and then add ing, as in lie, lying, die, dying. Now, the present participle is used not only to form verb tenses, it can also be used A after verbs of movement and position. For example, she went shopping. After a verb of movement and position, went. They came running towards me. After a verb of movement and position, again, came. B. After verbs of perception in the pattern of verb plus object plus present participle to indicate the action being perceived, as in the examples below. We saw him mowing the lawn. Verb, saw. Object, him. Present participle, mowing. Liz heard someone singing. Verb, object, present participle. C. After verbs of movement, action, or position to indicate parallel activity. As in the examples below. He sat looking at the pedestrians, doing two things at once. July walks reading his newspaper. D. As an adjective. Have you heard of that amazing movie? Note that amazing in this sentence is used as an adjective, a word describing the noun movie. The family was trapped inside the burning barn. Again, as an adjective describing the noun barn. E. To explain the cause or reason. The present participle is used instead of a phrase starting with as, since, because. Have a look at the examples below. Feeling hungry, I made myself a sandwich. Meaning, I made myself a sandwich because I was hungry. Knowing that his roommate was coming, James cleaned the living room. Meaning that James cleaned the living room as he knew that his roommate was coming. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that when a verb ends in E, get rid of the E and then add ing. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, double the consonant and then add ing. And when a verb ends with ie, change ie to y and then add ing. Now provide the present participle form of the words below. Begin, beginning. Shop, shopping. Know, knowing. Run, running. Go, going. Feel, feeling. Come, coming. Sit, sitting. Remember that we use the present participle after verbs of perception to indicate the action being perceived. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. I watched her to paint the portrait of my mom. I watched her painting the portrait of my mom. Also remember that we use the present participle after verbs of movement, action, or position to indicate parallel activities. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. Bella works out to listen to music. Bella works out listening to music. Note that we also use the present participle as an adjective. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. Honestly, I think that these classes are super to be bored. Honestly, I think that these classes are super boring. We also use the present participle instead of a phrase starting with as, since, because to explain the cause or reason. Now read the following sentence and provide the present participle form of the verb in the bracket. Minnie ate a chocolate bar to think her mother was in another room. Minnie ate a chocolate bar thinking her mother was in another room. Here's a short story using the present participle. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I can't believe this book can be so boring. I bought it thinking that it was a bestseller. What are you talking about? It's absolutely amazing. Well, believe it or not, but I fell asleep reading the first chapter. Knowing you, it's not a surprise. You told me that you read books right before going to bed. I'm just too busy during the day. Maybe I can listen to the audiobook? I can try it while walking to work. Yeah, that's a good idea. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with shopping, thinking, watching, or crossing. A. I called the cops. The lady was mugged. B. Samuel likes to bake cooking shows. C. Lily needed to go with her friends. D. Amanda saw me the street. And now, rewrite the following sentences using the phrases in the brackets. Note that the meaning should remain the same. A. Feeling. I went to bed early because I was sleepy. B. Knowing. I knew the importance of the project, so I was working the whole night. C. Thinking. I thought I could fix my phone, but I broke the screen instead. And now, provide answers for the following questions. A. Do you listen to music commuting to work? B. Have you ever watched someone painting a portrait in the streets? C. What is the most interesting thing about growing up? And now, let's check your answers. I called the cops thinking the lady was mugged. Samuel likes to bake watching cooking shows. Lily needed to go shopping with her friends. Amanda saw me crossing the street. Feeling sleepy, I went to bed early. Knowing the importance of the project, I was working the whole night. Thinking I could fix my phone, I broke the screen instead. Sample answers. Yes, I listen to music commuting to work. No, I have never watched someone painting a portrait in the streets. The most interesting thing about growing up is how your perception of the world changes. Thank you for watching this tutorial. The gerund looks exactly the same as the present participle, but the gerund always has the same function as a noun, although it looks like a verb. Note that the gerund is a noun made from a verb by adding ing. Have a look at the following example. Cooking at home can help you save a lot of money. Note that the word cooking has the same function as a noun, but it is made from the verb cook. Now, when a verb ends with E, we get rid of E and add ing to the verb when we want to create the gerund. Have a look at the example over here. Make turns into making. Write, writing. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and add ing. For example, knit, knitting, swim, swimming. And when a verb ends with ie, we turn it into y, then add ing. As in the following example, lie, lying, die, dying. Remember that the gerund can be made negative by adding not. For example, in this sentence, we have the best thing for your health is not smoking. Note that the gerund can function as A, the subject of the sentence. For example, smoking causes lung cancer. The gerund smoking is the subject of the sentence. B, the complement of the verb to be. For example, the hardest thing about learning Russian is memorizing the verbs of movements. Note that the gerund memorizing is the complement of the verb to be is. Also note that the gerund can be used A, after prepositions, or as part of expressions, such as there's no point in spite of, etc. Have a look at the following examples. Can your brother count to 10 without looking at his finger? In this sentence, the gerund looking is used after the preposition without. And in this sentence, there's no point in going back to his place now. The gerund going is used after the expression there's no point in. B. The gerund can be used after phrasal verbs. They are composed of a verb plus preposition or adverb. For example, I ended up buying a new computer. Note that ended up is a phrasal verb, which is composed of a verb, ended, and up preposition. Have a look at the second example. Rachel gave up drinking sugar drinks. The gerund drinking comes after the phrasal verb, gave up. which is composed of a verb, gave, and up preposition. Now let's review the gerund and practice a bit. Remember that when a verb ends with E, we get rid of the E and add ing. And when a verb ends with a vowel plus a consonant, we double the consonant and add ing. And when a verb ends with ie, we turn it into y, then add ing. Now look at the words below and turn them into a gerund. Stop, stopping. Dive, diving. Fly, flying. Cook, cooking. Shop, shopping. Fish, fishing. Snorkel, snorkeling. Start, starting. And remember that we use the gerund as the subject of the sentence. We write the following sentence using the gerund. To eat sweets before breakfast is a bad habit. Eating sweets before breakfast is a bad habit. Also note that we can use the gerund as a complement of the verb to be. We write the following sentences using the gerund. The first thing you need to do to overcome loneliness, to get a hobby. The first thing you need to do to overcome loneliness is getting a hobby. Also remember that the gerund can be used after prepositions or as part of certain expressions. Look at the following sentence and rewrite it using the gerund. She ruined the party by to get drunk. She ruined the party by getting drunk. Also note that we use the gerund after phrasal verbs. Have a look at the following sentence and rewrite it using the gerund. My sister always to put off go to the doctor. My sister always puts off going to the doctor. Here's a short story using the gerund. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Why don't we go to the beach this weekend? I don't know. I'm really afraid of swimming in the ocean. But you can still play volleyball with us. I'm not good at volleyball. I keep on dropping the ball. You'll be our cheerleader then. Cheerleading is not something I like doing. If you make up your mind, give me a call. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the correct word from the following list. Volunteering, parking, cooking, making. A is a great way to make friends. B. James surprised Helen by her a romantic dinner. C. Is not easy for someone who has 5 hours of driving experience. D. I keep on the same mistakes all over again. And now, correct the following sentences. A. He was sorry for to shout at his wife the day before. B. Are you interested in to go to concert with me? C. I am tired of to get your packages all the time. Now answer the following questions. A. Should people give up on their dreams? B. What are you good at? C. Is there anything that you can't live without? And now, let's check your answers. Volunteering is a great way to make friends. James surprised Helen by cooking her a romantic dinner. Parking is not easy for someone who has 5 hours of driving experience. I keep on making the same mistakes all over again. He was sorry for shouting at his wife the day before. Are you interested in going to a concert with me? I am tired of getting your packages all the time. Sample answers. No, people shouldn't be giving up on their dreams. I am not good at making people laugh. I can't live without traveling. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, a past participle refers to the form of a verb which is used in forming perfect and passive tenses, and sometimes used as an adjective. Now, have a look at the sentence over here. Olivia has lived in Greece for 4 years. In this sentence, the past participle is used to form the perfect tense, has lived. Now, we usually add ed to the base form of the irregular verb to form the past participle. Have a look at the examples below. John has just painted this picture. Note that the past participle of the irregular verb painted in the sentence is used in the present perfect and in the active voice. And in this sentence, this picture was painted by John a month ago. Past participle is used in the past simple and in the passive voice. Now remember that there is no pattern as to forming the past participle of the irregular verbs. Now you should always consult a dictionary whenever you're in doubt. Remember that we can use the past participle a in the perfect tenses such as the present perfect, the past perfect, and the future perfect. Have a look at the examples below. I've eaten too much. I can't move. Note that the past participle in this sentence is used in the present perfect. And in this sentence, James had already left when Pam arrived. The past participle is used in the past perfect. And in this sentence, we will have landed by that hour. Future perfect. B. In the passive voice. For example, he was driven by genuine interest and curiosity. This dress was made by a famous Italian designer. C. As an adjective. Now, in this case, place it before a noun. Have a look at the examples below. Mike has broken his arm. Now, in this sentence, the past participle is used in the present perfect. But in this sentence, he has a broken arm. In this sentence, past participle is used as an adjective to describe the noun arm. Another example, someone has stolen Anne's purse. Her purse was stolen. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Read the following sentences and decide whether the past participle indicates the perfect, passive voice, or adjective. The stolen phone was found near the train station. Adjective, passive voice. I'm sure that it'll have been sold by 10 a.m. Future perfect. It was clear that John has never heard of Vegemite. Present perfect. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the past participle. I don't think that Mrs. Taylor has ever to cry. She definitely has a strong character. Cried. Do you remember what was to write on the shopping list? I forgot it at home. Written. Don't worry that much. You'll probably find it in the to lose and to find. Lost and found. Here's a short story using the past participle. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I might have spilled orange juice on your dress. What? What have you done? I am supposed to wear it tonight. I don't know how it happened, and you shouldn't have left it in the living room. You know that I'm messy. Stop with these excuses. Google how we can get rid of the stain. I don't have any other dress to wear. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the past participle. A. I wouldn't have to know that if she hadn't to tell me. B. Have you to brush your teeth, sweetie? C. The movie has already to begin. We need to hurry. D. I was to wake up by my noisy neighbor. E. Sadly, my family has never to be abroad. F. I suppose that I'll have to arrive by that time tomorrow. G. Emma's phone was to steal, and now she needs to buy a new one. H. I can't imagine what can happen if a person is to strike by lightning. I. The letter was to send. Check your inbox. J. Peter doesn't possess the to require skills to apply for this job. And now, let's check your answers. I wouldn't have known that if she hadn't told me. Have you brushed your teeth, sweetie? The movie has already begun. We need to hurry. I was woken up by my noisy neighbor. Sadly, my family has never been abroad. I suppose that they'll have arrived by that time tomorrow. Emma's phone was stolen, and now she needs to buy a new one. I can't imagine what can happen if a person is struck by lightning. The letter was sent. Check your inbox. Peter doesn't possess the required skills to apply for this job. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the present perfect to describe past events which are connected to the present. Although this tense can be used to describe different situations. Have a look at the example over here. Sam has lost his keys, meaning that he is looking for his keys and he still hasn't found them. We use have or hasn't plus verb ed or just a verb. And for the negative, we use haven't or hasn't plus verb ed or just a verb. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. I have already seen that movie. I've already seen that movie. Negative. I have not seen that movie yet. I haven't seen it yet. Question form. Have I seen that movie? Now the present perfect is used to describe a experience in our life up to now. Have a look at the example over here. I've been to Spain and Portugal. I really want to go to the UK. I haven't been there yet. B. An event in the past that has a result in the present. For example, Lily has broken her foot. Her foot is still in a cast. Past event. Lily has broken her foot. Result in the present. Her foot is still in a cast. C. A situation that started in the past and continues until the present. For example, I've lived here for 20 years and I'm still living here now. Continues until the present. D. An event in the past that has a result in the present. For example, Peter has read 50 pages of this book so far. There are 150 pages left. Now make sure to pay attention to the time markers. Let's have a look at those time markers. A. We use ever and never to ask or talk about our experiences in life. For example, have you ever eaten Chinese food? I've never eaten it. B. We use already to describe an action which has happened before. And we use yet to describe an action which hasn't happened before. Have a look at the example over here. I haven't finished this book yet. And my sister has already begun reading another one. C. We use just when we describe a very recent event. Have a look at the example over here. My mom has just come home from work. D. Always, often, etc. can be used in the present perfect, as in the example over here. He has always loved Dan. E. We use for to describe the length of a time period, and we use since to describe the point when the time period started. Have a look at the example over here. Chris has worked here for 5 months. Length of a time period. He has worked here since May 5th. May 5th, the point when the time period started. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use the auxiliary verb to have and the past participle to make sentences in the present perfect. Now read the following sentences and form questions by inverting the subject and have or has. Form negatives with not and use contracted forms. Anything to happen. Interesting since I left. Yeah, Ashley and Peter to decide to get married. Monica to get her driving license. But her aunt, Pauline, not to give up smoking yet. Has anything interesting happened since I left? Yeah. Ashley and Peter have decided to get married. Monica has got her driving license, but Aunt Pauline hasn't given up smoking yet. Note that the present perfect can be used to describe different situations. Now read the following sentences and provide the present perfect form of the words in the bracket. I to be to Poland and Czech Republic. I not to be to Hungary yet. I've been to Poland and Czech Republic. I haven't been to Hungary yet. Patrick to crush his car. He has to take a bus to work. Patrick has crushed his car. He has to take a bus to work. She to work for this company for 5 years. She deserves a pay raise. She's worked for this company for 5 years. She deserves a pay raise. I to write the introduction part so far. I not to do anything else. I've written the introduction part so far. I haven't done anything else. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate time markers. Never, for, yet, ever, since, already. Has your brother helped you with homework? He has done that, actually. Has your brother ever helped you with homework? He has never done that, actually. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I've decided what to do. I've just booked my flights. Have you made up your mind yet? Yes, I've already decided what to do. I've just booked my flights. Rob has played football. He was a kid. He has played football every day, 15 years. Rob has played football since he was a kid. He has played football every day for 15 years. Here's a short story using the present perfect tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Have you seen John anywhere? No, I haven't seen him anywhere. Have you tried calling him? Yes, I've just sent him a voice message. Has he listened to it? It's impossible. I've just sent it. Has anything happened? Not really. But I haven't seen him since the party and I'm a bit worried. He's never ignored my calls before. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's been busy probably. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Match the sentences below and the descriptions. 1. Cindy has graduated and is paying off her student loans now. 2. They've been best friends for nearly a decade. They always help each other. 3. Lily is on a diet. She's lost 5 kilos so far. 4. Nate has seen nearly all Marvel movies. A. Experiences in our life up to now. B. An event in the past that has a result in the present. C. A situation that started in the past and continues until the present. D. To describe how many things are completed so far. And now, read the following sentences and write the correct answer. A. I not to see him so angry before. B. Would you like something to eat? No, thanks. I to have just dinner. C. Shall I pay for our meal? I to do already it. D. And not to call me yet. And now, provide answers for the following questions. A. Have you ever been to the UK? B. Have your friends thrown you a surprise B-Day party? C. What have you always dreamt of doing? And now, let's check your answers. Cindy has graduated and is paying off her student loans now. This is an event in the past that has a result in the present. They've been best friends for nearly a decade. They always help each other out. This is a situation that started in the past and continues until the present. Lily is on a diet. She's lost 5 kilos so far. This is to describe how many things are completed so far. Nate has seen nearly all Marvel movies. This is an experience in our life up to now. I've never seen him so angry before. Would you like something to eat? No thanks, I've just had dinner. Shall I pay for our meal? I've already done that. Anne hasn't called me yet. Sample answers. No, I've never been to the UK. Yes, my friends have thrown me a surprise B-Day party once. I've always dreamt of climbing Mount Everest. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the past perfect to show clearly that one past event happened before another past event. Note that we use the past perfect in the earlier event. Have a look at the example over here. When I arrived at the party, Tom wasn't there. He had gone home. Note that the sentence he had gone home is in the past perfect tense, and it's used to talk about what happened before I arrived at the party. Now, to form the past perfect, we use had plus verb ed, or just the verb. In the negative, hadn't plus verb ed, or just the verb. Have a look at the examples over here. Question form. Had Kate gone to bed when you arrived home? Positive sentence. Yes, she had. She had gone to bed when I arrived home. She'd gone to bed. Negative sentence. No, she hadn't. She hadn't gone to bed when I arrived home. Note that the past perfect I had done is the past of the present perfect I have done. Have a look at the differences below. Present. I'm not hungry. I've just had breakfast. Your room is dirty. You haven't cleaned it for months. Past. I wasn't hungry. I just had breakfast. Your room was dirty. You hadn't cleaned it for months. Now we can use the past perfect with phrases such as to think, know, be sure, realize, remember, suspect, understand, etc. Have a look at the examples below. She was sure she hadn't locked the door. When I got home, I realized I'd left my computer at Starbucks. Now, many speakers use the past perfect in case of before or after to show a strong connection between the two events. Have a look at the following sentences. Pam left her house before her parents arrived. Now, this sentence is in the past simple. And in this sentence, Pam had left her house before her parents arrived. Now, this is the past simple plus past perfect. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use the auxiliary verb had and the past participle to make sentences in the past perfect. Now read the sentence below and provide the past perfect form of the words in the bracket. Frank spilled milk right after I to clean the kitchen. Frank spilled milk right after I had cleaned the kitchen. Remember that to form questions by inverting the subject and had, and to form negatives with not. Now read the following sentences and provide the past perfect form of the words in the bracket. And make sure to use contracted forms. Anything to happen before I came? Yes, Julie was here. She to leave you a note right before you came. Had anything happened before I came? Yes, Junie was here. She'd left you a note right before you came. Also remember that the past perfect I had done is the past of the present perfect I have done. Now read the sentence below and provide the present perfect form of the words in the bracket. Your car is a mess. You not to clean it for a month. Your car is a mess. You haven't cleaned it for a month. And now provide the past perfect of the words in the bracket. Your car was a mess. You not to clean it for a month. Your car was a mess. You hadn't cleaned it for a month. Also remember that the past perfect is often used with verbs of thinking, like to think, know, be sure, etc. Now read the sentence below and provide the past perfect form of the words in the bracket. And then I to understand that she to lose my trust completely. And then I understood that she'd lost my trust completely. Remember, the many speakers use the past perfect to show a strong connection between the two events. Now provide the past perfect form of the sentence below. They called the cops right after they saw the robbery. They called the cops right after they'd seen the robbery. Here's a short story using the past perfect tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Why didn't Anne take Spanish classes last semester? Because she'd taken them at the beginning of her studies. Had she completed the course successfully? Yes, she had. She'd passed it with a perfect score. She hadn't done a single mistake. Wait, I heard that she didn't pass the exam. I don't know what you're talking about. The teachers had never been so happy to have a student like her. Maybe that's not Anne I'm talking about. I've forgotten the name of the girl. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using before or after. A. It was 11 o'clock when Pete left for his night shift. You came home at midnight. Pete had gone. You came back. B. It was 8 a.m. when the lesson started. You came to school 20 minutes earlier. B. It was 8 a.m. when the lesson started. You came to school 20 minutes earlier. C. It was a busy afternoon for you, but in the evening you had a nice bath. You had a nice bath. You had a busy afternoon. And now, write the correct sentence. A. They didn't want to eat my cake. They just to finish their dinner. B. My mom wasn't at home when I came back from school. She just to go out. C. I was very happy to see Nate. I not to see him for 3 years. D. We arrived late. The movie already to begin. And now answer the following questions. A. What had you done right before college graduation? B. What had you done right after college graduation? C. Had you cleaned your apartment before you went on a summer vacation? And now, let's check your answers. It was 11 o'clock when Pete left for his night shift. You came home at midnight. Pete had gone before you came back. It was 8 a.m. when the lesson started. You came to school 20 minutes earlier. After, it was a busy afternoon for you, but in the evening you had a nice bath. you had a nice bath after you had a busy afternoon. They didn't want to eat my cake. They just finished their dinner. My mom wasn't at home when I came back from school. She just went out. I was very happy to see Nate. I hadn't seen him for 3 years. We arrived late. The movie had already begun. Sample answers. I'd started studying for my exams right before college graduation. I'd had a huge party right after college graduation. Yes, I'd cleaned my apartment before I went on a summer vacation. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the future perfect to look back from one point in the future to an earlier event. Now the situation has not happened yet, but at a certain time in the future, it will happen. Have a look at the example over here. By next week, I'll have written 20 pages from my new book. Now, this sentence is in the future perfect tense, and it's used to describe a situation that has not happened yet, but will happen in the future. Now, to form the future perfect, we use will plus have plus verb ed, or just the verb, the past participle. Have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. John will have arrived here by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Negative sentence. He won't have arrived here by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Question form. Will he have arrived here by 5 p.m. tomorrow? Now we can also use the future perfect with by plus time expression. Have a look at the examples below. Won't they have invited us by Friday? James will have finished his thesis by this time next week. We can also use the future perfect with time expressions such as when, as soon as, before, by the time, etc. Have a look at the examples below. Will you have dressed up when I picked you up? By the time you read this, I will have left the city. Note, the future perfect is used only for actions that will be completed by a particular time in the future. Now, if the deadline is not mentioned, make sure to use the future simple instead. Have a look at the examples below. She will leave her hometown. Future simple. She will have left her hometown. No deadline mentioned. And so, this sentence would be incorrect. The correct form would be, she will have left her hometown by this time next year. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use will plus have plus the past participle to make sentences in the future perfect tense. Now, read the sentence below and provide the future perfect form of the words in the bracket, and make sure to use contracted forms. By next Monday, to finish this project. By next Friday, I'll have finished this project. Also remember to form questions by inverting the subject and will, and form negatives with not. Now read the sentences below and provide the future perfect form of the words in the bracket, and make sure to use contracted forms. You to arrive at the hotel by 7 p.m. I not to arrive there by that time. I to arrive at the hotel by 10 p.m. Will you have arrived at the hotel by 7 p.m.? I won't have arrived there by that time. I'll have arrived at the hotel by 10 p.m. Note that we use by plus time expression to show that the situation has not happened yet, but at a certain time in the future, it will happen. Now read the sentence below and provide the future perfect form of the words in the bracket. They to invite us by Friday? Won't they have invited us by Friday? Also note that we use when, as soon as, before, or by the time to show the sequence of events. Now read the sentence below and provide the future perfect form of the words in the bracket. As soon as you finish cooking, I to set the table. As soon as you finish cooking, I'll have set the table. Also remember that the future perfect is only used for actions that will be completed by a particular time in the future. Now, if the deadline is not mentioned, make sure to use the future simple instead. Now read the following sentence, which is in the future simple, and provide the future perfect form of the sentence. I won't do it. I won't have done it by tomorrow. Future perfect. Here is a short story using the future perfect tense. Now listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure to understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. What are your goals, Jenny? I'll have got a BA in history by next year, and I'll have completed my studies at a grad school by 2020. That sounds great. Do you have any plans for summer? Well, I'll have successfully passed TOEFL by June, and as soon as I do that, I'll have sent my application for one internship. Jenny, you're so hardworking. Best of luck to you. Thank you very much. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct phrase. A. Will move to our new apartment by Tuesday. B. Don't forget to call me when you land. You'll have landed. C. Wait for me. I'll have been ready in that moment. D. By this time tomorrow, Sarah will meet her friends from college. And now, put the verbs into the future simple, I will do, or the future perfect, I will have done form. A. Jimmy to spend all his savings before the end of the trip. B. Call me after 8 p.m. I to finish dinner by then. C. You to see Angela tomorrow? If yes, can you give this book back to her? And now, answer the following questions. A. Will you have moved to a new place by October? B. Will you have finished your English homework by 8 p.m. tomorrow? C. Where will you spend your summer vacation? And now, let's check your answers. We'll have moved to our new apartment by Tuesday. Don't forget to call me when you land. Wait for me. I'll be ready in a moment. By this time tomorrow, Sarah will have met her friends from college. Jimmy will have spent all his savings before the end of the trip. Call me after 8 p.m. I'll have finished dinner by then. Will you see Angela tomorrow? If yes, can you give this book back to her? Sample answers. No, I won't have moved to a new place by October. Yes, I'll have finished by 8 p.m. tomorrow. I will be at my grandparents' in the countryside. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the present perfect continuous when we talk about an action, quite a long one, which began in the past and has recently or just stopped. Now this tense usually emphasizes 1. On the duration of the action, 2. That the action is temporary, and 3. That the action is repeated. Now have a look at the example over here. Is it snowing now? No, it isn't, but there is 5 centimeters of snow outside. It has been snowing all night. Note that the sentence, it has been snowing all night, is in the present perfect continuous form, and it's used to talk about an action that has just stopped, and also to emphasize on how long it had been snowing. Now to form the present perfect continuous, we use have or has plus been plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples over here. Positive sentence, Anne has been waiting for Sam for over an hour. Negative sentence, Anne hasn't been waiting for Sam for over an hour. She has been waiting for only 10 minutes. Question form, has Anne been waiting for Sam for over an hour? Another question, how long has Anne been waiting for Sam? Now we can use phrases such as all day, all morning, for days, for ages, lately, recently, since, for, etc. with the present perfect continuous tense. Have a look at the examples over here. My brother has been playing tennis since he was 7. I haven't been feeling well recently. How long have you been learning English? I've been learning it for 5 years. Non-continuous verbs. For example, to love, hate, know, want, etc. are not used in any continuous tenses. Make sure to use the present perfect instead. Have a look at the examples over here. I've been wanting to visit Paris for years. Note that this sentence would be incorrect because the verb want cannot be used in any continuous tense. The correct form would be, I've wanted to visit Paris for years. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use has or have plus been plus verb ing to make sentences in the present perfect continuous. Now read the sentence below and provide the present perfect continuous form of the words in the bracket. I to work here since 2005. I have been working here since 2005. Now use contracted forms. For example, I'll, etc. I have been working here since 2005. I've been working here since 2005. Remember that we form questions by inverting the subject and has or have. Now read the following question and provide the present perfect continuous form of the words in the bracket. What you to do lately? what have you been doing lately? And make sure to form negatives by using not. Use contracted forms in the following sentence. I, not to do much. I've been feeling quite lazy. I haven't been doing much. I've been feeling quite lazy. And now, read the sentences below and find time markers. It's been raining all day. All day. Peter has been staying in a hotel for the past week, but he is going back home in 2 days. The past week? 2 days. I've been trying to call her for days, but she never picks up the phone. For days? Never. Here's a short story using the present perfect continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Hey Pam, long time no see. Oh, hi Steve. Yeah, that's true. What have you been doing lately? Well, I've been trying to find a job in Germany for the past 6 months, but it's really difficult to find something with my level of German. How long have you been learning it? I've been learning it on my own for a year. Come to think of it, I've heard some really good comments about our local speaking club. I haven't heard of it. I'll check it out. Maybe we could grab a cup of coffee next week. Yeah, sure. I'll give you a call. Bye. Sounds great. Bye. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and provide the correct form. A. Lily to watch movies all night. B. His grandpa not to feel well for the past week. C. How long you to smoke. And now, match the sentences below. 1. Where is Tom? 2. You're out of breath. 3. There are puddles everywhere. 4. Why are your clothes so dirty? A. Have you been running? B. Has it been raining today? C. We've been here for ages. D. What have you been doing? And now, provide answers for the following questions. A. How long have you been learning English? B. What have you been doing this month? C. Have you been exercising lately? And now, let's check your answers. Lily has been watching movies all night. His grandpa hasn't been feeling well for the past week. How long have you been smoking? Where is Tom? We've been here for ages. You're out of breath. Have you been running? There are puddles everywhere. Has it been raining today? Why are your clothes so dirty? What have you been doing? Sample answers. I've been learning English for 8 years. I've been trying to improve my cooking skills. Sadly, I haven't been exercising lately. I've been feeling lazy for the past month. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the past perfect continuous when we talk about an action, quite a long one, which began in the past and continued up until another time in the past. Have a look at the example over here. Sammy had been playing with his food when his mom walked into the kitchen. Note that this sentence is in the past perfect continuous tense, and it's used to talk about an action that began in the past and continued up until another time in the past. Now, to form the past perfect continuous tense, we use had plus been plus verb ing. Let's have a look at the examples below. Positive sentence. Tom was very tired when he got home. He had been working all day, or he'd been working all day. Negative sentence. Tom wasn't very tired when he got home. He hadn't been working all day. Question form. Why was Tom tired when he got home? Had he been working all day? Let's have a look at the difference between I have been working versus I had been working. Present form. I hope the bus comes soon. We've been waiting for 30 minutes. Past. At last, the bus came. We'd been waiting for 30 minutes. Present. Lily is out of breath. She has been running. Past form. Lily was out of breath. She had been running. Now we can use the past perfect continuous tense with phrases such as all day, all morning, 4 days, for ages, when, etc. Have a look at the examples below. Samantha went to the doctor last Monday. She hadn't been feeling well for some time. My sister had been playing with her friends outside for an hour when it started to rain heavily. Remember, the non-continuous verbs such as to love, hate, know, want, etc. are not used in any continuous tenses. Make sure to use the past perfect instead. Have a look at the examples over here. We were good friends. We had been knowing each other for years. Now this sentence would be incorrect because the verb know cannot be used in any continuous tenses. The correct form would be we were good friends. We had known each other for years. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we used had plus been plus verb ing to make sentences in the past perfect continuous. Now read the following sentence and provide the past perfect continuous form of the verb in the bracket, and make sure to use contracted forms. When the boys entered the room, it was clear that they to fight. When the boys entered the room, it was clear that they'd been fighting. Also remember to form questions by inverting the subject and had, and form negatives by using not. Now read the following sentence and provide the past perfect continuous form of the verbs in the bracket. And again, make sure to use contracted forms. Fred looked tired. He to work on his project the whole night. He not to work on it the whole night. He to party instead. Fred looked tired. Had he been working on his project the whole night? He hadn't been working on it the whole night. He'd been partying instead. Note the difference between the present perfect continuous and the past perfect continuous. Now this sentence is in the present perfect continuous. Nancy is exhausted. She has been running errands. Now provide the past perfect continuous of the sentence. Nancy was exhausted. She had been running errands. Also remember that we use time markers to emphasize the duration of the action. Now read the sentence below and provide the past perfect continuous form of the words in the bracket. I stayed at my friend's place in Paris. He not to live there very long, but he knew the city very well. I stayed at my friend's place in Paris. He hadn't been living there very long, but he knew the city very well. Also note that non-continuous verbs are not used in continuous tenses. Now provide the correct form of the following sentence. Their issues weren't resolved. They had been hating each other since they were kids. They had hated each other since they were kids. Here's a short story using the past perfect continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. It seemed to me that your brother was depressed a year ago. Yeah, he'd been feeling down since he lost his job. Could you just imagine that? He got a perfect job at one startup company, the launch was going smoothly, and then 7 months later, they lost the funding. So, at the time the company lost the funding, your brother had been working there for 7 months? Correct. We know that it seemed like such a short period of time for some people. But my brother had been dreaming about this amazing job opportunity for years. Yeah, I understand that. Now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Make sentences using the words in brackets. A. I had to cancel my trip due to to plan this trip for months. B. Mike didn't hear Lucy when she asked for help in the kitchen. He to listen to music in his room. C. I was extremely tired when I got home. I to work hard all day. D. When I entered the room, Kate turned off the TV. She to watch a soap opera. And now, put the verbs into the past perfect I had done or the past perfect continuous I had been doing form. A. We were good friends. We to know each other for nearly a decade. B. I was annoyed because my friends were late and I to wait for an hour. C. Pupils were sitting on the ground. They were out of breath. They to run. And now, read the situations and complete the sentences. A. We played beach volleyball yesterday. Half an hour after we began playing, it started to rain. We for half an hour when it started to rain. B. My aunt got a job at the supermarket. 2 years later, it closed down. At the time the supermarket closed down, my aunt there for 2 years. C. The band started playing and after about 15 minutes, the singer showed up. At the time the singer showed up, the band for about 15 minutes. And now, let's check your answers. I had to cancel my trip due to work. I'd been planning this trip for months. Mike didn't hear Lucy when she asked for help in the kitchen. He'd been listening to music in his room. I was extremely tired when I got home. I'd been working all day. When I entered the room, Kate turned off the TV. She'd been watching a soap opera. We were good friends. We hadn't known each other for nearly a decade. I was annoyed because my friends were late and I'd been waiting for an hour. Pupils were sitting on the ground. They were out of breath. They'd been running. We had been playing for half an hour when it started to rain. At the time the supermarket closed down, my aunt had been working there for 2 years. At the time the singer showed up, the band had been playing for about 15 minutes. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use the future perfect continuous when we describe an action, quite a long one that has begun sometime in the past, present, or future and is expected to continue in the future. Have a look at the example over here. When Peter turns 40, he will have been painting for 35 years. Now this sentence is in the future perfect continuous tense, and it's used to describe an action that has begun in the past and will continue in the future. Now to form the future perfect continuous tense, we use will plus have plus been plus verb ing. Have a look at the examples over here. Positive sentence. At 6 o'clock, I will have been waiting here for an hour. Or, at that time, I'll have been waiting here for an hour. Negative sentence. I won't have been waiting here for an hour at 6 o'clock. Question form. Will I have been waiting here for an hour at 6 o'clock? Now we use the future perfect continuous tense with by plus time expression. Have a look at the examples below. By 2025, he'll have been living in London for 10 years. We can also use the future perfect continuous tense with when, as soon as, before, by the time, etc. as in the example over here. When I completed my studies, I'll have been learning English for 17 years. Remember that non-continuous verbs such as to love, hate, know, want, etc. are not used in any continuous tenses. Now make sure to use the future perfect instead. Have a look at the examples below. In March, I'll have been knowing you for a year. Now this sentence would be incorrect because the verb know cannot be used in any continuous tenses. The correct form would be, in March, I'll have known you for a year. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use will plus have plus been plus verb ing to make sentences in the future perfect continuous. Now read the sentence below and provide the future perfect continuous form of the words in the bracket. Make sure to use contracted forms. I to live in this country for 5 years in February. I'll have been living in this country for 5 years in February. Also remember that we form questions by inverting the subject and will. We form negatives by using not. Now read the sentences below and provide the future perfect continuous form of the words in the bracket, and make sure to use contracted forms. When I come home at 7, you to do your homework for a long time? I not to do my homework for a long time at 7. When I come home at 7, will you have been doing your homework for a long time? I won't have been doing my homework for a long time at 7. Also remember that we use by plus time expression to show that the situation has begun sometime in the past, present, or future and is expected to continue in the future. Now read the sentence below and provide the future perfect continuous form of the words in the bracket. By this time next year, Kelly to work on her presentation for a month. By this time next week, Kelly will have been working on her presentation for a month. Also remember that we use time markers to emphasize the duration of the action. Now read the sentence below and provide the future perfect continuous form of the words in the bracket. Next month, I to study here for 3 years. Next month, I'll have been studying here for 3 years. Note that non-continuous verbs are not used in continuous tenses. Now provide the correct form of the sentence below. By this time next year, I will have been wanting to start my own business for a decade. By this time next year, I will have wanted to start my own business for a decade. Here's a short story using the future perfect continuous tense. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I've just realized that by the time they finish their trip, they'll have been hiking for more than 25 days. Yeah, I know. And they won't have been sleeping in bed or having a shower in almost a month. Yeah, well, at least they won't be that picky about the food then. When we pick them up, they'll have been eating canned food for weeks. Maybe taking them straight to the buffet is a better idea. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Now make sentences using the words in brackets. A. We to wait for over an hour by the time Kim to arrive. B. How long you to study when you to graduate. C. We to drive for 12 hours when we to go to Berlin. D. My sister to teach for more than 5 years by the time she to leave for Europe. And now put the verbs into the future perfect, I will have done, or the future perfect continuous, I will have been doing form. A. Pick me up after 5 p.m. I to get ready by then. B. Kate to lose all her motivation before the end of the semester. C. Jack to wait for her to say yes for 2 years next month. And now, answer the following questions. A. Will you have been cooking for hours by the time your guests arrive? B. Will you have been working at your current position for 1 year next month? C. Will you have been learning English for 10 years in 2020? And now, let's check your answers. Will have been waiting for over an hour by the time Kim arrives. How long will you have been studying when you graduate? Will have been driving for 12 hours when we get to Berlin. My sister will have been teaching for more than 5 years by the time she leaves for Europe. Pick me up after 5 p.m. I'll have got ready by then. Kate will have lost all her motivation before the end of the semester. Jack will have been waiting for her to say yes for 2 years next month. Sample answers. Yes, I'll have been cooking for hours by the time my guests arrive. No, I won't have been working in my current position for 1 year next month. No, I'll have been learning English for 20 years in 2020. Thank you for watching this tutorial.
In this section, we'll go over something called helping verbs or auxiliary verbs and modal verbs. As you can see here, these are very common words that you have seen before. However, maybe you don't quite understand how they should be used. So we'll take the time in this section to go through each one.
Now we use auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs, to form questions, negative sentences, compound sentences, the perfect tense or the continuous tense, and the passive voice. Note that the basic auxiliary verbs are to be, to do, and to have. Note that the helping verb to be can be used as an auxiliary and a main verb. Have a look at the following examples. My sister is kind. Now in this sentence, the verb is the main verb. And in this sentence, my sister is cooking dinner. The verb is an auxiliary verb that helps to build the present continuous tense. Cooking dinner. Remember that the verb to be is irregular. Have a look at the table below. Now the base form of the verb to be is be. The present form, am, is, or are. Past form, was or were. Present participle or gerund, being. Past participle, been. Now you can use the auxiliary verb to be A, when you don't want to repeat something. For example, everyone was working that day, but I wasn't. Meaning, I wasn't working. B, to deny something or say that it's not true. For example, you're being unreasonable. No, I'm not. Meaning, I'm not being unreasonable. C, to show interest in what somebody has said or to show surprise. For example, Kelly and Peter are dating. Are they? Really? Showing surprise. D. With so when you agree, and neither or nor when you disagree. For example, I'm sleepy. So am I. I agree. I'm sleepy too. My parents are never late. Neither are mine. Meaning that my parents are never late either. Now let's review the helping verb to be and practice a bit. Remember that we can use the helping verb to be as an auxiliary or a main verb. Now read the following sentences and decide whether the verbs are being used as an auxiliary or main verb of the sentence. His grandfather was a brave man. Main verb. The students were working on a group project. Auxiliary verb. Also remember that we use the auxiliary verb to be when you don't want to repeat something. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the helping verb. Anna's husband was happy about the upcoming job opportunity, but she wanted to stay in LA. Anna's husband was happy about the upcoming job opportunity, but she wasn't. She wanted to stay in LA. Also remember that we use the auxiliary verb to be to deny something or say that something is not true. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the helping verb to be. The party was a disaster. No, it was a blast. No, it wasn't. It was a blast. Note that the auxiliary verb to be can also be used to show interest in what somebody has said or to show surprise. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the helping verb to be. Don't you know that Samantha is moving abroad? Are you sure? Is she? Are you sure? Remember that we use the auxiliary verb to be with so when you agree and neither or nor when you disagree. And note that the auxiliary verb goes before the subject. Practice responding to the following sentences using the appropriate form of the helping verb to be. Jack is feeling uplifted. So is she. I'm not happy about the news. Neither am I. Here is a short story using the helping verb to be. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Max and Anne are getting married next month. Are they? Really? I'm quite surprised. So am I. It all happened so fast. They have known each other for such a short time. It's crazy, isn't it? Yes, it is. And are they inviting everyone to their wedding? No, they aren't. I think that they are planning on having a small wedding. Are they? Well, maybe it's for the better. I'm not a fan of big weddings. Nor am I. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the underlined verb to be is an auxiliary or a main verb in the sentence. A. I've never been to Paris. B. My friends were enjoying the hike, but I wasn't. C. I'm trying to concentrate. Don't bother me with your questions. D. Jenny was extremely upset after getting her exam results. Read the following sentences and give short answers using the auxiliary verb to be. A. I wasn't upset to find out that our classes were canceled. B. Rachel's Thanksgiving trifle with bananas and beef was a disaster. C. Do you know that Liz is going to participate in a beauty pageant? D. Are you trying to say that I'm wrong? E. We are happy to be here with you today. F. I'm not very interested in joining the club. Now let's check your answers. A. I've been to Paris. Main verb. My friends were enjoying the hike, but I wasn't. Auxiliary verb. I'm trying to concentrate. Don't bother me with your questions. Auxiliary verb. Jenny was extremely upset after getting her exam results. Main verb. Sample answers. Neither was I, nor was I. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Joey liked it. Is she? Really? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. So am I. Neither am I, nor am I. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that we use auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs, to form questions, negative sentences, compound tenses, the perfect tense or the continuous tense, and the passive voice. Also note that the basic auxiliary verbs are to be, to do, and to have. Now the verbs to do and to have can be used as auxiliary and main verbs. Let's have a look at the examples below. My sister does her own taxes. Now in the sentence, the verb does is used as the main verb. And in the sentence, do you believe in ghosts? The verb do is used as an auxiliary verb to form a question. And in the sentence, Anne has a well-paying job, the verb has is used as the main verb. Anne has got a well-paying job. Has got auxiliary verb. Remember that the verbs to do and to have are irregular. Have a look at the following table. The base form of the verb do is do. Have, have. The present form, do or does, have or has. Past form, did, had. present participle or gerund, doing, having. Past participle, done, had. Note that we can use the auxiliary verbs to do and to have when you don't want to repeat something. For example, everyone likes going to the movies, but I don't. Meaning that I don't like going to the movies. B, to deny something or say that it's not true. For example, have you ever been abroad? No, I haven't. Meaning that I haven't been abroad. C, to show interest in what somebody has said or to show surprise. Have a look at the example below. They have been married for 50 years. Have they? That's unbelievable. Surprise. D, with so when you agree and neither or nor when you disagree. Now in this case, an auxiliary verb goes before the subject. Have a look at the following examples. She has helped me a lot. So have I. Meaning that I have helped you too. I don't want to go to work. Neither do I. Meaning I don't want to go to work either. Now let's review the helping verbs to do and to have and practice a bit. Remember that we use to do and to have as the auxiliary or main verbs of a sentence. Read the following sentences and decide whether the helping verb is the auxiliary or main verb of the sentence. Kim does her homework at night. Main verb. Do they know about this? Auxiliary verb. My grandma has a bad memory. Main verb. Lucy has forgotten to buy milk. Auxiliary verb. Also note that we use the auxiliary verbs to do and to have when you don't want to repeat something. Read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the helping verbs. Kate called in sick, and she had called in sick 2 times already, and Kate called in sick, and I didn't. She had called in sick 2 times already, and I hadn't. Remember that we use the auxiliary verbs to do and to have to deny something or say that something is not true. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the helping verbs. Do you remember calling me? No, Do you remember calling me? No, I don't. Has he been playing tennis for 10 years? No, he has just started. Has he been playing tennis for 10 years? No, he hasn't. He has just started. Remember that we also use the auxiliary verbs to do and to have to show interest in what somebody has said or to show surprise. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the helping verbs. They don't know how to cook? How is it possible? They don't know how to cook? Do they? How is it possible? She had tried it many times before. I've never heard about it. Had she? I've never heard about it. Remember that we use the auxiliary verbs to do and to have with so when you agree and neither or nor when you disagree. Read the following sentences and provide a response using the appropriate form of the helping verbs. Emma wants to go out with Daniel. So does Ellen. I've never been to England. Neither have I. Here is a short story using the appropriate forms of the helping verbs to do and to have. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Have you heard anything from Sam? No, I haven't. I've tried calling him, but he doesn't pick up the phone. So have I. Well, maybe he's busy with something right now. Actually, I think that Anna has told me something about Sam trying to find a new job, so he might be stressed out now. Does she even know him that well? Yes, she does. They met at my birthday party last year, and they have become friends at once. Have they? I've never seen them hanging out together. Anyway, I hope that he's doing all right. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the underlined verbs to do and to have are auxiliary or main verbs in the sentence. A. I've never been to Finland. B. She has a big collection of shoes. C. I can't believe they have forgotten about our birthday. D. Peter hasn't got any motivation lately. Now read the following sentences and give short answers using the auxiliary verbs to do and to have. A. I don't think they will win this game. B. My friend has never spent Christmas together with his family. C. Kate likes shopping at weekends. D. Have you heard the latest news? E. I've never seen anything like that. F. Do you believe in fate? Now let's check your answers. I've never been to Finland. Auxiliary verb. She has a big collection of shoes. Main verb. I can't believe they have forgotten about your birthday. Auxiliary verb. Peter hasn't got any motivation lately. Auxiliary verb. Sample answers. Neither do I, nor do I. Has he? So do I. Yes, I have. No, I haven't. Neither have I, nor have I. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Thank you for watching this tutorial. We use modal verbs to to show if we believe something is certain, probable, or possible or not. Remember that we also use modals to ask permission, make requests and offers, etc. Remember that modal verbs fall into the category of auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs, meaning that they are used together with a main verb to give grammatical information and additional meaning to a sentence. Now, the modal verb can has only two forms: can in the present and could in the past. Now, we use can, A, to talk about general abilities or skills in the present. For example, I can cook and bake. General ability or skill. B, to make general statements about what is possible or impossible, not allowed. For example, it can be very hot in summer. General statement about what is possible in summer. You can't smoke here. Impossible, not allowed to smoke here. C, to ask for permission. Informal. For example, can I borrow your pencil, please? D, to request something. Informal. Can you help me, please? E, to make offers. For example, can I carry these bags for you? And could is used A, to talk about general abilities or skills in the past. For example, I could paint beautifully as a kid in the past. B, to make general statements about what was possible or impossible, not allowed. For example, it could be very hot in summer. General statement about what was possible. He couldn't do it. He is such a sweet guy. It was impossible for him to do it. C, to ask for permission. Formal. Can I use your phone, please? D, to request something. Formal. For example, could you show me the way, please? E, to make suggestions. For example, we could go to the bar if you want. Now let's review the modal verbs can and could and practice a bit. Remember that we use can or could to talk about general abilities or skills in the present or in the past. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verbs. My mother sing and play the piano at the same time. My mother can sing and play the piano at the same time. When we were younger, we make friends in 1 second. When we were younger, we could make friends in 1 second. Also note that we use can or could to make general statements about what is or was possible or impossible. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate forms of the modal verbs. You litter in the streets. You can't litter in the streets. I call him due to the poor cell phone reception. I couldn't call him due to the poor cell phone reception. Remember that we use can or could to ask for permission, request something, or make offers or suggestions in an informal or formal way. Read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate forms of the modal verbs. I go outside to play with friends. Can I go outside to play with friends? You spell your name, please? Could you spell your name, please? I help you with anything? Can I help you with anything? We go to the park if the weather is nice. We could go to the park if the weather is nice. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with can or can't or could or couldn't. A. Liz loves her brother to death, but she understand why he behaves like that sometimes. B. My grandmother traveled a lot. She speak 4 languages. C. I eat 4 brownies in 1 minute. D. I looked everywhere for the book, but I find it. Read the following sentences and react to the situation using the appropriate form of the modal verbs. A. Your friend is struggling with his project. Offer your help. B. You are having a family dinner. Ask your aunt's husband, William, to pass the salt. C. You are 8 years old and you want to go to your friend's place. Ask your mom's permission. And now, answer the following questions using the appropriate form of the modal verbs. A. Can you play any musical instrument? B. Could you become a superhero? C. Can you learn 20 new English words a day? Now, let's check your answers. Liz loves her brother to death, but she can't understand why he behaves like that sometimes. My grandmother traveled a lot. She could speak 4 languages. I can't eat 4 brownies in 1 minute. I looked everywhere for the book, but I couldn't find it. I can help you with your project. William, could you pass the salt, please? Mom, can I go to my friend's place, please? Sample answers. Yes, I can play the guitar. No, I couldn't become a superhero because I am too anxious. Yes, I can learn 20 new English words a day. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Here is a short story using modal verbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Jamie, could you help me, please? Yeah, of course. Could you be the one to cook dinner today? Well, I can cook, but I'm not the best at it. Are you sure you want me to help? Yes, I am sure you can do it. You can simply follow the recipe. I'll leave the cooking book on the table. That I can do. You can count on me. Remember that we use modal verbs to show if we believe something is certain, probable, or possible, or not. Now, we also use modals to ask permission, make requests and offers, etc. Remember, the modal verbs fall into the category of auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs. Now, it means that they are used together with a main verb to give grammatical information and additional meaning to a sentence. Now, we can use the modal verb will, A, to express rapid decision, as in the example below. Which one? I will have the tuna sandwich. B, to express thoughts or beliefs about the future. For example, I think they will remain friends forever. C, to make an offer, a promise, or a threat. For example, I will not disappoint you. D, to talk about predictable behavior. For example, he will eat chocolate when he feels anxious. Remember that we use won't when someone refuses to do something. Have a look at the example below. I tried reassuring him, but he won't listen to me. Refuses to listen. And we can use the modal verb would, A, as a polite invitation or to offer. For example, would you like to spend this evening together with me? B, to describe a prediction. For example, it would be nice to be a little bit funnier. C, not to sound impolite when disagreeing with someone. For example, I wouldn't put it like that. D, to describe past habits. For example, she would fall asleep when she was on a train. Remember that we use wouldn't when someone refuses to do something. For example, James said that he wouldn't help us at all. Refused to help. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use will to express thoughts or beliefs about the future and to make an offer, a promise, or a threat. And we use would as a polite invitation or offer. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verb. I guess we live on Mars someday. I guess we will live on Mars someday. If you don't stop playing around, I be very angry. I will be very angry. You like some coffee? Would you like some coffee? Also remember that we use would not to sound impolite when we disagree with someone and when we want to describe past habits. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verb. I like to point out that you need to make a few changes there. I would like to point out that you need to make a few changes there. She called me at night whenever she had a fight with her boyfriend. She would call me at night whenever she had a fight with her boyfriend. Here is a short story using the modal verbs will and would. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Would you like to go to the movies tonight? I certainly would. I think you'll like this one. You like comedies, right? That's right. When I was a kid, I would watch comedies from the 90s. It would be cool to see some older movies on a big screen. Yeah, that would be cool. Shall we go now, though? I'll make a quick call and we can go then, okay? Yes, sure. Take your time. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with will or would. A. I call you later. Sorry. B. Chris, hang up whenever I brought up that issue. C. If I had a chance, I become an astronaut. D. We be very grateful if you had sent these prints immediately. And now, match the following sentences. A. I don't mind if you stay. B. Will you say something? C. Will he ever grow up? 1. You can't ignore my questions. 2. It would be amazing, actually. 3. He is so immature. Answer the following questions. A. What will you do tomorrow? B. Do you think that you will win the lottery one day? C. What would you do if you were a mayor of your city? And now, let's check your answers. I will call you later. Sorry. Chris would hang up whenever I brought up that issue. If I had a chance, I would become an astronaut. We would be very grateful if you could send these prints immediately. I don't mind if you stay. It would be amazing, actually. Will you say anything? You can't ignore my questions. Will he grow up? He is so immature. Sample answers. I will stay at home and relax. No, I don't think that I'll win the lottery one day. If I were a mayor of my city, I would improve the ecological situation. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that we use modal verbs to show if we believe something is certain, probable, or possible, or not. Now we also use modals to ask permission, make requests and offers, etc. Remember, the modal verbs fall into the category of auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs. Now, it means that they are used together with a main verb to give grammatical information and additional meaning to a sentence. Nowadays, the most common use of shall in everyday English is in questions that serve as offers or suggestions. For example, shall I? Shall we? Have a look at the examples below. Shall I order some pizza? Shall we go now? It's getting late. Now you can use the modal verb should, A, to give advice, a recommendation, or a suggestion. For example, I think you should study more. B, to express that a situation is likely to happen in the present or in the future, more like a prediction. Have a look at the examples below. Kelly should be at home by now. You can stop by. I ordered some t-shirts 10 days ago. They should come in mail this week. C, to express an obligation. However, it's not as strong as must. Now, it is used instead of must to make rules, orders, or instructions sound more polite. Have a look at the example below. You should never lie to your parents. D, to say that something was expected in the past but didn't happen. Now, in this case, we use should plus have plus past participle. As in the example below, I should have studied more, but I was too lazy. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use shall to make offers or suggestions, and we use should to give advice, a recommendation, or a suggestion. We also use should to express that a situation is likely to happen in the present or in the future. Now read the following sentences and provide the appropriate modal verb. We buy cupcakes or one big cake. Shall we buy cupcakes or one big cake? She wear black. This color doesn't suit her. She shouldn't wear black. This color doesn't suit her. It's really windy today. It rain tomorrow. It's really windy today. It should rain tomorrow. We also use should to express an obligation. Also remember that we use should to say that something was expected in the past but didn't happen. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verb. You listen to the teacher's instructions in class. You should listen to the teacher's instructions in class. Barry have stopped Allison from buying another car. Barry should have stopped Allison from buying another car. Here's a short story using the modal verbs shall and should. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Shall we go to this new bar? Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. Some band should perform there tonight. Oh, sounds interesting. Shall we go now? I think it might get a bit crowded on a Friday night. Yeah, we should go now. I don't want to be somewhere in the back the whole night. Shall I get a taxi? No, it's fine. It's just a 15-minute walk from us. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with shall or should. A. We go now, or we'll miss our train. B. I give him a call. He seemed nice. C. You pay more attention to your health. D. No one disrespect another person's opinion. And now, match the sentences below. A. Shall I call in sick? B. You should go to the doctor. C. Shall we go to the park? 1. I'm not feeling well. 2. The weather is amazing. 3. It might be something serious. Now provide answers for the following questions. A. What should we do in case of fire? B. What shouldn't people do when they are having an argument? C. What should people do to become happy? Now let's check your answers. We should go now or we'll miss our train. Shall I give him a call? He seemed nice. You should pay more attention to your health. No one should disrespect another person's opinion. Shall I call in sick? I'm not feeling well. You should go to the doctor. It might be something serious. Shall we go to the park? The weather is amazing. Sample answers. We should call 911. They shouldn't call each other names. People should be themselves to become happy. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now we use modal verbs to show if we believe something is certain, probable, or possible, or not. Remember that we use modals to ask permission, make requests and offers, etc. Now modal verbs fall into the category of auxiliary verbs, which are also known as helping verbs. Now it means that they are used together with the main verb to give grammatical information and additional meaning to a sentence. Now we can use the modal verb must, A, to express obligation, duty, or prohibition. Now this also refers to laws and regulations. Have a look at the examples below. You must wear a seatbelt at all times. Now in this sentence, must is used to express obligation or duty. And in this sentence, you mustn't use your smartphone while driving. In this sentence, mustn't is used to express prohibition. B, to emphasize the necessity of something. People must drink a lot of water during the day. Necessity. C, to express our certainty in something being true. For example, look, there are puddles everywhere. It must have rained. Meaning that I am certain that it has rained. The same in this sentence. You are still working? You must be tired. D, to give a strong recommendation. You must listen to the song. It's so catchy. Strong recommendation. Now you can use the modal verb may A. To give permission or prohibit something. For example, if you have finished the test, you may leave the room, giving permission. You may not park here, prohibiting. B. To ask for permission, more polite than can. May I use your bathroom, please? C. To express wishes. May you both live happily. D. In academic or scientific language, to refer to things that typically happen in certain situations. For example, drivers may feel tired after driving for 3 hours straight. Note that we usually use the modal verbs may and might without a significant difference in meaning when expressing possibility. However, might often implies a smaller chance of something happening. Have a look at the example over here. I might go to the movies tonight. I'm not sure. Smaller chance of me going to the movies tonight. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use must to express obligation, duty, or prohibition, to emphasize the necessity of something, and to express certainty in something being true. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verb. You gossip about your coworkers. You mustn't gossip about your coworkers. Kate, go to the doctor. She looks ill. Kate must go to the doctor. She looks ill. John didn't call me last night. He have been busy. John didn't call me last night. He must have been busy. Also remember that we use may to ask for permission, and we use may or might to express possibility. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate modal verb. I open the curtains. It's quite dark here. May I open the curtains? It's quite dark here. We go to China for our honeymoon. We are still thinking about it. We might go to China for our honeymoon. We are still thinking about it. Here is a short story using modal verbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do you know why I've been feeling so sick lately? I'm not a doctor. You must set an appointment with one. No, I'm fine. I must be tired from working 12 hours a day. It may be, but you must go to the doctor anyway. I'll try to sleep more. You know that it might get worse, right? Should I come along? That would be great, actually. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with must or may. A. The lights are out. They have gone out. B. I borrow your pen, please? C. You go once you fill out the papers. D. We go now, otherwise we'll miss our flight. And now, match the following sentences. A. You may not cross the street here. B. Will you be at home at 8? C. May I borrow your red dress? 1. I might go to a dinner party next week. 2. The traffic is crazy. 3. I might stop by. And now, recreate the situations. Form sentences using must or might. A. Your friend is trying to park his car. Tell him that there is a sign, no parking nearby. B. Your sister is baking a cake. Tell her to follow the recipe. C. You want to go to the movies with your friend, but you're not sure if it is still on. And now, let's check your answers. The lights are out. They must have gone out. May I borrow your pen, please? You may go once you fill out the papers. We must go now, otherwise we'll miss our flight. You may not cross the street here. The traffic is crazy. Will you be at home at 8? I might stop by. May I borrow your red dress? I might go to a dinner party next week. You mustn't park here. You must follow the recipe. We might go to the movies. Thank you for watching this tutorial.
In this section, I am going to introduce you to phrasal verbs. Now, what you'll see is we only have a few phrasal verbs here. Honestly, there are so many phrasal verbs that I could make multiple courses just on phrasal verbs. But I want you to see in this section just how we use phrasal verbs, how you can study them, okay? And I give you some of the most common ones in this section.
Remember that a phrasal verb is a verb that is made up of a main verb together with an adverb or a preposition or both. Now, typically, their meaning is not obvious from the meanings of the individual words themselves. Now, to carry on has several meanings. Let's have a look at those meanings. A. To carry on doing something or to carry on with something means to continue doing something. Have a look at the examples below. Sorry, I interrupted you. Carry on, please. You'll put on weight if you carry on eating fast food. I want to carry on with my business idea. Continue doing something. B. To carry on means to continue moving. Have a look at the example below. Carry straight on until you see the red building. Continue moving. C. To carry on something means to do or take part in a particular kind of work or activity. Have a look at the example over here. It was so noisy there that it was difficult for us to carry on a conversation. D. In spoken language, to carry on about means to speak with overwhelming enthusiasm. Have a look at the example over here. I wish my friends would stop carrying on about their trip. Speaking with overwhelming enthusiasm about the trip. Now, to put off also has several meanings. Let's have a look at those meanings. A. To put something off or to put off doing something means to delay doing something or to arrange to do something at a later time or date, especially because there is a problem or you do not want to do it at that time. Have a look at the examples over here. The game has been put off until tomorrow because of bad weather. Delayed because of bad weather. I've been putting off working on my thesis because I'm never in the mood. Delaying. B. To put somebody off or put somebody off doing something means to make you dislike something or not want to do something. Have a look at the examples below. Don't let his humor put you off. He's a nice guy, actually. I don't want my fears put you off finding a job in another state. C. To put somebody off means to make someone wait because you do not want to meet them, talk to them, etc. until later. Have a look at the example over here. If my brother calls, put him off as long as possible. Make him wait as long as possible. D. To put somebody off something means to make it difficult for someone to pay attention to what they are doing by talking, making a noise, etc. Have a look at the example over here. It puts me off when you're listening to music while I'm talking, meaning it makes it difficult for me to pay attention while I'm talking. And now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use to carry on doing something or to carry on with something when you indicate that you continue doing something. Now read the sentences below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate phrasal verb. Mary tries to eating healthy. How can you possibly? Bill's attitude, it's so disrespectful. Mary tries to carry on eating healthy. How can you possibly carry on with Bill's attitude? It's so disrespectful. Also remember that we use to carry on when you continue moving, and we use to carry on something when you do or take part in a particular kind of work or activity. Now read the sentences below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate phrasal verb. There's nothing to see here. Lisa's friends planning a bridal shower. Carry on. There's nothing to see here. Lisa's friends are carrying on planning a bridal shower. Note that we use to put something off or to put off doing something when you delay doing something or arrange to do something at a later time or date. Now read the sentence below and fill in the blank using the appropriate phrasal verb. Why is Mr. Smith constantly the meeting? The board of directors won't like it. Why is Mr. Smith constantly putting off the meeting? The board of directors won't like it. Also note that we use to put somebody off or put somebody off doing something when somebody or something made you dislike something or not want to do something. Now read the sentence below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate phrasal verb. His indecisiveness really me. I don't feel like we can make any plans to meet up. His indecisiveness really puts me off. I don't feel like we can make any plans to meet up. Here's a short story using the phrasal verbs carry on and put off. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Can you carry on a project together with Alice? I'd rather work alone. There's something about her that puts me off. What are you talking about? She's the nicest person I've ever met. Well, maybe this is exactly what puts me off. I can't carry on a conversation with her. She is constantly carrying on about random things. Sorry, but you have to carry on with it. We can't put off this whole project because of that. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with carry on or put off. You can change the form if necessary. A. Straight until you see a huge monument to your left. B. You should doing physical exercises. It can also improve your mood. C. We can't our trip. We've already booked everything. D. This music really me. I can't seem to concentrate. And now match the following sentences. A. It's so hard to carry on going to the gym. B. They can't put off their wedding just like that. C. Sorry that I interrupted you. 1. Please carry on. 2. I always feel sore. 3. The guests are on their way. And now answer the following questions. A. Why can't some students carry on attending morning classes? B. Would you put off your vacation if you were asked to do some urgent work? C. What puts you off when you're talking to someone? And now, let's check your answers. Carry straight on until you see a huge monument to your left. You should carry on doing physical exercises. It can also improve your mood. We can't put off our trip. We've already booked everything. This music really puts me off. I can't seem to concentrate. It's so hard to carry on going to the gym. I always feel sore. They can't put off their wedding just like that. The guests are on their way. Sorry that I interrupted you. Please carry on. Sample answers. Some students can't carry on attending morning classes because they like sleeping. No, I wouldn't put off my vacation if I were asked to do some urgent work. Inappropriate jokes put me off. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that a phrasal verb is a verb that is made up of a main verb together with an adverb or a preposition, or both. Now, typically, their meaning is not obvious from the meanings of the individual words themselves. Now, to turn down has several meanings. Let's have a look at those meanings. A. To turn down means to turn the switch on a machine, for example, an oven, radio, etc., so that it produces less heat, sound, etc. It's the exact opposite to turn up. Have a look at the examples below. Can you turn down the TV? I'm trying to study. produce less sound. I'll turn down the heater. It's too hot in the room. Produce less heat. B. To turn down means to refuse an offer, request, or invitation. Have a look at the example over here. Anne offered Peter the job, but he turned it down, meaning that Peter refused the offer. C. To turn down means to refuse someone's offer of marriage. Have a look at the example over here. We were shocked to hear that Lily turned him down, meaning that Lily refused his offer of marriage. D. If the economy turns down, it means that the level of activity falls. Companies become less profitable, etc. Have a look at the example over here. After the crisis in 2008, the economy has turned down. Now, to break up also has several meanings. Let's have a look at those meanings. A. To break up means to break into a lot of small pieces. Have a look at the example over here. The vase just broke up in my hands. B. To break up means to separate something into several smaller parts. For example, I think that their intention is to break up our company into several smaller ones. C. To break up means to stop a fight. For example, their mom was the one to break up fights, to stop the fight. D. To break up means to make people leave a place where they have been meeting or protesting. For example, police broke up the demonstration. E. To break up with. When speaking of marriage, group of people, or relationship indicates that the people in this relationship separate or do not live or work together anymore. Have a look at the examples over here. I was so sad to hear that my favorite band broke up. Separated. James broke up with Kate last year. Separated. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use to turn down when you turn the switch on a machine so that it produces less heat, sound, etc. Remember that we also use to turn down when you refuse an offer, request, or invitation. Now read the sentences below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate phrasal verb. Could you, the TV, please? I can't hear you. Sorry, but I have to. Your invitation. I've been very busy lately. Could you turn down the TV, please? I can't hear you. Sorry, but I have to turn down your invitation. I've been very busy lately. Also remember that we use to turn down when a person refuses someone's offer of marriage. Now read the sentence below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate phrasal verb. Fred is a mess after Cindy, him. He had even bought a ring. Fred is a mess after Cindy turned him down. He had even bought a ring. And remember, you use to break up when you separate something into several smaller parts. Now read the sentence below and fill in the gaps using the appropriate phrasal verb. If there are too many students, they'll us into smaller groups. You can't learn English when there are 50 people in one room. If there are too many students, they'll break us up into smaller groups. Also remember to use to break up with to indicate that people in this relationship separate or do not live or work together anymore. Now read the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate phrasal verb. It was a mutual decision for Tim and Annie. They both have outgrown their relationship. It was a mutual decision to break up for Tim and Annie. Here is a short story using the phrasal verbs turn down and break up. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Have you heard the latest news? No, what's up? Sam and Alice broke up. What? No way. How did it happen? Apparently, Sam proposed to Alice in public and she turned him down. That's heartbreaking. I thought they were going to get married soon. They had been talking about that for months. I know. Their breakup is a sad news for everyone. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with turn down or break up. You can change the form if necessary. A. Emily, the offer because she didn't want to move to another state. B. Do you mind if the music? It's a bit distracting. C. I asked Julie for help, but I don't know what to do now. D. If the company, Todd will lose his job. And now, match the sentences below. A. I am afraid that we have to turn down your offer. B. Breaking news. C. I'm sorry. I must have broken it up. 1. The police is breaking up the people in front of the Parliament building. 2. I'll get a new one. 3. It is not financially feasible for us right now. And now, answer the following questions. A. Do you turn down your friends' requests? B. Would you ask a stranger to turn down the music in his headphones? C. Do you believe that the majority of couples breaks up within a month? And now, let's check your answers. Emily turned down the offer because she didn't want to move to another state. Do you mind if I turn down the music? It's a bit distracting. I asked Julie for help, but she turned me down. I don't know what to do now. If the company breaks up, Todd will lose his job. I'm afraid that we have to turn down your offer. It's not financially feasible for us right now. Breaking news. The police is breaking up the people in front of the Parliament building. I'm sorry, I must have broken it up. I'll get a new one. Sample answers. No, I don't turn down my friend's requests. No, I wouldn't ask a stranger to turn down the music in his headphones. Yes, I believe that the majority of couples breaks up within a month. Thank you for watching this tutorial. verb is a verb that is made up of a main verb together with an adverb or a preposition or both. Now, typically, their meaning is not obvious from the meanings of the individual words themselves. Now, to give up has several meanings. Let's have a look at those meanings. A. To give something up or to give up doing something means to stop doing something, especially something that you do regularly. Have a look at the examples below. Bella gave up her job and became a stay-at-home mom, meaning that Bella stopped doing her job. Why don't you give up drinking beer? Stop drinking beer. B. To give yourself or somebody up to means to allow yourself or someone else to be caught by the police or enemy soldiers. Have a look at the example over here. The burglar gave himself up to the police, meaning that he allowed himself to be caught by the police. C. To give up something means to use some of your time to do a particular thing. Have a look at the example over here. Emily didn't like giving up time to do laundry. D. To give something or somebody up means to give something that is yours to someone else. Have a look at the example over here. They had to give up their lands, meaning that they had to give their land to someone else. E. To give up on somebody or something means to stop hoping that someone or something will change or improve. Have a look at the example over here. Greg had been in a coma for a year, and doctors had almost given up on him, meaning that doctors almost stopped hoping that his condition will change. F. To give yourself up to something means to allow yourself to feel an emotion completely without trying to control it. Have a look at the example below. They gave themselves up to laughter after hearing the joke, meaning that they allowed themselves to feel laughter after hearing their joke. Now, to turn out also has several meanings. Let's have a look at those meanings. A. To turn out means to happen in a particular way or to have a particular result, especially one that you did not expect. Have a look at the examples over here. I thought I'd failed my exam, but it turned out fine. Unexpected result. As it turns out, they have been dating for over a year. Unexpected. James turned out to be Lily's cousin. Unexpected result. B. To turn out for means that a lot of people go to watch the event or take part in it. Have a look at the example over here. About 80% of the population turned out for the election. C. To turn somebody out means to force someone to leave a place permanently, especially their home. Have a look at the example below. If you don't pay the rent, they will turn you out in a week, meaning that they will force you to leave the house in a week. And now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use to give something up or to give up doing something when you indicate that you stop doing something, especially something that you do regularly. Now read the sentence below and fill in the blank using the appropriate phrasal verb. July her studies because she ran out of money. July gave up her studies because she ran out of money. Also remember that we use to give up on somebody or something when you stop hoping that someone or something will change or improve. Now read the sentence below and fill in the blank using the appropriate phrasal verb. Mike was ready to his relationship with Sarah as she wasn't supportive enough. Mike was ready to give up on his relationship with Sarah as she wasn't supportive enough. Note that we use to give yourself up to something when you allow yourself to feel an emotion completely without trying to control it. Now read the sentence below and fill in the blank using the appropriate phrasal verb. Never sadness. Stay positive. Never give yourself up to sadness. Stay positive. Remember that we use to turn out when something happens in a particular way or has a particular result, especially one that you did not expect. Now read the sentence below and fill in the blank using the appropriate phrasal verb. Kate thought she would spend her B-Day alone, but that her friends had planned a surprise B-Day party for her. Kate thought she would spend her B-Day alone, but it turned out that her friends had planned a surprise B-Day party for her. Also remember that we use to turn out for when a lot of people go to watch the event or take part in it. Now read the sentence below and fill in the blank using the appropriate phrasal verb. I think that the whole city celebration. I think that the whole city turned out for the celebration. Here's a short story using the phrasal verbs give up and turn out. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. It looks like Jerry has given up on his marriage. I barely see him together with Anne. I've never thought that it could turn out like that. Yeah, I know what you mean. It seemed like they were made for each other, but it turns out that sometimes love is not enough. Hey, don't give yourself up to depression. They're both adults. They'll work it out. And now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with give up or turn out. You can change the form if necessary. A. Sam broke up with Alice. That he has never loved her. B. I can't now. I put all my effort in it. C. If you, now, you'll regret it in the future. D. Michael to be the sweetest guy in the world. And now, match the following sentences. A. Could you give me some money? I need to pay the rent. B. I thought I had to go to classes today. C. Why can't you finish what you've started? 1. You're always ready to give up. 2. I don't want the landlord to turn me out. 3. Guess what? It turns out that they were canceled. And now, answer the following questions. A. Could you give up eating sweets? B. Do many people turn out for elections? C. Do people often give up on their dreams? And now, let's check your answers. Sam broke up with Alice. It turns out that he has never loved her. I can't give up now. I put all my effort in it. If you give up now, you'll regret it in the future. Michael turned out to be the sweetest guy in the world. Could you give me some money? I need to pay the rent. I don't want the landlord to turn me out. I thought I had to go to classes today. Guess what? It turns out that they were canceled. Why can't you finish what you've started? You're always ready to give up. Sample answers. No, I couldn't give up eating sweets. Not many people turn out for elections. Sometimes people give up on their dreams. Thank you for watching this tutorial.
In this section, we'll cover all the different types of nouns and pronouns. These are used all the time in your sentences, so these are very important. Make sure you can jump between the different types of pronouns, possessive pronouns, everything. You will become a great speaker if you learn these.
Okay, so a noun is a word used to identify people, places, or things. These nouns are called common nouns, or a noun is a word used to name a particular one of these, and that is called a proper noun. For example, in the sentence, you can buy coffee at Starbucks. Coffee is a common noun. It is a word used to identify a thing. Starbucks, on the other hand, is a proper noun because it is used to identify a particular place. Now, a common noun is a noun showing a class of objects or a concept, as opposed to a particular individual. For example, there was a sofa, 2 chairs, and a wardrobe in the room. Note that the common nouns are general names. They are not capitalized unless they begin a sentence or are part of a title. For example, capitals of the countries are usually very large. The word capital is at the beginning of a sentence, so it's capitalized. And in this sentence, London is the capital of Great Britain. The word capital is not capitalized. Now, when we add s to a noun, it becomes more than one, or plural. For example, flower, flowers, dog, dogs. And nouns ending in s, ss, sh, ch, x, z, or o, we add es to it so that we can make a plural or more than one. For example, bus, buses, watch, watches, box, boxes, potato, potatoes. And nouns ending in y change into I plus es when we want to make a plural. For example, baby, babies. And nouns ending in f or fe change into f, ve plus s. to make a plural. For example, life, lives, wolf, wolves. But belief turns into beliefs. Chef turns into chefs. Now here are some nouns that are irregular. For example, the singular form of the word man is man. In the plural, men. Woman, women. Person, people. Child, children. Tooth, teeth. Foot, feet. Mouse, mice. Now let's practice a bit. As earlier mentioned, a common noun is a noun showing a class of objects or a concept as opposed to a particular individual. Now I want you to read the sentence, fruit and vegetables are good for you, and underline these nouns. Fruits, vegetables are the nouns. Now again, common nouns are general names. They are not capitalized unless they begin a sentence or are part of a title. I want you to read this sentence, books can help you learn something, and underline these nouns. Books. Great. Now again, most of the time we add s to singular nouns to show more than one plural. What is the plural form of the word map? Maps. The word cake? Cakes. And if the singular form ends in s, ss, sh, ch, x, z, or o, add es to make a plural. More than one. The word sandwich? Sandwiches. Cross? Crosses. Fox? Foxes. Tomato? Tomatoes. And if the singular noun ends in y, again change y into I and add es to make a plural. More than one. Try with the word here, lily. Lilies. And if the singular noun ends in f or fe, f is often changed into ve before adding s to make a plural. Try with the word wife. Wives. And calf? Calves. Okay, so some nouns do not follow any of the rules explained earlier. They are irregular. For example, a mouse is a small rodent. Try to make it plural in this following sentence. Mice can find their way into your house. Okay, now here is a short story using common nouns. I want you to listen as I read so you see how they are used in real life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself to work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I'm going grocery shopping in a bit. Could I get you anything? I think we're running out of milk. You should buy that. And I don't mind some cookies or candies. Okay, I'll put it on my list. Anything else? You can't look in the fridge and just buy whatever you feel like we need. Oh, and don't forget to grab the newspaper on your way back home. I'd really appreciate that. Okay. Now time for you to practice on your own. Try to transform the following singular nouns into plural. Light, man, life, lady, tax. Next, find mistakes in the following sentences. A. Don't forget to take your jacket. It's really cold outside today. B. Your foot are really cold. You are freezing. C. Elizabeth is a doctor in a local hospital. D. I like high-waisted jeans a lot. I feel really stylish wearing them. E. There are many thieves in this area. Be careful. Now, let's check your answers. Light, lights. Man, men. Life, lives. Lady, ladies. Tax, taxes. Don't forget to take your jacket. It's really cold outside. Your feet are really cold. You are freezing. Elizabeth is a doctor in a local hospital. I like high-waisted jeans a lot. I feel really stylish wearing them. There are many thieves in this area. Be careful. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, a noun is a word used to identify people, places, or things. These kinds of nouns are called common nouns. Or, a noun is a word used to name a particular one of these. And those kinds of nouns are called proper nouns. For example, in the sentence, we have you can buy coffee at Starbucks. Now, the word Starbucks is a proper noun because it is a word used to name a particular place. Starbucks. And on the other hand, the word coffee is a common noun because it is a word used to identify a thing. Now, a proper noun is a noun that refers to a unique thing, such as names, names of cities, planets, corporations, etc. But a common noun usually refers to a class of things. For example, London is the capital of Great Britain. London, name of a city. Great Britain, name of a country. Also note that proper nouns are unique names, and so they are capitalized. So for example, here we have Olivia wants to travel around Europe next year. The word Olivia is a unique name, so it's capitalized. The same with the word Europe. We should also capitalize proper nouns that are names of festivals. For example, Christmas and Thanksgiving are my two favorite holidays. Now, the proper nouns Christmas and Thanksgiving are names of festivals, and so they should be capitalized. We should also capitalize the name of a person's title. For example, everything depends on President Trump and his decision. The proper noun president is the title of Trump, and so it should be capitalized. Also, we should capitalize the names of books, films, plays, and paintings. We use capital letters for the nouns, adjectives, and verbs in the titles. For example, I've just finished reading The Old Man and the Sea. The Old Man and the Sea is the title of the book I've just finished reading. Now, sometimes we use a person's name to refer to something they have created. For example, we were listening to Mozart the other day. I'm reading an Irish Murdoch now. Now, when you use a word about a family member, for example, mom, dad, uncle, capitalize it only if the word is being used exactly as you would use a name. In other words, if you were addressing the person directly. If the word is not being used as a name, it's not capitalized. Now, for example, in this sentence we have, please ask Dad if he can buy wine on his way home. The word dad is used to address the person directly, so it's capitalized. And in this sentence, is your dad coming over for dinner? The word dad is not capitalized because it's not being used as a name. Now, whenever you see a capitalized word, question whether or not it is a proper noun. Make sure that the capitalized word is in fact a noun, as there are also proper adjectives. For example, in this sentence we have Asia is one of the continents of the world. The word Asia is the name of the continent, so it's a proper noun. And in this sentence we have I don't really like Asian food. The word Asian is a proper adjective. It is a word used to describe the noun food. Now, let's review some points and practice a bit. I want you to read the following sentence and underline the nouns that refer to a unique thing. Brenda went to Germany last year. He liked Berlin and Munich the most. Brenda, Germany, Berlin, Munich. Name of a person, country, city, city. Note that we should also capitalize proper nouns that refer to festivals, people's title, the name of books, films, plays, and paintings. Let's start with festivals. Read the following sentence and underline the proper noun that refers to festivals. When are we celebrating Easter this year? Easter. People's title? You need to contact Dr. Drake to receive further information. doctor. The names of books, films, plays, or paintings. I'm dying to see Heartbreak House. Heartbreak House. Also, sometimes we use a person's name to refer to something they have created. Read the following sentence and find a word that refers to that something a person has created. I heard that a Van Gogh was sold for $20 million. Van Gogh. Now, when you use a word about a family member, for example, mom, dad, uncle, capitalize it only if the word is being used exactly as you would use a name. In other words, if you were addressing the person directly. Read the following sentences and decide in which sentence the word mom should be capitalized. Please ask mom if she knows that I'll be late. Does your mom know that I'll come home later today? Great. Now, whenever you see a capitalized word, make sure you question whether or not it is a proper noun. Make sure that the capitalized word is in fact a noun, as there are also proper adjectives. Now let's practice. At Easter, kids get candies from Easter bunnies. Which Easter is a proper adjective and which is a proper noun? Great. Now here is a short story using proper nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself to work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Emma, what did you get for Christmas? My mom and dad got me a Polaroid. I was beyond happy. Wow, that's such a cool gift. Yeah, I know. And what did you get? My parents bought me a trip to New York for 5 days. I've never been to the East Coast, so I'm looking forward to it. I'll go there in the summer though. That's amazing. Don't forget to take photos. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the underlined words should be capitalized. A. Honestly, I don't really like Coca-Cola. B. My Aunt Kelly is a wonderful person. C. See the list of 2018 Oscar nominations, including Best Pictures, Best Actors and Actresses, and more. D. I'm sure you like Pride and Prejudice. E. Maybe we should get some fast food for dinner. F. Pam studied engineering at college. G. Texas is the second largest state in the United States by both area and population. H. When I saw a Monet for the first time, I was blown away. I. Kate doesn't like winter months that much. J. Under the U.S. Constitution, each state is given a number of electoral votes in rough proportion to its population. Now, let's check your answers. Honestly, I don't really like Coca-Cola. Capitalized. My Aunt Kelly is a wonderful person. See the list of 2018 Oscar nominations, including Best Picture, Best Actors and Actresses, and more. I'm sure you'd like Pride and Prejudice. Maybe we should get some fast food for dinner. Pam studied engineering at college. Texas is the second largest state in the United States by both area and population. When I saw a Monet for the first time, I was blown away. Kate doesn't like winter months that much. Under the U.S. Constitution, each state is given a number of electoral votes in rough proportion to its population. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, a subject is the person or thing that performs the action in the sentence or clause. And a subject pronoun is a pronoun that takes the place of a noun as the subject of a sentence. For example, in the sentence, we have, she told me about her worries. Now the word she is a pronoun, and it is the subject of the sentence. And so the word she is a subject pronoun. Note that subject pronouns replace nouns that are the subject of their clause. Have a look at the table below. When we talk about the first person, in its singular form, we use I. And plural, we. When we talk about the second person, we use you. In its plural, the same, you. When we talk about the third person, we use he, she, it. Plural, they. Also, we should replace the subject with a subject pronoun to avoid repetition. For example, Mary is a student and Mary is very hardworking. The repetition of the proper noun Mary should be avoided. We should say something like, Mary is a student and she is very hardworking. She refers to Mary. Also note that we use the subject pronoun it when we refer to objects, things, animals, or ideas. For example, love is eternal. It will last forever. The pronoun it refers to the word love. And sometimes, when we don't know the sex of a baby, we can use it. For example, their baby is so small. It only weighs 2 kilos. We also use it when we talk about time, weather, or temperature. For example, what time is it? It's 7 o'clock. It's quite cold today. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that subject pronouns replace nouns that are the subject of their clause. So what do you think would be the proper subject pronoun to use to replace the word Helen? She. And dog? It. Students. They. My brother and I. We. Also note that we should replace the subject with a subject pronoun to avoid repetition. Have a look at the sentence below. Fred and Molly are very good friends. Fred and Molly have known each other since middle school. Try to avoid this repetition by using a subject pronoun. They have known each other since middle school. Let's have a look at another sentence over here. Look at the cat. The cat is so cute. Note that the subject pronoun it is used when we refer to objects, things, animals, or ideas. Try to avoid the repetition in this sentence by using the correct subject pronoun. It is so cute. Now sometimes when we don't know the sex of a baby, we can of course use it. Fill in the blanks using the proper subject pronoun in this sentence. The baby didn't sleep well, kicking all night. It was kicking all night. Remember that we can also use it when we talk about time, weather, or temperature. Have a look at the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the proper subject pronoun. Minus 10 degrees Celsius outside. You should definitely wear a hat. It's 10 degrees Celsius. Now here is a short story using subject pronouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Shall we go out tonight? The weather is lovely. Yes, it is. Maybe we could go for a walk. I don't feel like eating. It's strange. Are you feeling well? I'm alright, thank you. I was at my grandma's today and she cooked a lot of stuff for lunch. I felt like I was about to explode. I know the feeling. All grandmas are like that. They show their love by feeding their grandkids. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and replace the subject with the appropriate pronoun. A. Kylie is looking for a job at the moment. B. My kids absolutely love reading books. C. The temperature is 25 degrees Celsius today. D. My friends and I like to go on trips together. E. Mrs. Smith is my neighbor. Now, read the following sentences and correct the mistakes you find. A. The dog stole Amanda's hot dog before he ran away. B. My brother likes working out in the morning. He gives him energy for the rest of the day. C. There are raindrops on my window. Are they raining again? D. Her husband is really sweet because her husband brings her breakfast in bed. E. You can have ice cream after they have your broccoli. Time to check your answers. He is looking for a job at the moment. They absolutely love reading books. It is 25 degrees Celsius today. We like to go on trips together. She is my neighbor. The dog stole Amanda's hot dog before it ran away. My brother likes working out in the morning. It gives him energy for the rest of the day. There are raindrops on my window. Is it raining again? Her husband is really sweet. He brings her breakfast in bed. You can have ice cream after you eat your broccoli. Thank you for watching this tutorial. An object is the person or thing that receives the action in the clause or sentence. Now, an object pronoun is a pronoun that takes the place of a noun as the object of a sentence. For example, in this sentence, she told me about her worries. The word me is an object pronoun because it refers to the person that is receiving the action. Also note that the object pronoun comes after a verb or a preposition. Object pronouns are used to replace nouns that are the direct or indirect objects of a clause. Let's have a look at the table below. When we want to use a pronoun as the subject of a sentence, we use I, you, he, she, it, we, or they. And when we want to use a pronoun as the object of a sentence, we use me, you, him, her, it, us, or them. As earlier stated, object pronouns come either after a verb or a preposition. For example, in this sentence, Ethan asked me to talk to them. The object pronoun me comes after the verb asked, and the object pronoun them comes after the preposition to. Also note that the subject pronoun it and the object pronoun it look the same. For example, do you know the movie Pretty Lady? It is my favorite. In this sentence, the pronoun it is a subject pronoun because it is used as the subject of the sentence. And in the sentence, I've seen it many times. The pronoun it is an object pronoun because it is used as the object of the sentence after a verb. Remember that object pronouns are always the recipients of the action in sentences. In this example over here, for example, in this sentence we have he and me. Also, remember that object nouns are always the recipients of the action in sentences. Also, remember that object pronouns are always the recipients of the action in sentences. Now let's have a look at the sentence over here. He and me went to the movies. Now this sentence would be incorrect because the object pronoun me is being used as the subject of the sentence. The correct form would be he and I went to the movies. Let's have a look at another example over here. Mrs. Keith called her and I. Now this sentence is incorrect because the pronoun, the subject pronoun, I, is being used as the object of the sentence. The correct form would be Mrs. Keith called her and me. Also, we should replace the object with an object pronoun to avoid repetition. Let's have a look at an example over here. I can't stop thinking about Amy. I can't stop imagining my future with Amy. Now we can avoid repeating the word Amy by using object pronouns. For example, I can't stop imagining my future with her. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that object pronouns are used to replace nouns that are the direct or indirect objects of a clause or a sentence. Let's have a look at the pronouns below. What is the object pronoun of the subject pronoun I? Me. You. You. He. Him. She. Her. It. It. We. Us. And they. Them. Also note that object pronouns come either after a verb or a preposition. Now have a look at the sentence below and fill in the blanks using the appropriate object pronoun. My mom asked to do. My mom asked me to do it. Note that the subject pronoun it and the object pronoun it look the same. Have a look at the sentences below. In which sentence is the pronoun it a subject pronoun? And in which sentence is the pronoun it an object pronoun? I like this book a lot. It is one of my favorites. I often read it when I'm feeling down. In the first sentence, the pronoun it is a subject pronoun. And in the second sentence, the pronoun it is an object pronoun. Remember that object nouns are always the recipients of the action in sentences. Try to correct the following sentence. John invited them and I to his party. John invited them and me to his party. Also, we should replace the object with an object pronoun to avoid repetition. Have a look at the sentence below and try to avoid the repetition in the second sentence by using an object pronoun. You can't talk with Greg every hour. Constantly being on the phone with Greg leaves you with zero free time. Constantly being on the phone with him leaves you with zero free time. Here is a short story using object pronouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. What should I get them? It's their anniversary, but I can't think of a gift. It should be something cheap but yet memorable. Why don't you give them something that you made yourself? Maybe a poster with their photos that they haven't seen? I think they'll be happy to get it. I knew I could turn to you. This is a great idea. I'll definitely do it. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with the appropriate object pronouns. A. I saw the way Kate talks to Jeffrey. I am sure that she is in love with. B. I can't find my glasses. Maybe that's because I'm wearing. C. Is that Mike's new girlfriend? Don't ask me, ask. D. Why is he always talking about Liz? He obviously likes. E. Amy doesn't want to be in the same room with Nick and I think she doesn't like us. F. What's the title of the movie we saw last night? I don't remember. G. Your brothers are being very noisy. Could you ask to be quieter? H. I can't stop thinking about his words. It's been bugging for a long time. I. Don't you like apples? I absolutely love. J. Why don't they invite over? My husband and I are very nice people. Now, let's check your answers. I saw the way Kate talks to Jeffrey. I am sure she is in love with him. I can't find my glasses. Maybe that's because I'm wearing them. Is that Mike's new girlfriend? Don't ask me, ask them. Why is he always talking about Liz? He obviously likes her. Amy doesn't want to be in the same room with Nick and me. I think she doesn't like us. What's the title of the movie we saw last night? I don't remember it. Your brothers are being very noisy. Could you ask them to be quieter? I can't stop thinking about his words. It's been bugging me for a long time. Do you like apples? I absolutely love them. Why don't they invite us over? My husband and I are very nice people. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, the possessive form is used with nouns referring to people, groups of people, countries, and animals. It shows a relationship of belonging between one thing and another. Have a look at the example over here. Lisa's aunt is a doctor. Note that the word Lisa's in the sentence is in a possessive form, and it shows the relationship she has with her aunt. Now, to form the possessive, simply add an apostrophe plus s to the noun, as in the examples below. My brother's computer was stolen a week ago. Children's toys were on the ground. And if the noun already ends in s, just add an apostrophe. For example, students' homework will be assessed later. And for names ending in s, you can either add an apostrophe plus s or just an apostrophe. Note that the first option is more common. For example, they want to sell James's car. Now study some of the fixed expressions where the possessive form is used. For example, a day's work, a month's pay, in a year's time, for God's sake. Also note that the possessive is also used to refer to shops, restaurants, churches, universities, etc., using the name or job title of the owner. Have a look at the examples below. I want to go to Lungi's for dinner. Pete has an appointment at the dentist's at 10 a.m. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that to form the possessive, add an apostrophe plus s to the noun. Read the following sentence and provide the possessive form of the noun in the bracket. The baby clothes should be washed regularly. The baby's clothes should be washed regularly. And if the noun already ends in s, just add an apostrophe. Now have a read of the sentence below and fill in the blank with the possessive form of the noun in the bracket. Your parents' signatures are not needed in this case. Your parents' signatures are not needed in this case. And for names ending in s, you can either add an apostrophe plus s or just an apostrophe. Note that the first option is more common. I like Adam's style of writing. I like Adams's style of writing. And make sure to study some of the fixed expressions where the possessive form is used. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank with the possessive form of the word in the bracket. Jim needs more than a month's pay to cover his expenses. Jim needs more than a month's pay to cover his expenses. Also note that the possessive is also used to refer to shops, restaurants, churches, universities, etc., using the name or job title of the owner. Now have a read of the following sentence and provide the possessive form of the noun in the bracket. Some people do not agree with Facebook's new privacy policy. Some people do not agree with Facebook's new privacy policy. Here's a short story using possessive nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. It's so difficult living together with him. James's clothes are always lying everywhere. And then he would come to our place together with his brother's friends and play board game till 10 p.m. Maybe he doesn't see this as an issue. Have you talked about it with him? Why can't he get it without me pointing these issues out? My parents' relationship isn't like that. Stop complaining, for God's sake. I think that James's patience will run out soon. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and find mistakes. A. My mother's-in-law tips are really helpful. B. I want to go to Olivia Place. C. The girl's room was very messy. D. I don't like your t-shirts' logo. It looks weird. E. What's the book's title? F. We're hanging around at Macy's. Could you pick us up? G. I guess that they won't finish this project even in a year's time. H. Lawyers' fees aren't fixed. I. Have you already read today's newspaper? J. Kelly's boyfriend is running late. Where is she? And now, let's check your answers. My mother-in-law's tips are really helpful. I want to go to Olivia's place. The girl's room was very messy. I don't like your t-shirt's logo. It looks weird. What's the book's title? We're hanging around at Macy's. Could you pick us up? I guess that they won't finish this project even in a year's time. Lawyers' fees aren't fixed. Have you already read today's newspaper? Kelly's boyfriend is running late. Where is she? Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that a pronoun is a word that replaces a noun in a sentence, making the subject a person or a thing. Note that possessive pronouns are pronouns that demonstrate ownership. Have a look at the example over here. This car is mine. Note that the word mine in this sentence is a possessive pronoun, and it tells us who the car belongs to. Now, possessive pronouns are used instead of possessive adjectives and nouns. Have a look at the table below. Subject, I. Object, me. Possessive adjective, my. Possessive pronoun, mine. You, your, yours. He, him, his, she, her, hers. It, its. We, us, our, ours. They, them, their, theirs. Note that there is no apostrophe in possessive pronouns ending in S. Have a look at the example below. I don't remember buying these jeans. I think they are yours. And remember that possessive pronouns stand on their own. They are not used with another noun. Have a look at the example over here. This is her cat. Note that her is a possessive adjective and it can be used with a noun, as in her cat. And in the sentence, this cat is hers. Note that the possessive pronoun in the sentence, hers, is standing on its own. Now we can use possessive pronouns after of. Have a look at these sentences over here. Jake is one of my friends. Note that we can also say Jake is a friend of mine. Note that the possessive pronoun in the second sentence comes after of. And remember that possessive pronouns simplify constructions that show possession of a noun. Have a look at the examples over here. This is your room and that is our room. The simplified version of the sentence would be, this is your room and that is ours. Now, let's review and practice a bit. Remember that possessive pronouns are pronouns that demonstrate ownership. Now provide the possessive form of the following pronouns. I, you, he, she, it, we, they. I, mine. You, yours. He, his. She, hers. It, its. We, ours. They, theirs. Also note that there is no apostrophe in possessive pronouns ending in S. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank with the appropriate possessive pronoun. This is not, give it back. This is not yours, give it back. Also remember that possessive pronouns stand on their own. They are not used with another noun. Read the following sentence and fill in the blank with the appropriate possessive pronoun. I don't think it's their car. I don't think this car is theirs. Note that we can use possessive pronouns after of. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using of and the appropriate possessive pronoun. I'll have lunch with Michael. He's my colleague. I'll have lunch with a colleague of mine. Remember, the possessive pronouns simplify construction that shows possession of a noun. Now read the following sentence and provide the simplified form of the sentence using a possessive pronoun. My phone is dead. Give me your phone. My phone is dead. Give me yours. Here's a short story using possessive pronouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. This dress is not yours. Give it back, sis. What are you talking about? I bought it a week ago. No, it's mine. I've had it for ages. You're always taking my stuff. This dress isn't yours. No, it's mine, and mine alone. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the correct word. A. The kids are yours, and mine. B. The final decision is yours to make. C. Anne doesn't trust hers parents. D. What's mine is yours. Mine friend. E. Don't go through mine stuff. It's disrespectful. And now, read the following sentences and simplify them by using possessive pronouns. A. Shall we go to your place or my place? B. Her birthday is on the 12th of May, and his birthday is on the 11th. C. I doubt that our kitty will get along with your cat. D. Colin is my childhood friend. E. These are my jeans, and these are Miriam's jeans. And now, let's check your answers. The kids are yours and mine. The final decision is yours to make. Anne doesn't trust her parents. What's mine is yours, my friend. Don't go through my stuff. It's disrespectful. Shall we go to your place or mine? Her birthday is on the 12th of May, and his is on the 11th. I doubt that our kitty would get along with yours. Colin is a childhood friend of mine. These are my jeans, and these are hers. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Nouns can be concrete or abstract. Now, concrete nouns are tangible, and you can experience them with your 5 senses. On the other hand, abstract nouns refer to intangible things like actions, feelings, ideals, concepts, and qualities. Have a look at the example over here. Food is great, but love is even greater. Note that the noun food in the sentence is a concrete noun because food is tangible and you can experience it with your five senses. Love, on the other hand, is an abstract noun because it refers to something that is intangible, feeling. Now, a concrete noun is a noun that can be identified through one of the five senses: touch, sight, hearing, smell, or taste. Have a look at the following examples. Who turned off the TV? Note that the noun TV in the sentence is a concrete noun. And in this sentence, what is that noise? Note that even though noise can't be touched, you can hear it. So it's a concrete noun. Now, concrete nouns fall into several categories. Let's have a look at those categories. A. People. For example, mother, friend, teacher, stranger, etc. B. Places. For example, school, McDonald's, Las Vegas, India, etc. C. Things you can touch and see. For example, plane, cup, lamp, book, etc. D. Things you can hear. For example, music, noise, someone's voice, song, etc. E. Things you can smell and taste. For example, herbs, cookies, bread, wine, etc. Now remember that concrete nouns can denote people, places, or things you can touch and see. Now read the following sentences and underline them. The burglar broke into their house. Burglar. I want to travel to Dubai and see Burj Khalifa with my own eyes. Dubai, Burj Khalifa. Could you pass me the water bottle standing over there? The water bottle. Also remember that concrete nouns can denote things you can hear and things you can smell and taste. Now read the following sentences and underline those concrete nouns. Where is that sound coming from? Sound. There is nothing better than freshly baked cookies. Cookies. Here's a short story using concrete nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. We went to the Maldives on our honeymoon. Wow, I know that there are a lot of luxury hotels and resorts. Yeah, they can be quite pricey, but I was saving up money for this occasion. I booked a honeymoon suite for us with Carol. Did she like it? Absolutely. There were rose petals on the king-size bed, there were candles everywhere, and you could see the ocean right through the windows. It was a magical place. And now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the concrete nouns. A. It was my dream to become a teacher. B. What's that noise? Where's it coming from? C. Ugh, it tastes like feet. I can't eat it. D. Her mom likes to bake apple pies on Sundays. E. A lot of teens don't go to prom. F. I've been dreaming about going to Spain. G. H. I. Reading books with your child is a great bonding opportunity. J. Should I get you anything? I'm going to the shop. And now, let's check your answers. Teacher, noise, feet, mom, pies, teens, Spain, books, child, shop. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember, the nouns can be concrete or abstract. Now, concrete nouns are tangible and you can experience them with your five senses, whereas abstract nouns refer to intangible things, such as actions, feelings, ideals, concepts, and qualities. Have a look at the example over here. Food is great, but love is even greater. Note that the noun food in the sentence is a concrete noun, as it refers to a tangible thing. And love is an abstract noun because it refers to something that is intangible. Feeling. Now, abstract nouns fall into several categories. Let's have a look at those. A. Emotions and feelings, such as anger, sadness, love, grief, etc. B. Human qualities and characteristics, such as beauty, maturity, humor, patience, etc. C. Ideas and concepts, such as knowledge, freedom, luxury, comfort, etc. D. Events, for example, marriage, birthday, career, adventure, etc. Now, many abstract nouns are formed from adjectives, verbs, or nouns. And sometimes you can add a suffix to the concrete noun or alter the word root to form abstract nouns, as in the example below. Child is a concrete noun, whereas childhood is an abstract noun. And remember, the nouns with the following suffix are often abstract. Shin, as in devotion, ism, as in pessimism, iti, hospitality, ment, movement, nas, as in restlessness, age, as in marriage, ens, as in brilliance, ens, as in indifference, ship, for example, relationship. Ability, such as availability. AC, bureaucracy. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that abstract nouns can denote emotions and feelings or human qualities and characteristics. Now have a read of the following sentences and underline the abstract nouns. Michael's indifference was breeding hate towards him. Indifference, hate. Her dedication is something that can't be ignored. Dedication. Also remember that abstract nouns can denote ideas and concepts or events. Now have a read of the following sentences and underline the abstract nouns. Freedom of speech is a basic human right. Freedom, rights. Will you attend Kate and William's wedding? Wedding. And remember, the many abstract nouns are formed from adjectives, verbs, or nouns. And sometimes you can add a suffix to the concrete noun or alter the word root to form abstract nouns. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blank with the appropriate abstract noun. They totally failed. I was a total failure. Here's a short story using abstract nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. It was such a lovely wedding. Yeah, you're right. There was so much love and appreciation in the air, and I couldn't stop looking at those two. They were destined to be together. I don't believe in destiny or anything like that, but I'm really happy that their friendship grew into a loving relationship based on mutual respect and trust. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps using the words in brackets to form abstract nouns. A. Conceive the word kind. B. Kate's parents can stop talking about the of going to college. Important. C. My brothers will get him nowhere. Lazy. D. It was my to accompany you. Please? E. I could see all shades of in her action. Angry. F. Jake had all sorts of when he saw his crush talking to another guy. Think. G. I am sure that our will last forever. Friend. H. I couldn't contain my excited. I. Dogs are known for their loyal. J. I value above all honest. And now let's check your answers. Kindness can save the world. Kate's parents can stop talking about the importance of going to college. My brother's laziness will get him nowhere. It was my pleasure to accompany you. I could see all shades of anger in her actions. Jake had all sorts of thoughts when he saw his crush talking to another guy. I am sure that our friendship will last forever. I couldn't contain my excitement. Dogs are known for their loyalty. I value honesty above all. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that a noun is a word that is used to refer to people, places, things, events, substances, and qualities. Now have a look at the example over here. The dinner was amazing today. In this sentence, the dinner is a noun, and it is used to refer to a thing. Now, material nouns denote material or substance from which things are made, as in the examples below. A plastic bottle, a diamond ring, etc. Note that the word plastic is a material noun, and it is used to describe what the bottle is made of. The same thing with the word diamond. It is used to describe what the ring is made of. Now, material nouns are uncountable, thus they do not have a plural form. Generally, articles are not used with material nouns as they are uncountable. Have a look at the examples below. I really want to buy these cottons pants. Now this sentence would be incorrect because the material noun cotton should not be used in its plural form. The correct sentence would be, I really want to buy these cotton pants. Remember, the material nouns fall into several categories. A. Related to nature. For example, air, water, salt, coal, silver, gold, etc. B. Related to animals. Meat, milk, egg, wool, etc. C. Related to plants. Cotton, coffee, tea, wood, etc. D. Artificial or man-made materials, such as alcohol, cheese, brick, steel, etc. Now, a compound noun contains two or more words which are joined together and form a single noun. Remember that compound nouns can be words written together, words that are hyphenated, or separate words. The first word usually describes or modifies the second word, denoting its type or purpose. Consequently, the second word identifies the item itself. Have a look at the example below. I need to buy a new toothbrush. Toothbrush is a compound noun written together, and the first word, tooth, describes or modifies the purpose or type of the second word, which is brush. And so, toothbrush is a brush used for cleaning one's teeth. Now, there is no exact rule as to when we should write compound nouns together, hyphenated, or as separate words. Remember that if you are not sure how to write a compound noun, consult a dictionary. Have a look at the examples below. Could you go with me to the bus stop? The compound noun bus stop in this sentence is written as separate words. And in this sentence, my in-laws are incredible people. Hyphenated. I love your new haircut. You look fantastic. Haircut is a compound word written together. Note that the stress usually falls on the first syllable in compound nouns. As a result, the word stress helps to differentiate between a compound noun and an adjective plus noun. Have a look at the examples below. A greenhouse is a glass building used for growing plants that need warmth, light, and protection. In this sentence, the word greenhouse is a compound noun. And in this sentence, a greenhouse is a building that someone lives in. This building is painted green. In this sentence, the words green, house is an adjective plus noun. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember, the material nouns denote a material or substance from which things are made of. Now, these nouns do not have a plural form, and articles are not used with them. Provide the correct form of the following sentence. Have you seen my gloves? Have you seen my rubber gloves? Also, remember, the material nouns can denote things related to nature, animals, and plants. Now read the following sentence and underline these nouns. My ideal breakfast would consist of bacon and eggs and a glass of milk sitting somewhere at the beach, breathing fresh air and enjoying life. Bacon, eggs, milk, air. Remember, the material nouns can also denote artificial or man-made materials. Now read the following sentences and underline these nouns. Do you think that Alice will like this perfume? I don't know if she'll like its sweet scent. Perfume. Also remember that a compound noun contains two or more words which are joined together and form a single noun. Now the first word usually describes or modifies the second word, denoting its type or purpose. Consequently, the second word identifies the item itself. Now read the descriptions in the brackets and provide the appropriate compound noun. A machine used for washing laundry. Washing machine. A person who watches what is happening without taking part. A bystander. Now remember that there is no exact rule as to when we should write compound nouns together, hyphenated, or as separate words. Thus, you always need to consult a dictionary. Now have a look at the sentences below and decide whether the words in brackets should be written together, hyphenated, or as separate words. Helen loves going to the swimming pool in summer. Swimming pool, separated. Check-in and baggage drop-off for most flights open 2 hours before the scheduled departure time. Check-in, hyphenated. Drop-off, hyphenated. I don't let my kids eat in their bedrooms. Bedrooms, written together. Here's a short story using material and compound nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Do you want me to cook something special for dinner? How about just wine and cheese? That sounds simple, yet fancy. Let's eat outside then. Yeah, I'll take some clothes so we could sit on the ground. Just don't take that cotton cloth. I had a hard time washing it last time. Roger. And I'll probably order some takeaway too, in case we get very hungry. Now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the material nouns. A. These leather boots are too expensive for me. B. You need to fry it in vegetable oil for 10 minutes. C. Throw some wood into the fire. It's getting cold. D. I don't like cast iron pans. They are very heavy. E. She bought stunning silk stockings. And now, read the following sentences and form compound nouns using the given definition. A. A room with a bath or a shower, a sink, and sometimes a toilet is called a. B. If a person has red hair, we call him or her a. C. The time in the morning when the sun appears is called. D. Is the main character of Disney's first animated feature-length film, and The Seven Dwarfs. E. The father of your husband or wife is called a. And now, let's check your answers. Leather, vegetable oil, wood, cast iron, silk. A room with a bath or a shower, a sink, and sometimes a toilet is called a bathroom. If a person has red hair, we call him or her a redhead. The time in the morning when the sun appears is called sunrise. Snow White is the main character of Disney's first animated feature-length film, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The father of your husband or wife is called a father-in-law. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now remember that a noun is a word used to identify any class of people, places, or things, which are known as common nouns. Or a noun is a word used to name a particular one of these, and that is known as proper noun. Have a look at the example over here. You can buy coffee at Starbucks. The word coffee in the sentence is used to identify a particular thing, which is coffee. And the word Starbucks in the sentence is used to name a particular place. Now let's have a look at the difference between countable nouns and uncountable nouns. Now, countable nouns are things that can be counted, even if the number might be extremely high. For example, all the people in the world. Other examples are apple, song, house, etc. Uncountable nouns, on the other hand, are things that we cannot count with numbers. Note that they may be the name for abstract ideas or quantities, or for physical objects that are too small to count or shapeless. For example, liquids, gases, etc. Other examples of uncountable nouns are tea, money, love, etc. Note that countable nouns can be singular or plural, as in the example below. I have an apple, and you have 3 apples. However, uncountable nouns do not have plural forms, as in the example below. We're going to have rice for lunch. Note that rice is an uncountable noun, and so we cannot use a plural form. Also, with singular countable nouns, we can use a or an. Have a look at the example below. There is a girl outside. She is wearing a beautiful dress. However, we cannot use a or an with uncountable nouns. But you can often use the phrase a bag of, a cup of, etc. Have a look at the example below. There is a bowl of rice and a bottle of juice on the table. Now, if you want to ask about the quantity of a countable noun, you ask how many combined with the plural countable noun. Have a look at the example below. How many dogs are there? There are 5 dogs. And if you want to ask about the quantity of an uncountable noun, you ask how much combined with the uncountable noun. Have a look at the example below. How much coffee do we have left? We don't have much coffee left. Also, you can use many, a few, few with plural countable nouns, as in the examples below. Sorry, but I didn't take many pictures. I've got a few relatives living here. And with uncountable nouns, you can use much, a little, little, as in the examples below. We didn't do much shopping there. We have a little sugar left. Note that you can use some, any, a lot of, both with plural countable nouns and uncountable nouns. Have a look at the examples below. We like singing some crazy songs at karaoke. Did you buy any oranges? She showed a lot of signs of affection. And with uncountable nouns, We listened to some music there. I didn't buy any orange juice. There is a lot of love in the air. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that countable nouns refer to items that can be counted, while uncountable nouns refer to things that come in a state of quantity that is impossible to count. Read the following words and mark countable nouns as C and uncountable nouns as U. Water. Uncountable. Money. Uncountable. Cat. Countable. Anger. Uncountable. Computer. Countable. Beach. Countable. Sand. Uncountable. Street. Countable. Note that you can use a or an with singular countable nouns, and with uncountable nouns you can use a phrase a bag of, a cup of, etc. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the countable or uncountable noun. I want to buy plant so that my room looks nicer. I want to buy a plant so that my room looks nicer. Pete can eat bag chips without drinking anything. Pete can eat a bag of chips without drinking anything. Now, if you want to ask about the quantity of a countable noun, you ask how many combined with the plural countable noun. On the other hand, if you want to ask about the quantity of an uncountable noun, you ask how much combined with the uncountable noun. Now read the following answers and provide the appropriate question. I got 6 muffins. How many muffins did you get? There isn't much sugar in them. How much sugar is in them? Also remember that you can use many, a few, few with plural countable nouns. And you can use much, a little, little with uncountable nouns. Now read the following sentences and fill in the blanks with either many, a few, few, or much, a little, little. I've got a money left and a more errands to run. I've got a little money left and few more errands to run. Also note that you can use some, any, or a lot of, both with plural countable nouns and uncountable nouns. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blanks with either some, any, or a lot of. There was strange tension between them, and co-workers found it worrisome. There was some strange tension between them, and a lot of co-workers found it worrisome. Here is a short story using countable and uncountable nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. The kitchen was a total mess. What do you mean? There was mold everywhere. There was a pile of dishes in the sink. There were leftovers on the plates. There was some milk spilled all over the countertops. That sounds awful. Yeah, I wanted to clean it up, but there wasn't even any soap in sight. Now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether the underlined nouns are countable or uncountable. A. I washed my hair yesterday. B. You need to take 1 cup of flour. C. Sorry, but I need to breathe some fresh air. D. I'd like to give you some advice. E. Sam brought a bottle of red wine. Now read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with a or an. Note that sometimes no article is needed. A. It wasn't her fault. It was accident. B. When Mike was in Turkey, he stayed in big hotel. C. Sally is bundle of nerves as she has job interview tomorrow. D. There is lot of snow outside. Be careful. E. IQ test measures intelligence. Now, let's check your answers. Hair, uncountable. Cup, countable. Air, uncountable. Advice, uncountable. Bottle, countable. It wasn't her fault. It was an accident. When Mike was in Turkey, he stayed in a big hotel. Sally is a bundle of nerves as she has a job interview tomorrow. There is a lot of snow outside. Be careful. An IQ test measures intelligence. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now, a collective noun is used to refer to an entire group of people, animals, or things. Therefore, it includes more than one member. Have a look at the example over here. My family is very big. The word family in this sentence is a collective noun, and it is referring to an entire group of people. A collective noun can refer to several things. A. People, such as family, class, committee, staff, etc. B. Animals, a pack of dogs, a swarm of flies, a herd of horses, a litter of puppies, etc. C. Things, pack, set, bunch, stack, etc. Now remember that when the members within one group behave in the same manner, they are part of a collective noun. Thus, this noun becomes singular and requires a singular verb, as in the example below. Every day, the football team follows its coach out to the field for practice. Note that the members in this football team behave in the same manner. And when the members are acting as individuals, the collective noun is plural and requires a plural verb. Now, in many cases, it may sound more natural to make the subject plural informed by adding words like members, mates, etc. Have a look at the example below. After the practice, the teammates shower, change into their casual clothes, and head to their homes. Note that the members of this group are acting as individuals. They are showering, changing into their casual clothes, and heading to their homes individually. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that collective nouns can refer to people, animals, or things. Now read the following sentences and underline them. The jury is about to decide whether the man is guilty. The jury. A pack of wolves hunts at night. A pack of wolves. I can't believe he smokes a pack of cigarettes a day. A pack of cigarettes a day. Remember that when the members within one group behave in the same manner, they are part of a collective noun. Thus, this noun becomes singular and requires a singular verb. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb in the bracket. The orchestra often to play at the gala. The orchestra often plays at the gala. Also remember that when the members are acting as individuals, the collective noun is plural and requires a plural verb. Now read the following sentence and fill in the blank using the appropriate form of the verb in the bracket. Right now, the cast to practice their lines before shooting. Right now, the cast are practicing their lines before shooting. Here's a short story using collective nouns. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I had the most amazing time backpacking with my classmates. Did you like Canada and its nature? I sure did. A range of mountains was magical, and the animals I've seen, a flutter of tiny butterflies, a herd of deer, and a family of beavers. Yeah, it's not something you can see here. True, I wanted to create some long-lasting memories of this experience, so I tried taking a sequence of photos, not disturbing the wildlife and just observing it from the safe distance. Now, it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following list of words and form collective nouns. A band off. B, a flock off. C, a team off. D, a pair off. E, an army off. F, a bouquet off. G, a hive off. H, a pride off. I, a choir off. J, a galaxy off. 1, sheep. 2, ants. 3 stars. 4 singers. 5 flowers. 6 players. 7 lions. 8 musicians. 9 bees. 10 shoes. And now, let's check your answers. A band of musicians, a flock of sheep, a team of players, a pair of shoes, an army of ants, a bouquet of flowers, a hive of bees, a pride of lions, a choir of singers, a galaxy of stars. Thank you for watching this tutorial.
In this section, we'll go over articles and demonstratives. Now, articles are the one secret thing to make you sound like a native English speaker. If you forget to use articles or you don't use articles correctly, a native speaker will know right away that you are not from that country. These are very important. So spend a lot of time going over the examples and making sure that you are using them correctly. And demonstratives, maybe you haven't heard that word before, but the words that are demonstratives are very common. And that's this, that, these, and those. Also very useful when speaking.
Articles are words that define a noun as specific or unspecific. Now, in the English language, there are 2 types of articles. One is indefinite, a or an, and the other is definite, the. Let's have a look at the example over here. A nurse. The hospital I'm working in is huge. Now the article a defines the noun nurse, which is unspecific. And the article the defines the noun hospital, which is specific.
Hello everyone, I'm just adding a new edit to this lesson because there is a topic that comes up quite often, and I want to address it so everyone doesn't have the same question. And that is when to use the article a and when to use the article an. Okay, so in this lesson and almost every English book or grammar book, what they tell you is you use a, okay, when it's before a word that begins with a consonant, okay? And then you use an, right, an, okay, when it's before a word that starts with a vowel, okay? And these 2 rules, about 95% of the time, are always correct, okay? But there are a few situations where it doesn't work. And that is because sometimes, even though you have a vowel or a consonant letter at the beginning of the word, that word does not use the sound of that letter, right? It doesn't start with the matching sound. So let me show you what I mean, right? So we always have to make sure that the starting sound matches the first letter, okay? So let's look here, a table, right? Here we have T. T is a consonant. And the letter for the starting sound for table is T, right? The T sound. So they match, right? It's T letter and T sound. So both consonant, right? So we use a table. Okay, and this next word, right? We have an umbrella, okay? U is a vowel, okay? And when you say the word umbrella, that first sound is the U sound, right? So because that sound matches its letter, then we use these rules, right? We have un before this vowel, an umbrella. But how about these last two, right? They don't match our rules, right? Let me show you what I mean. Here we have university. What is the starting letter? The starting letter is a U, right? So, you look at the letter, you think, well, it's a vowel. It should be un university, right? But that is not correct. Nobody says un university. So why? Well, when you say the word university, okay, you're saying it almost with a Y sound. University, right? Yeah. Okay? So that is why we use because the sound is not matching the letter, so we can't consider it starting with a vowel. Okay? So it's a university because it has that starting sound that is like a Y. Another example of that is here. Honest. Okay? Honest starts with an H, right? H is a consonant. So you would think that it should be the article a, right? A honest person. Okay? But actually, if you say the word honest, what is the first letter sound that you hear? It's not H, right? It's O. Honest, right? We don't say the H sound. It's not honest. That's not how you say it. It's honest. So because that first sound is actually a vowel sound, we use an or an, right? So it's an unhonest person. Okay? So, it's fine to follow the rules this way based off the letter that you see, but if you want to be 100% correct all the time, then you should go off the starting sound actually, right? So is the starting sound a vowel? If it is, then we use an, okay? Or if the starting sound is a consonant, then we use a, okay? So keep this in mind when you're doing the practice problems and looking at more examples later in the lesson.
Note that the indefinite article a indicates that a noun refers to a general idea rather than a particular thing. Have a look at the following sentence. What does a fox say? The article a defines the noun fox, which is general. And we use an or a when the listener does not know which person or thing we are talking about. Have a look at the following example. Helen's brother works in a factory. I don't know which factory exactly. A defines the noun factory. The factory is unknown. And if we refer to something for the first time, it will be new information for the listener. And so we use a or an. And when referring to the same thing again, make sure to use the because now the listener knows what we are talking about. Have a look at the following sentence. I bought a new computer. It's really great. The computer is much better than the previous one. New computer, the computer. Note that the definite article is the word the, and it limits the meaning of a noun to one particular thing. We use the when it is clear which thing or person we are talking about. Let's have a look at the sentence below. The cake is in the fridge. I know that Kate made it. The listener knows where the cake is and who made it. So we use the article the. Note that we also use the definite article the with a nationalities and other groups. For example, the French, the Italian, the old, the poor. B, with time. For example, in the past, in the future, but at present. C, with superlatives. For example, you are the first one. D, musical instruments. I played the piano as a kid. E, with countries which are a group or plural. For example, the US, the UK, the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands. F, names of ships. We sailed on the Claudia. G, oceans. The Pacific, the Atlantic. H, rivers. The Amazon, the Nile. Note that we use zero article with plural and uncountable nouns when we are generally talking about something. Have a look at the examples below. Dogs are not allowed in that shop. In this sentence, we are talking about dogs in general. And in this sentence, the dogs next door were barking at night. We are talking about the particular dogs, the dogs next door. Now let's review and practice a bit. Remember that we use the indefinite article a when it precedes a word that begins with a consonant. And we use the indefinite article an when it precedes a word that begins with a vowel. Have a look at the following list of words and fill in the blank using the appropriate article. Apple, an apple. European country, a European country. Talented actor, a talented actor. Union, a union. Monk, a monk. Also note that the indefinite article a indicates that a noun refers to a general idea rather than a particular thing. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate article. Should I get her gift? I've just met her. Should I get her a gift? Now, if we refer to something for the first time, it will be new information for the listener. So we must use a or an. And when referring to the same thing again, make sure to use the, because now the listener knows what we're talking about. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gap using the appropriate article. Well, I bought dress for the upcoming party. I'll go to a spa, get a hairdo, and I'll look amazing in dress. Well, I bought a dress for the upcoming party. I'll go to a spa, get a hairdo, and I'll look amazing in the dress. Note that we use the definite article the with nationalities and other groups, time, superlatives, musical instruments, countries, which are a group or plural, names of ships, oceans, and rivers. Have a look at the examples below. The Russians, the British, the sick, the educated. In the near future, but at present. The best performance, to play the flute, the UK, the Netherlands, to sail on the Mary, the Indian Ocean? The Thames. Also note that we use zero article with plurals and uncountable nouns when we are generally talking about something, as in this sentence below. Fruit and vegetables are food for your health. Here's a short story using articles a, and the. Listen as I read so you see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself to work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Liz, can I get you anything? A cup of coffee would be nice. I feel extremely exhausted. I haven't thought that flying over the Atlantic would be the worst trip I've ever taken. And you know that I hate train rides the most? Well, the flight was delayed too, so you were stuck at the airport for a longer period of time. I'm just hoping that in the near future, we'll build a teleport. Then traveling from the US to the Netherlands won't take that long. I wish it were like that. Here's your coffee. Thank you. Now time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and fill in the gaps with a, an, or the. And note that sometimes no article is needed. A. Dog that bit me ran away. Wounds were treated by doctor. Dr. Smith is professional. B. Rabbits are small mammals in family Leporidae. C. Love is wonderful thing. D. Olivia is English teacher. She's not working at present. E. I didn't want to go parking lot, so I went home on foot. It was only 15-minute walk. Now, let's check your answers. The dog that bit me ran away. The wounds were treated by the doctor. Dr. Smith is a professional. Rabbits are small mammals in the family Leporidae. Love is a wonderful thing. Olivia is an English teacher. She's not working at present. I didn't want to go to the parking lot, so I went home on foot. It was only a 15-minute walk. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Demonstratives are words that show which person or thing is being referred to. Now, demonstratives show where an object, event, or person is in relation to the speaker. Note that they can refer to a physical or psychological closeness or distance. Now let's have a look at the example over here. This is Hugh and that is Kevin. Now the demonstrative this is referring to where Hugh is, who is physically close. And the demonstrative that is referring to where Kevin is, who is physically distant. Now when what we are referring to is near the speaker, we use the adverb here. And when it's far from the speaker, we use there. And when the noun is singular and uncountable, we use this for when it's near the speaker, and that for when it's far from the speaker. But when the noun is plural and countable, we use these for when it's near the speaker, and those when it's far from the speaker. Remember that demonstratives can be placed before the noun or the adjective that modifies the noun. Let's have a look at the examples below. That old man stole my purse. The demonstrative that modifies the adjective old, which modifies the noun man. These oranges are delicious. These modifies oranges. Also note that demonstratives can appear before a number by itself when the noun is understood from context. Have a look at the sentence over here. I'll take this one, please. I'll take this watermelon, please. Now these sentences are both the same. In this sentence, we have watermelon, which is understood from context. So instead of saying, I'll take this watermelon, please, we can say, I'll take this one, please. One referring to watermelon. Note that demonstratives can be used by themselves when the noun they modify is understood from context. Have a look at these sentences below. Those aren't yours. Put them back. Those shoes aren't yours. Put them back. Shoes in this sentence is understood from context. And so we can use the demonstrative by itself, as in the example over here. Those aren't yours. Put them back. Now, when talking about events, the near demonstratives are often used to refer to the present, while the far demonstratives often refer to the past. Have a look at the sentences below. This situation is quite unstable. The demonstrative this is referring to a present event, situation. That event made me realize how important my family is to me. In this sentence, the demonstrative that is referring to a past event that made me realize how important my family is to me. Now, time for us to review and practice a bit. Remember that we use demonstratives to show where an object, event, or person is in relation to the speaker. Have a look at the sentence below and fill in the gaps using the appropriate demonstratives. This is Mary, and these are my parents, John and Anne. Also, remember that demonstratives are placed before the noun or the adjective that modifies the noun. Have a look at the sentence over here. Fill in the gap using the appropriate demonstrative. Can you see that red car over there? I think I've seen it somewhere else before. Note that we can place demonstratives before a number by itself when the noun is understood from context. Have a look at the sentence over here and find the noun that can be understood from context, and then replace it with a number. Note to use demonstratives before a number. These earrings aren't as nice as those earrings. These two aren't as nice as those two. Also note that demonstratives can be used by themselves when the noun they modify is understood from context. Have a look at the sentence below and find the noun that the demonstrative modifies and that can be understood from context. The gossip about Pam has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. Note that when talking about events, the near demonstratives are often used to refer to the present, while the far demonstratives are often used to refer to the past. Have a look at the sentence over here and fill in the gap using the appropriate demonstrative. This job was a waste of time. I didn't get any experience. Here's a short story using demonstratives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. Good morning. How can I help you? Hi, I'm looking for a formal dress. Could you help me find one? Yes, of course. Maybe we could try this one. We got this dress only a day ago. I'm sure you'll be the only one wearing it. Honestly, I don't really like this color. Maybe you could show me that one over there? I like the print a lot. Surely. And what about the shoes? I have a picture on my phone. I want something like that. I think those ones are quite similar. You have excellent taste. Let me get those for you. Now time for you to practice on your own. Have a look at the following sentences and fill in the gaps using this or these. A. Hey, why are you scared? Pointing at a snake. B. Which bags are yours? Once. Could you help me with them? C. You are always late. It's not true. I'm right on time. D. Harry Potter? Movie is my absolute favorite. E. People are boring. I might leave the party early. F. Is Mr. Johns? No. Is Mr. Adams. Mr. Johns is over there. G. Is for me? I'm so touched. H. Tickets are so expensive. I don't know if I can afford them. I. Is unbelievable. I can't understand why they did to her. G are the books you asked for. Now let's check your answers. Hey, why are you scared? This, pointing at a snake. Which bags are yours? These ones. Could you help me with them? You are always late. This is not true. I am right on time. Harry Potter? This movie is my absolute favorite. These people are boring. I might leave the party early. Is this Mr. Johns? No, this is Mr. Adams. Mr. Johns is over there. This is for me? I'm so touched. These tickets are so expensive. I don't know if I can afford them. This is unbelievable. I can't understand why they did this to her. These are the books you asked for. Thank you for watching this tutorial.
In this section, we're going to go over all the different types of adjectives. Now, adjectives are great. They help you describe what you're talking about. And the more you know about adjectives, the more adjectives you can use, the more exciting your English speaking will be, okay? Or the more exciting your English writing will be when someone reads it.
An adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronoun. Remember that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify. Now let's have a look at the examples over here. This is a cute cat. Now the adjective cute modifies or describes the noun cat. And note that it comes before the noun. And in the sentence, this cat is cute. Again, the adjective cute modifies the noun cat, but it comes after the noun. On the other hand, an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs. Remember that usually adverbs modify verbs, and they tell us how often, when, or where something was done. Let's have a look at the example over here. We walked really slowly. Now the adverb slowly modifies the verb walked. How we walked. Remember that adjectives can modify nouns, for example, girl, boy, etc. Or pronouns, for example, we, it, etc. Now let's have a look at the examples below. Lily is an honest person. Note that the adjective honest modifies or describes the noun person. And in the sentence, the movie was awful. The plot is simply boring. The adjective awful modifies or describes what kind of movie it was. And the adjective boring describes the plot. Remember that if something is, the adjective ends in ing. And if it makes you feel something, the adjective ends in ed. Let's have a look at the examples below. He is excited because the event is exciting. Note that the adjective excited modifies the pronoun he, and it tells us how or what the event made him feel. And the adjective exciting describes what the event is. And in the sentence, I am annoyed because the whole situation is annoying. Note that the adjective annoyed describes what I felt about the whole situation. And the adjective annoying describes what the whole situation is. Now, sometimes we use two or more adjectives together. Let's have a look at the table below. A nice sunny morning. Now, there are two adjectives describing the noun morning. The adjective nice describes quality or opinion. And the adjective sunny is a fact. And in the sentence, two intelligent young ladies, there are three adjectives modifying the noun ladies. The adjective two is the quantity or the number of ladies. And the adjective intelligent describes the quality or opinion about the ladies. And the adjective young is a fact. And in this sentence, a beautiful large round wooden table, there are sets of adjectives describing the noun table. Beautiful, the quality or opinion. Large round wooden is the fact. Now, there are times when we use two or more fact adjectives. Let's have a look at the table below. A big old round wooden table. Now, in this sentence, we used several fact adjectives. Big describes the size of the table. Old, the age of the table. Round, shape of the table. Wooden, material or origin of the table. And in this sentence, new white tennis shoes. There are three fact adjectives used to describe the noun shoes. New describes the age, white, the color, and tennis, the purpose. And in this sentence, a tall, young, polished boy. The adjective tall describes the size of the boy. Young, the age of the boy. Polish, the origin of the boy. On the other hand, an adverb is a word or set of words that modifies a verbs telling us how often, when, or where something was done. For example, the cars drove fast. The adverb fast describes how the cars drove. B, an adverb is also used to modify adjectives, making them stronger or weaker. Have a look at the example below. Anne looked absolutely amazing. The adverb absolutely modifies or describes the adjective amazing. How amazing? C, an adverb is used to modify other adverbs, changing their degree or precision. For example, you're speaking too loudly. The adverb too describes the adverb loudly. It tells us how loud. Degree. Now let's review the use of adjectives and adverbs and practice a bit. Remember that when forming an adjective, if something is the adjective ends in ing. And if it makes you feel something, the adjective ends in ed. Read the following sentence and fill in the blanks using the appropriate form of the following adjective. Tiredness. This work is so, it makes me really. This work is so tiring. It makes me feel tired. Remember that quantity or number and quality or opinion adjectives go before fact adjectives. Read the following sentences and arrange the adjectives in their appropriate places. Gorgeous. 3 models were in the ad on TV. 3 gorgeous models were in the ad on TV. We asked them to get wooden, comfy 6 chairs. We asked them to get 6 comfy wooden chairs. Note the order of fact adjectives: size, age, shape, color, material or origin, and purpose. Read the following sentences and arrange the adjectives in their appropriate places. Tim needs black new leather shoes. Tim needs new black leather shoes. I'd like to buy an wooden, round, white, antique table. I'd like to buy an antique, round, white, wooden table. And remember that we use adverbs to modify verbs, indicating how often, when, or where something was done. Read the following sentence and underline these adverbs. I try to go quickly to coffee shops every month. Quickly. Also note that we use adverbs to modify adjectives, making them stronger or weaker. We also use adverbs to modify other adverbs, changing their degree or precision. Read the following sentences and underline the adverbs that modify adjectives or other adverbs. This game was insanely popular in the 90s. Insanely. The band plays extremely well. Extremely. Here is a short story using adjectives and adverbs. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. How are you doing? I'm really tired. We've got a very important project to work on. It must be tiring. Is it going well though? Yes, very well. Our department is quite big, so one could imagine that there would be problems with task management. But I must say that my co-workers are extremely professional and responsible. Everything is going to be great. The amount of dedication you have is amazing. Now, time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and decide whether an adjective or an adverb should be used. A. Your house is very close or closely to ours. B. She moved quick or quickly around the shop. C. Listen careful or carefully. I won't repeat it again. D. It is not as bad or badly as it sounds. Now read the following sentences and put the adjectives into the correct order. A. Our apartment is and modern, spacious. B. I want to hear reasons why you don't want to go with us. Good. 2. C. Marian has dogs, black and white, lovely too. Answer the following questions. A. How often do you go to the movies? B. Are you close to your family? C. What is something that you can do extremely well? Now let's check your answers. Your house is very close to ours. She moved quickly around the shop. Listen carefully. I won't repeat it again. It is not as bad as it sounds. Our apartment is modern and spacious. I want to hear 2 good reasons why you don't want to go with us. Marian has 2 lovely black and white dogs. Sample answers. I go to the movies quite often. Yes, I'm very close to my family. I can play the guitar extremely well. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Remember that an adjective is a word or set of words that modifies, in other words, describes a noun or pronouns. Note that adjectives may come before or after the word they modify, as in the example over here. This is a cute cat. The adjective cute describes the noun cat, and it comes before the noun. And in this sentence, this cat is cute. Again, the adjective cute modifies or describes the noun cat, but it comes after the noun. Note that descriptive adjectives describe nouns or pronouns in detail by giving an attribute to that particular word. Remember that they usually express things through the 5 senses: touch, taste, sight, smell, and sound. Have a look at the example over here. This is a delicious sandwich. Now the adjective delicious modifies or describes the taste of the sandwich. Note that descriptive adjectives can be organized into the following categories. A. Simple adjectives are the most basic type of descriptive adjectives. Have a look at the example below. It was a beautiful day yesterday. Clear sky, sweet smell of blossoming trees, green grass, cheerful people. It seemed as if the world had united to celebrate the coming of spring. Note that the adjective beautiful describes the day. Clear describes the sky. Sweet, the smell of blossoming trees. Green, color of the grass. Cheerful, feeling of the people. B. Compound adjectives are created when two words are combined to create a descriptive adjective. Now the two words are typically connected with a hyphen, as in the example below. Pam was a baby-faced, long-legged girl. Baby-faced and long-legged are adjectives that describe the girl, and they are connected with a hyphen. Now let's review the use of descriptive adjectives and practice a bit. Remember that we use descriptive adjectives to describe nouns or pronouns in detail by giving them an attribute to that particular word. Read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. We bought a spacious apartment in a quiet part of our town. Spacious, quiet. Note that descriptive adjectives usually express things through the five senses: touch, taste, sight, smell, and sound. Read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. The food smelled awful. It tasted horrible. And it did not look tasty. Awful, horrible, tasty. Remember that we express such aspects as feelings, time, sound, quantity, taste, appearance, size, age, color, shape, and material through simple adjectives. Read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. I wanted to buy 3 white wooden chairs. 3 white wooden. Also note that we form compound descriptive adjectives by combining two words, usually with a hyphen. Read the following sentence and underline these adjectives. Anne is an example of a girl next door. She's sweet, kind, and has a lot in common with boys. Next door. Make sure to always pay attention to the order of adjectives in a sentence. Read the following sentences and arrange the adjectives in their proper places. When we were kids, my friend was a funny-looking short boy, and he grew up to be a tall, young, drop-dead gorgeous man. When we were kids, my friend was a funny-looking short boy, and he grew up to be a drop-dead, gorgeous, tall, young man. Here is a short story using descriptive adjectives. Listen as I read so you can see how they are used in real-life conversation. After I'm done, make sure you understand all the grammar and read aloud yourself so that you can work on your own fluency and pronunciation. I've heard that you are going to move abroad next month. Yes, that's true. We are going to sunny Spain. I think I know the reason behind this. After living here in ice-cold Finland, you want something less depressing, weather-wise. Yeah, exactly. We want to explore the narrow streets of Madrid, dine at small family restaurants, enjoy magnificent sunsets. You're going to love it there then. And now it's time for you to practice on your own. Read the following sentences and underline the descriptive adjectives. A. I saw a lovely young, good, intelligent, fascinating woman, such as I had never met before. B. To understand the mystery of this uninteresting, good, simple-hearted man who argued with such wearisome good sense. C. And he kept near the more solid people, looking listless and superfluous, with a submissive, uninterested expression as though he had never been brought there for sale. Read the following sentences and form compound descriptive adjectives. A. If someone resembles a bird, he is. B. If someone broke your heart, you are. C. If you use your left hand to do everything, you are. Now read the following sentences and put the adjectives into the correct order. A. Jim drew a picture of dragons, three-headed two. B. Jack bought a or an ring, diamond, expensive engagement. C. She was a lady, self-centered, young. Now, let's check your answers. I saw a lovely young, good, intelligent, fascinating woman, such as I had never met before. To understand the mystery of this uninteresting, good, simple-hearted man who argued with such wearisome good sense. And he kept near the more solid people, looking listless and superfluous, with a submissive, uninterested expression, as though he had never been brought there for sale. If someone resembles a bird, he is bird-like. If someone broke your heart, you are broken-hearted. If you use your left hand to do everything, you are left-handed. Jim drew a picture of two three-headed dragons. Jack bought an expensive diamond engagement ring. She was a self-centered young lady. Thank you for watching this tutorial.